Oceanless horizon as you float by. Words of scattered stars across the sky. Blood moon, feeling out of sorts like you might leave soon. How much of me do you think it consumes? Easy to accuse you. I'm spun out, drifting on the highway, can't do math. Speeding makes me dizzy, doubling back. No more pretending like my head's straight. These times, drifting up our paradigms in white lies. Words can come so easily, but where am I? Lost inside, inside. Tell me that we'll make it. Going all sideways, don't you know my ways? Scared this. It's all up to us, I know that we can make it. Going all sideways, don't you know my ways? Scared this. We blast off from these rooftops. Fresh air tastes like I imagine, and you still wear all these reservations, but I don't care. All this carbonation bursting out. Side note, pressure wash me off, cause I might explode. Damn, you're staring me down all these safe roads when I'ma try to drive blindfolded. Tell me that we'll make it. Going all sideways, don't you know my ways? Scared this. It's all up to us, I know that we can make it. Going all sideways, don't you know my ways? Scared this. We blast off from these rooftops, holding our breath as we go by, like a daydream soaked in red wine. Moving so slow as we get high, and baby, now it's our time. Moving so slow like honey drops, falling hard on these rooftops, falling hard on these rooftops, yeah, yeah. We blast off from these rooftops. From these rooftops. We blast off from these rooftops. From these
Nobody
rooftops.
knows why we play the same old games. When you gonna bring it back to another level? Nobody knows why some things don't ever change. When you gonna bring it back down to earth? 'Cause you're a boy stuck in your world, and you're a girl changing your world. It's gone too fast. Nobody knows why we play the same old games. For love, for money, and a little bit of fame. This is the last time I play this give and take. When you gonna bring it back down to earth? 'Cause you're a boy stuck in your world, and you, girl, He takes me down, down deeper, deeper than I've ever been before. I'm getting lost in this vapor. Before I know it, I'm the bullet till it's gone. See, we're on the run here, steer clear, keep me going. He'll be giving all the fuel I need. There'll be no hesitation, ain't taking no persuading. Heading to the wild where he discovers me. We're on the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, on the run. Won't you steal me away? On the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, on the run. Won't you steal me away? He brings me around, he stays focused. We don't hear a
How come when I pull up to the bus stop, wheels keep turning and going nowhere? How come when I pull up to the bus stop, wheels keep turning and going nowhere? How come every day is the same when I'm trying to hang and day turns to night away? I'm like, no way, I'm like, now it goes, say go, 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 it goes, say go. Gotta hit the snooze when it beeps, I'm just trying to sleep and then it goes off again. I'm like, again, I'm like, now it goes, say go, it goes, say go, it goes, say go. How come when I pull into the bus stop, wheels keep turning and going nowhere? How come when I pull into the bus stop, wheels keep turning and going nowhere?
finding a way into this great beyond. Feels so abstract, we're floating this calm. Cloud covers all gone. Rising slowly, just going with the heat. This restraint is building me complete. Ready to fly, we've got all around. Let's open up. Shining through these skylights, these skylights, these skylights. 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 Check off that list and stop the show. I'll savor this in stereo. Don't wanna miss the most high. We blasting through these skylights. Hey. Check off that list and stop the show. I'll savor this in stereo. Tomorrow brings a new fire, beaming up there like skylights. Shining through the skylights, these skylights, these skylights. Shining through these skylights, these skylights, these skylights. Shining through these skylights, these skylights, these skylights.
Throw me aside at the end of the game. Turn your back cause I call your name. Another love gone bad again. Bad again, bad again. Slam the door as you curse my name. Toss my clothes on the open flame. Another love gone bad again. Bad again, bad again. Well, I'm
How come when I pull up to the bus stop, wheels keep turning, turning, and go nowhere? How come when I pull up to the bus stop, wheels keep turning, turning, and go nowhere? How come every day is the same when I'm trying to hang and day turns to night away? I'm like, no way. I'm like, now it goes, say go, 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 it goes, say go. Gotta hit the snooze when it beeps. I'm just trying to sleep and then it goes off again. I'm like, again. I'm like, now it goes, say go, it goes, say go, it goes, say go. How come when I pull into the bus stop, wheels keep turning, turning, and go nowhere? How come when I pull into the bus stop, wheels keep turning, turning, and go nowhere?
Buzz, bitch. Welcome back to the DoorDash LCO for yet another super week. Thank God it's Friday because I'm damn excited to get just a taste of what's going on here for the start of the round 3 matches, and I'm damn excited for him. But before we jump into what's coming up into that third round, let's look back at what happened on Wednesday, all the crazy action, and here's the honey.
Arrives in the mid lane. There is the Sejuani ult down on top of Cupcake, who is being given the opportunity to use his own ultimate, keeps himself alive for now, tries to E out, does manage to get out. And in fact, it's actually Kisei that surely goes down here, not just him, Swain as well. Rotation through from the dire wolves and a clean house. Look at that. The Chiefs decimated. Well, Pentaneto more than happy to just play the dance for now. In fact, Gravitas pushes the issue. They force the fight. The bombs go through, but they're really not doing enough damage, are they? Pentanet have gotten on top of Gravitas, and that's always going to be a bad time. If you are a Gravitas fan, Peace could well look for the turn. Oh, Halo! Where did he go? He's done a magic trick, I think, there, Kevin. He's just said, see you later, Halo. And I think see you later game for Peace right now. All of the Order fans in the chat will rejoice.
Game could end if this fails. This is going to be a very big Baron play from Mammoth. It's do or die right now.
Teleport's actually coming through from Incursio. He wants to fight it. Shinky's down low. Death sentence onto ML. And is it going to be the Baron? Well, it doesn't really matter which way the Baron went, did it? Because Mammoth have been utterly routed.
Don't worry, be happy, as BMO says. Now, that is, of course, who I am. And we do have some other characters, some other golden content creators and casters and everything that's going on the desk today. Skimmy, who do you think you are?
What do you mean I'm hard stuck in silver, mate? I'm telling you that ARAM is a real game mode. Get off out of here, Mac. What are you on about, mate?
Who are you? Who are you? I have no idea.
Well, you know, business is good so far. You know, living in lockdown, right? Got the cryptocurrency on schedule, making some stonks and getting it done, Mac.
Okay, all right. And Jubes, you're looking happy. Are you a mime?
No, I'm not Mr. Mime. I'm Shaco.
Oh,
March.
Okay, that was intense. And I'm glad that was just one of many voice lines that we get to play with this afternoon or this evening. We have a fourth person that we usually do some sick content. What the? You're up the shit, Nat. What's going on?
I can't even reply to that.
Who are you?
No, I'm not.
I'm a Mumu. I just really wanted to make sure that I triggered PGG before their game today, so I picked a Mumu.
Ah, beautiful. Well, I think we're looking stunning. What do you guys think? I think this glow-up's worked out nicely. What about, yeah? Actually,
I think we should do it more often.
Oh, Corporate Mundo. Oh, no idea. Had absolutely no idea. That's where the ego came from, Skimmy.
You've missed out, mate, and that's why you're the host.
Oh, okay. Well, sorry, sir. Now, let's have a quick look back at the standings, where all the teams are currently sitting after last day of games before we jump into this fantastic bloody Friday. So, Pentanet, of course, at the top of the ladder now, 10-4. Order and Chiefs tied at second, 9-5. Direwolves, 8-6, really climbing up the rankings on their little rampage that they've been going on. Peace down at 5th at 7-7, so completely even right now. Let's see if they can change that up. But Gravitas, Legacy, and Mammoth comprising just the bottom 3. Not able to be in the playoffs just yet, but they got 1 round left of games to make that happen. And neither of you two, or 3, well, Nat was here the other day, but neither of you two were here the other day to have your 2 cents. So, Jubes, tell me, what do you think of the ladder at the moment?
Looking particularly familiar, but then I just dive a little bit deeper and I see Peace in 5th position. Then I start to get trembles because this isn't what we're used to seeing. And I think like Order's almost just traded bodies with them, right? Like last split, it was Order probably around that 5th place mark, and they've really just overtaken Peace.
Doing such a good job. And Skimmy, any surprises here for you, or do you think the table's starting to look more like we expected?
Yeah, it's starting to look pretty good, isn't it? I think for me, Order is the biggest one to keep your eyes on so far because they started the week tied in 3rd. They beat the Direwolves in Peace. They've now found themselves tied in 2nd, and they've already beaten Chiefs as well. So they look like the team that's saying, it's time to get some dubs, mate. We need to get some victories. I think Peace in 5th, they'll be shaking in their boots because you're looking at Gravitas and Legacy. You can get a win, mate, and they can get it bloody done.
How do I take him seriously? How do I take him seriously with his sunglasses on,
Yes,
dude?
mate.
At least one of us have like fully committed to the character, so I hope we get this skimmy all damn night. But let's have a look at the schedule and what games we have coming up for this evening. There's 4 bangers on the table. We've got Gravitas and Legacy to kick things off here to try and tie themselves up with Peace, who are going to be playing at 8 p.m. against the Chiefs there, but we've skipped the bloody game, jumped back up at 7 p.m. You've got Order and Mammoth going head-to-head. Let's see if Mammoth is able to cause a bit of an upset and find themselves that second dub. And then at 9 p.m. to round off the night, Dire Wolves and Pentanet, which can be the potential game of the day. Skimmy, I'm just loving your ego right now. Can you tell me which is the best game of the day and which is the worst as well, because you're such an arsehole?
Yeah, well, look, mate, the best game of the day is game number 1. These two teams absolutely getting it done. Gravitas beaten them twice already, and look, mate, when Gravitas can't win as a 5-man roster, they can actually employ some minions to get the core destructed instead, right? Second game, Legacy have got this game under wraps. They're claiming every turret, every structure. It all belongs to them, right? But then somehow, somewhere, they realize that Baroness is too much of a mind control tactic that they lose. The game that sucks the most has to be the second game because, you know, Order, I think they're going to take it all, mate. I think they're just going to go to Worlds, and Mammoth... Yep, they'll need a team name change. It's not enough of a Mammoth task for them.
Oh, okay. Well, there you have it. So that's what's going on today. That's what's going on today. I just cannot keep a straight face with Skimmy right now. But he's doing such a good job. Now we do have the key picks to quickly chat about as well. Juves, you've brought these ones up, and it's the pop-off potential, because we've seen these go well, and then some of them maybe not so well, but these are your picks. Tell us why.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to be serious for a moment, but we're going to give it a crack. So we got the pop-off potential. I think earlier as a no-brainer. We saw it once in the LCO, and it did actually lose. So I definitely want to see either, if this champ's been left open, I want to see it snap lock, insta-locked, flexed, played top or mid. It just has so much potential to win the 1v1, win the 2v2, and can team fight, can sit in a side lane. Itemization for Aurelia at the moment is just in a really good spot. There's so many build paths and routes you can go. Graves is another one I wanted to talk about, probably popularized by Kevy, to be honest, with the Dark Harvest and the first item, the first authority item. And Graves, he got like a small AD buff. However, it shaved like 10 seconds off his clear if you do it efficiently, which is actually a significant buff. Graves fell out of meta because his clear time really just kind of wasn't as good as the meta junglers such as the Diana, Rumble and things of that nature. So Graves getting that small quality of life AD buff, I think is going to really do wonders for him in the jungle, especially in the LCO, in a region where junglers actually get a lot of gold. Ryze is another one that I think Shock's really been the only player to play this one consistently in the mid lane. And what Ryze does is it allows you to play 4-1, but it can also group to objectives, play team fights, play front to back, kite back type team fights if you can get the bounce damage off. Now, Ryze for me, 4-1 is probably the easiest thing to execute to as a team. If you're new and you're learning, you play Seesaw, you play the Split. So again, I want to see these mid laners like putting a bit of priority on Ryze. And then Jace, this probably the hardest one to execute with the highest skill variance, because if you fall behind, you're rendered useless on the Jace. However, Jace has a good lane into most matchups, and then on around that 1 to 2 item power spike, especially with the Muramana evolved, can really do so much damage when you're grouped for objectives. Jace, can sit in a side lane and win a lot of the matchups that he has, top side. However, where you see the most bang for buck is grouping around those neutral objectives, landing those accelerated shock blasts, and poking people out so you can secure neutral objectives. So again, excited to see some of these champions picked up this week, or rather today. Yeah, and just through the rest of the patch as well. Hopefully we do get to see a bit more Graves. I've really enjoyed how action-packed those games have been so far. Nat, any little takes there from you on the key picks?
Not overly. I mean, Tubes knows what he's talking about, so everyone should listen to him and snaplock that Aurelia.
Beautiful. Well, hopefully we do get to see some Aurelia. Now, quick question for you guys here on the desk. What is your worst champion when you play this game? Skimmy, I'm going to ask you because obviously you're probably the best and you don't have a worst champion.
Dumb answer, mate. Dumb question, actually, because sometimes I don't even know what I'm talking about, but that is what happens when you talk to Mundo. Sometimes you get himself mixed up and... yeah, maybe a little bit too much of this and not enough of that, mate.
True. What about you, Juice?
My worst champion at the moment, probably everything hard stuck. So, don't know. Probably Shaco. To be honest, I don't know what to do. How do you start with the boxes? Where do you put them and whatnot?
Yeah, well, true. Well, at least you get to get in the mind of Shaco today. Now, let's hear from the players what their worst champions are.
Champ I'm worst at playing is probably Zyra. Just because I think I've only played one game of Zyra and I got absolutely no dopamine from her. So then I'm just like, I'm never playing this character ever again.
Probably Aurelion Sol. I've only played him like 3 times, but my Aurelion Sol doesn't really do anything, so I just suck at that champ.
It's probably Pike. I don't know what it is about him. I just can't hit any hooks, and I just always end up missing my ult every time.
The champ that I have in my pool that I'm bad at is probably like Yasuo. So like right now, if I picked Yasuo, I'd just go 0-10 for sure.
Something like Varus, because the champ like never clicked with me, even though it became meta.
Kali, I guess. I tried to play a Kali. It didn't go well.
I think Riven. I've never really played Riven, but the few times I have, I've just butchered every single combo imaginable. Like, I'm just very bad at Riven, and I don't ever want to touch that champion again.
This is some support champ with Janna. It's the worst at Janna, because my brain explodes how boring it is.
Can't play Riven. I used to be able to play Riven, but now I just can't play it anymore.
Anivia. I've never pretended to be an Italy player. I'm not going to start now.
I think it's Callista. The whole interaction with like bouncing every time you auto attack, and like I haven't played it much, but when I did play it, it just felt horrendous. And I remember getting flamed really hard for playing this champ.
Tarek.
I think Zed. I think every time I attempt to poke them in lane, I'll just miss all my Qs on my Shadow and my Soul.
I can play him, but I don't feel comfortable playing him. It's Vlad, like Vladimir. Yuumi. It's not because I don't think I can pilot it. I would just want to leave. I think for me, I have to actually be doing something, and playing Yuumi would be too difficult for me.
Out of all the champs that like I'm playing currently, I'd probably say Silas. Like I really enjoy playing like Silas mid lane, like when I'm not playing bot lane, that is. But my Silas is probably like one of my worst champions.
I think I'm pretty bad at Azir. I never really liked using his soldiers mechanic.
Akali. Really bad at Akali.
I think I'm really bad at playing Blitzcrank because I never really play support.
I try to play Jace, it's just too hard. I can't play Jace.
Big champion I'd be worst at is probably Kane. I played, my teammates kind of got down and flamed me on this one. I had a Kane game in solo queue, kind of went 0-7, 0-11, but I ended up winning, so you know, jungle diff.
Well, that is very true. Now, I tried to start playing Nidalee the other day, and I can definitely say it's one of my worst champs. I've got the clear down, but I focus so much on the clear that the rest of the whole jungle business just sort of goes out the window. So it's not in my criteria just yet. I think I need to be a little bit better at the game to fluently play that champ. What about you, Nat? You didn't say one before.
Lux, yeah.
Okay.
So I compare Lux and Morgana because they have similar Qs. Morgana can definitely always land my Q pretty much. Lux though, man, I cannot hit a single one.
Well, hopefully you can hit some impressions on social media, which is what we want this week. Everyone, if you haven't already done it, go and follow at LCO on Twitter, on YouTube, on Twitch, on bloody Instagram, on Facebook as well. Make sure you just go over everywhere. Not even us, all the players. The players' hashtags and hashtags, ats will be up at some point during the night, so you'll be able to see them, go and watch their content, go and see what they're about. As well as all the organizations, and then us too, because we post solid content. So, you know, go follow all the wonderful talent here on the desk. But look, we've already got some content from the fans for today. So let's go and bring those up. Let's have a quick look. It is Raph. So, thanks LCO for the 8 a.m. Pantanet game tomorrow. 8 Horace do Brazil.
I think that means 8 hours or 8 a.m.?
8 a.m. probably. Joganda, I don't know what those words say, so I'm not going to say them just in case, but they are already on the broadcast. So let's jump on over to the next one. But it looks like he's trying to say it's into clock.
He's got a koala in his photo. He's got to be a good guy.
It says Ostraf. Maybe he's from Ost, but he's just Brazilian. Anyway, let's not go too far down that road. Let's jump onto meme number 2. Let's see what it is. It is Lorenzo. Again, 4 hours sleep. Got that Friday feeling. Hot beverage ready for another banger day of at LCO. Let's go. Hashtag send it. Hashtag
That's my Excel
LCO.
spreadsheet guy.
It is.
It is?
Yeah, he's my spreadsheet, man.
Content king. Getting up here again, so doing a very damn good job. But look, try to get more than those 4 hours sleep, mate. You'll feel so much better. I tells you from experience, all right? I've gone many a night of just 4 hours sleep, and you just feel so atrocious at the end of the day. Now, let's get into the business. No, actually, let's not get into the business. Before we get into the business, ladies and gents at home, if you have solid content, you take screenshots of us. You know, we already look like idiots as it is, so why don't you idiofy us?
I don't know about that.
Well, it's technically, so if you haven't picked up on it, it is Scuffed Cosplay Day. So, of course, I'm wearing my best BMO outfit that I grabbed together within 5 minutes. I have my dog's bee costume on my head, which somehow fits, and my girlfriend's shirt on, which may be a crop top. I can try to, let's just see how far I can go. If I just get up to like a little bit here. Oh, it's creeping. Oh, too much skin. Whoa.
Too much back. Come on, mate.
TOS, we're going to get banned. I'm very sorry. I apologize. Production, please keep me in the shot. Now, let's talk the game, all right? Let's talk first game of the night. It's Gravitas and Legacy, but let's talk Gravitas first. So, they've been doing a pretty damn good job. Now, Jubes, do you think they have what it takes to take out Legacy here?
Well, they've actually, one thing to notice straight away, they've put Thomas, Shen and Floppy back in. So yesterday's game, they did go with the Azus support and Piglet in the marksman position. So they've gone back to their roots of what's, I believe, gotten them the most wins this split, right? This bot lane of Floppy and Thomas Shen. So I'm hoping that we see the same aggressive, you know, Akano on those early gank junglers, Safa on those carries. Kyose, you know, he's been on those enchanters for quite some weeks now. And it's been working for them. So again, seems like Gravitas just needs to run with their niche and really just put their foot to the floor and show Legacy what it's all about, because both teams are vying off for a late surge in that, you know, that playoff 5th position.
Yeah, 100%. Now, two of the beautiful individuals there, you get to see them again. Why? Because they get to interview one another like they're a married couple. It's going to be solid content. Have a look at it.
If you'd remove one champion from the game, who is it and why?
Shaco, because he's like the most broken champ in the game.
Right, who you can add? Who specifically is Shaco that annoys you?
Gooby and...
Alright, just say Gooby and move on.
If you could make a hybrid champion with any mix of existing champion abilities, what 4 skills would you pick?
What 4 skills should I pick?
Yeah, for a hybrid champ.
I really like Q, E, W and alt. Do not change that champion, it's too good. Who's someone in the league that you genuinely disliked at first, but now like?
There's no one I really dislike. Like,
no.
Just someone like I wasn't maybe comfortable talking to because I initially joined in. Probably Pabu or Chaz, one of them.
I used to dislike Incursio a lot because he would just play and just throw every single game. But now I just like his personality a lot more, and I don't really care about how he plays and stuff. Just more, you know, how cool he is as a person. So.
If you had to role change, where would you go?
ADC. That's so easy. You know, we've talked about this so much. ADC has to be the easiest role in the game. Like, unironically, it is just hands, and everyone else does the thinking for you. You group with your team. You never have to worry about side lanes. It's just about auto spacing and wave management and everything. I mean, honestly, if I could go back in time, I probably would have ended up an ADC player.
Do you have any game day superstitions?
The open Twitch chat. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Just don't do it. Just wait till you get in game. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It throws you off. I mean, it throws me off. So yeah, better not to. Who would you consider your biggest rival?
Looking at age, probably Kisei, because of the same age, we play the same role. Yeah, probably that. We've just won a match and your camera is being shown. How are you reacting?
Like it's just business.
Pretend
Nothing special.
we just won against like the top team or something.
Nothing special, just business.
What if you won the split?
Just business,
Okay.
as expected. Would you still play League of Legends if Ari was removed from the game? And if so, which champion would you sim for instead?
First of all, I don't sim for Ari. Second, I actually don't play her anymore, and because everyone keeps banning her out in solo queue. Third, if I couldn't stop playing her, who would I sim for? Probably Syndra. What was your first impression of me?
I mean, I always liked you, to be honest. I actually always liked you since, like, way back. Do you know when I met you?
Yeah, 20.
It was ages ago.
2017.
And he'd message me in Arabic as well, because like we both speak Arabic. And he'd message me just non-stop in Arabic. It was really funny.
I was in like year 9 or 10, so.
Yeah. But yeah, it was alright. I mean, we've been mates for ages.
About those times.
So yeah, and that is our interview.
And that's a wrap.
Okay, yep, and that's a wrap.
That was so cute. They both speak Arabic, or that they used to speak Arabic. to one another, and that's how they met. So that's really cute. Now, that was a nice little bit of content, but we have to talk about the other team in the picture, of course. That is Legacy Tree Gang. Hashtag Tree Gang if you are a hashtag Tree fan. Legacy fan? I don't know. What's their hashtag? Skimmy, tell me, because I don't know.
Flyers 1, off to the moon, Carbon when is pretty much really the hashtags for this team. Look, I've got a bone to pick with Legacy because this team's pissing me off. They've lost twice to Gravitas. The first time, 47-minute banger, minions into the game, the most kills in an LCO game this split. The second game, let's just run through some of the stats. The second game, I tell you what, 20 minutes in, they had 7 turrets and inhib versus a single turret that Gravitas had picked up. Then they just somehow, some way lose the next team fights. They just lose the game. How do you lose the game? Is this CLG? What's going on? I've had enough, Mac. I need to see a dub from these boys today because they're handsome individuals. They've got celebrations far greater than the makeup I put on here today. And look, they want to keep their playoff streams alive.
I'm sure that they will. Now, do you think that Gravitas can win with Winions again? And what is the likelihood in a percentage-based answer, please, Jubes?
3%.
Ah, okay. So not likely.
No, I don't think winning by Winions is ever a sustainable strategy and one that, you know, what's the saying? Lightning doesn't strike twice. And it did strike twice, actually, with Gravitas, because I think they won by Winions 2 times, or
in the same
backdoors
place.
at least. But, yeah, in the same place. So Gravitas going to have to come up with a new tech to start winning, I think. Because, you know... But, to be honest, the most legacy way to lose against Gravitas would be to Minions.
Yeah, very true, very true. Now, something that we need to speak about is you could actually be played today. We did see Gravitas last split pick Shaco. What?
Oh, they did.
They did, remember, when they
it was the coach
Petsnet. So, oh, was it the coach?
Yeah, the coach played.
Yeah, Coach Poltron said, I've had enough, you know, we're going to cause an upset. We're not going to allow them to have the perfect split. So they made both yourself and Nat cosplay.
Ah, well, there you have it. So they certainly showed up last split. Now, Nat, I heard that you have some friends down on the sidelines there.
I do. I no longer have to be the sad mummy, as I am going to be joined by 2 very special people, Civil and Safa. Thank you both so much for joining me. I don't know if you've tuned into the broadcast yet, but I do want to ask, do you like our outfits? Do you like our cosplays today?
Impressive stuff.
I think they could use some work.
Okay, you know what? I'll take note. We'll maybe work on it. We'll see. But look, Safa, I do want to ask, you know, you've beat Legacy twice now. How confident are you guys that you're going to be doing it again tonight?
I'll be honest, we kind of dropped the ball recently, but I think recently we kind of came to a realization of where we were at and like the trajectory we were going, and then what recently stopped and how we really needed to kind of get back on the bike and just like keep going and try and do our best. Because I think we realized is like when Mammoth beat us, like they've been grinding the whole time, and like with the position they're in, they're probably not going to end up in playoffs. But despite that, they're still working really hard. They're still trying to do well. Like they're all trying to prove themselves. So I think we realized that it's about how we play and not, you know, what the standings are.
Do you think you guys then sort of like plateaued, like as in you're saying you weren't really putting in that effort, and so now you've put in a lot of changes and perhaps maybe new champs or strategies that'll come out tonight?
I think as a whole, we will focus too much on the standings. You know, everyone's trying to do the math, you know, okay, if they win and they lose and blah, 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 this is how we can end up in playoffs. But like Mammoth, despite pretty much being locked out of playoffs, they are still trying, they are still grinding, they're still scrimming, they're still practicing. And I think it just put things into perspective that for us, we just need to be focusing on ourselves and not, you know, stressing too much about where we're at and just try and be better players.
Love to hear it. Sybil, you guys haven't won it yet against Gravitas, and hearing that coming out of Safa, do you guys think you have an advantage and potentially get your first win against them tonight?
I think so. I mean, I hope so. I don't know. I really don't think we should have lost the last game versus them. So yeah, we just need to not throw this time.
What other changes or things that you have taken away from the last time you faced that you're going to be implementing tonight?
Well, we've just been improving like week by week. But to be honest, seeing the recap like a minute ago, watching us like throw the game and lose to Gravitas, like I didn't want to be reminded of that. So yeah, like
that's.
I don't know. Like we're just playing better these days than we were back then. I think, you know, we took down. I think Chiefs are a pretty big struggle for us, and so what's the other team? The other top team, Pensinet. Chiefs and Pensinet are like pretty hard to beat. But every other team, it's like on the day, it kind of just depends. So I think, and Gravitas should be one of those teams. It's just we've been unlucky these 2 past times. So I think now it's the one we do win.
Yeah, well, this is actually going to be the last time you're facing, like, this is our last round, right? Last time you're going to be facing up against these teams. So what is going to be your goal for round 3 in this round robin? What are you hoping? How many wins to get?
Well, we need to basically win versus any of the teams that are near us, above us. So Gravitas, Order, teams like that. We really need those wins, and then hopefully they lose to Mammoth and stuff, or like to Chiefs and Pensinet. So then it knocks us up. I mean, we just have to like win every game pretty much. Like that's the goal.
I love to hear it. And Safa, for you guys as well over Gravitas, goals and aims for this last round?
I mean, definitely to win, obviously, but I think the biggest thing is we kind of just all got inspired by Mammoth, so we just all want to be better players.
Okay, getting inspired by the bottom team, that's cool.
Hey, I mean, look, if you could be bottom place or last place and still, you know, grind and get a win, I think there's something admirable about it. But I'm looking forward to seeing what you both are bringing to the table tonight. Thank you both for joining me, and good luck tonight.
Thanks.
Good to hear from the boys, as always. So,
yeah.
Look, they were laughing. They're having a good time. Sybil obviously reminded about something he didn't want to be reminded about, so maybe that is the edge that Gravitas need to make this game look bloody easy. What are your thoughts on that, Skimmy?
I'll speak for him. Skimmy, you just move your mouth and I'll talk some thoughts for you. I actually reckon that Sybil's now more hungry for the win, and so because of that, Legacy aren't going to throw the win. Sybil's going to play more cleanly, he's going to play level-headed, and he's just not going to throw it away and not going to limit test.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Absolutely smurfing there with your puppet. Do you have your hand out? Are you actually controlling Skimmy right now? Are you a ventriloquist?
When you're corporate mundo and you got that amount of cash behind you, you just pay people
you pay
to do your
someone
work.
to speak for you. Yeah.
Exactly. Oh, he's at that level now. So, Jubes, you got a lot going on for you in the game today because he's not going to be talking at all. Now, let's look at the predictions and see which way you have all decided to go with this match. Okay, 2 legacies already. Of course, BMO has gone with Twitch chat. So let's have a look at how that's gone. We jump over to page number 2. Now to you on the Legacy hype train as well. Everyone's on Legacy today, so no one believing in Gravitas.
I think what Safa said is kind of what maybe we're all thinking, is that, you know, yeah, they were really great at the start of the split because they were bringing in a whole bunch of new things. Teams have kind of worked that out, and while teams were working that out, they weren't coming up with new things to implement. They weren't grinding to get better. And now they're just kind of skating by a little bit, so it's rough.
A little bit rough. What about the boys? Any thoughts there, Jubes, on why you've gone Legacy instead of Gravitas?
Oh, again, to be honest with you, I just made a promise to the Gravitas ownership that I wouldn't tip them ever again.
I do remember that.
I'm just following through. 'Cause I'm a man of my word, so when I say I'm going to do something, I'll do it.
Very true, very true. Now, not only can you exclamation DoorDash in Twitter, or in Twitter? No, in Twitch chat, in any chat, you'll get the notification and you'll be able to be forwarded to where you can get your dinner on a Friday, because no one wants to cook on a Friday night. You've just worked all day. You've just spent a lot of energy, and it's the perfect time to get yourself some DoorDash, kick your feet up, watch some DoorDash LCO, and enjoy yourself. But also, jump on the Twitter sphere, jump on all the socials, go follow them as well as Gravitas and Legacy, which is the game coming up very shortly. Champ Select not quite ready, though. But are we going to see any pocket picks coming into this one, Mr. Mundo?
Yeah, I'm expecting Aurelia once again. Look, mate, Safa is that good. It gets banned even before it's reworked. So we know how strong it is. It got played once by Halo in mid lane, wasn't able to find success, got camped, got taken out of the game very early on, and then it was just perma-banned away. I'm expecting to see it here today, and if I don't, then I'm going to be very disappointed.
Are you expecting to see any of us in the Rift? You know, are you expecting some Mundo?
Yeah, I expect to see myself, and if I do see myself in there, better be my skin, or once again, I will be very disappointed, Mac.
Okay, well, let's have a look at the top laners, some of the players that could be playing you up here in the top lane. You've got Safa against Winterer, so it is going to be a battle of, what could be argued as some of the best players on their respective teams, some of the win conditions. So top lane will be a matchup we have to look at, Juice.
Yeah, definitely, and it's funny enough, when you look at the most picked champions, you see the two different roles that they actually play on each other's teams, right? Like, Staff is just always on these bruisers that have really good gank setup, well, Camille and Aatrox have some decent gank setup, Camille having the better of the two, and Gwen just being like that thing that just farms and just, before you know it, snips you off in a team fight. Whereas Winterer, he's played the Enchanters, he's played a supportive role in his team, he plays kind of the big, beefy front line, that's the set, but he can also play the marksman, so again, yeah, it's not what we've seen Safa used to playing, and I think they play a similar role on their team though, right? In the sense that they both need to be ahead, otherwise their teams really suffer.
Yeah, well, let's see if that is going to be the case, because game number 1 of the Super Friday is ready. It's Gravitas and Legacy going head-to-head. Buzz, buzz, bitch.
Beautiful, Mac. Yes. Let's lock in here, Jubes. It's going to be, well, it's going to be the third time that these teams have met. They are locked in 6th place, dead even, very close to that elusive 5th and final spot for playoffs. And let's see if anything is weird, wild, and wacky here in the banning phase, because Tom Kench seemed to be the biggest one that really got talked about as 11-14 pocket pick, and no surprises, it's banned away.
If we see a Tom Kench today, I'll be very surprised. I gave that one a little bit of a speed run in solo queue just to give it a crack, and let me tell you something. That's what I'm going to be picking all day, every day to get some inflated LP gains. But the Gwen picked up here from Legacy. I wonder if Sybil can play the Gwen now. It's been out long enough that I think it's unacceptable to not have it as a flex pick, right? Whether that's mid lane, jungle, or top. So we'll have to see where this one goes. Obviously, you know, your first bet would be on Winterer. But the Viego being picked up on 11-14, that's another one that, I mean, we haven't really put a big focus or priority on. It can go both ways as well. Can go jungle, can go top lane. So starting the draft off with flex picks.
Yeah, and it kind of springs to mind that if it's not banned away, it's going to be guaranteed locked in the first 3 picks, regardless of the changes. The kit itself just offers far too much, right? Interesting quick stats to bring to you. The last 2 times that these teams met, Incurso played Viego in both of those games, whereas Kiyose actually played the LeBlanc in one game and the Lulu in the other. So big focus on him. You could argue that all 3 bans have been towards Gravitas' mid laner.
Yeah, and I mean, they've also banned away both his Enchanters. Traditionally, you know, the Karma, the Lulu's banned, or it's either taken or given as a trade. But they've just said, nah, you know, we have no business or interest in first picking the Lulu, in first picking the Karma. We'll just take those away from Kiyose because he picks up solo kills with it. And this is what I'm surprised to see. But I think but I think Gravitas knew this would be the case. Because if I'm being brutally honest, whilst Incursio's diversified his champion pool, he still has not champion pool problems, but you know he's not going to play the Aurelia, right? That's not something that's really up his alley. So you can afford, once Gwen's picked, to let the Aurelia go to 3rd pick, right? And, you know, I mean, again, where do you think that Aurelia is going? Whose hands is that Aurelia going in?
Yeah, that man on the screen right there, Big Safa, Big Dog himself, no doubt looking to try and put in a bit of a clinic here and out jungle, out play, and out 2v1. He's done it a fair few times this split and been the big clutch factor for Gravitas to get them across the finishing line. So we get to see if they can find that success here today, because Xin Zhao's been denied, a huge pick here for Sybil. Same with the Elise as well. So forcing him to then dive deep into his own champion pool and say, all right, what is your early game power?
You know, the question I have here, Skimmy, with this draft in the first 3 is that we've only probably ever seen Akano play, what, Volibear, Lee Sin, maybe not even Lee Sin, but Volibear, Xin Zhao, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe Lee Sin. And we haven't traditionally seen him play, the Rumble, the Diana. They haven't been his go-tos. Now, if Viego is going to be mid lane or locked in or in the jungle, where's the AP source coming from for Gravitas? So they maybe have pitched themselves into an all AD composition. Yes, Varus does have some AP ratios. However, we'll need to keep our eyes on which player is going to draft that AP threat.
Yeah, it's a good question, right? Wondering where we will go with that one. If you're looking down the wheelhouse, you say, well, Rek'Sai's been a pocket pick for Akano. That's not your guaranteed AP source of damage either. So I'm going to have to see what Akano can bring out. Hence why the Volibear's been banned away as well, because that's been a major tank engage AP threat for them in the past. So interesting discussion point now to see what they'll go for.
The Braum picked up here is, you pick Braum for comp because you've got the 2, melee range carries, which being Aurelia and Viego, and it's going to have a fun time proccing it onto the Thresh, onto the Gwen. You know, and you can say Aphelios, but I mean, if you're proccing stuns on the Aphelios, the team fight's probably lost anyway. But this means that you have a very good bot lane, right? Now the Aphelios and the Thresh are going to have a pretty decent time into the Braum, into the Varus. So, Braum pick, while it's drafted for comp, it's not necessarily, you know, the best for lane.
Yeah, not the strongest in lane, not something that you'd think is going to give you that game-winning edge, but certainly when it comes to the skirmishes where Gravitas have been so strong at, we know that they are going to commit, that they're not going to back away from team fights. Not shy on that front. They can definitely find a lot of value with that passive and look to lock down Legacy. You have a composition also wanting to come at you. There's the AP threat. You said that Sybil doesn't really like to stick to the meta champions as such. This is another champion tucked away in his wheelhouse.
I'd say Zach's like verging on meta now. You know, it's been picked a couple times overseas. You know, traditionally most junglers end up getting banned, like the Volibear, the Xin Zhao, the early game junglers. So then, you know, if you're up against something that scales, like you're happy as the Zach because you scale, you need levels in your slingshot, you need items as well. And in terms of being, I guess, the best tank in the meta right now, I would say Zach's up there. I don't think there's traditionally anything else you can really pick. Kyose's gone for the Zoe, so Viego jungle. So they do have that AP threat, and now it's that sole AP threat.
Certainly is. Big pressure now on Kyose to perform, but that's definitely possible. We've seen him do it before, right? He's definitely bailed his team out of tight situations where the lanes are losing, bot lane's not looking too shot. You know, Sapphire's being camped and looked to be put on a bit of an island, and he's just run up top side, picked up double kills, rotated, and just crushed the game as a whole. So, you know, it's not LeBlanc, but it's certainly a champion that can sort of fill the same role of CC, poke, and just one-shot potential.
But I mean, you look at the composition of Legacy, and like, that's a beefy composition. I mean, their squishiest member is obviously the Aphelios, but then other than that, it's what? It's Incursio, and he's playing Immune Gwen.
Yeah.
I mean, and then what? Immune Gwen, Zoe can't really, you know, fling skill shots in range to do any damage. And all the meanwhile, it's the two brothers topside, Sybil Winterer, who are just going to be diving backline and making the game very hard for Kyose to play. So obviously, Legacy's composition want to play, you know, disruption, right? They don't ever want to give Sapphire the time to flank and find access to the back line, but more importantly, any vision control. Because if Gravitas can set up with the Zoe, and Zoe can just fling skill shots all day, your tanks are still going to get chunked out. They're going to start team fights on half HP, and you're probably not going to win. However, if the composition, which we're going to see here from Legacy, just find half an inch, just half an inch, and you best believe Sybil is going to take the inch, then it's going to be nearly impossible for Kyose to play the game, for Thomas Shen to play the game, because Braum, whilst, you know, does a decent job in peeling, I mean, you can only stop, what, 1, 2 max? Then there's a third one.
Yeah, and you can understand what the idea is from Gravitas, right? Hit the Sleepy Trouble Bubble, hit the Gravitas, hit the Varus Ultimate, the Chain of Corruptions, and start the fight from there, all in, layer the passive from Braum and go from there. But you hit the key word for me for Legacy, disruption, right? Cyclone, the fact that Sybil can jump in there and look to knock everybody up and cause panic and in the mist from Gwen. It's going to be a bit of a headache, and we're going to find out what happens as we go into our third game between these two teams. We're going to jump into a coach interview as we lock in this one, and it is Valexis once again joining us. And I'll start by asking, mate, you know, welcome back to the stream. It's been a hot minute since we last spoke, but, you know, talk to me about the boys and their recent run of schedule. You know, a game away, a victory away, really, from top 5. Do you think the team has plateaued in recent weeks, or are there any other factors holding you guys back?
Yeah, I would say we have kind of plateaued. It's been really hard with Super Weeks to actually get in the necessary practice required to constantly that we were improving at. So I think that since this is our last Super Week, it's actually going to be a massive benefit for us to be able to have more time to prepare and more time to practice in general.
Yeah, because I mean, it's a big game today, right? After a string of defeats, you know, you've beaten Legacy twice. They've always been bangers, very explosive and very down to the wire. So is there, I mean, obviously every game is important, but is there a little bit of extra emphasis saying this is a team that we've beaten stylistically in the past? Let's go back to winning ways here.
100%. And like, I'd be a liar if I was to say that our wins over Legacy have been clean at all. I think that we should have lost the last game we versed against them, but we were able to clutch it out thanks to Safa on Gwen, and now they got the Gwen, so it'll be interesting to see how well they can pilot it, as well as if we can use our composition to its full degree.
Yeah, and composition is exactly where I want to finish things off here, right? Because we can clearly tell that your comp wants to go forward, wants to skill check them, wants to lay a CC and catch out members either on the rotate or just in a big team fight. But are you concerned with what Legacy have locked in to respond with?
Yeah, in a sense, I feel like we obviously just want to poke them with our Varus and Zoe, and if we can get them low enough and then potentially get like a Varus ult into Viego reset, we can definitely be winning the fights. But if they get the first catch on us and disrupt what we want to do, that is going to be a bit of a yikes, but time will tell.
Time will tell indeed. All right, mate. Well, best of luck. Pleasure as always, and we'll catch up soon.
Thank you. Cheers.
Always a bit of a headache there, Juice.
Yeah,
Look, I saw the first blood coming, but we had to do it.
I know. I wasn't going to cut you off. I mean, there's not much to break down from that level 1, except both teams probably did a little bit of investigating prior to this game to see level 1 habits, and they come to the conclusion that they'll meet top side of the brush. Now, obviously, if you're face checking a Braum, that's kind of like one of the no-nos in League of Legends, because you actually don't beat Braum level 1. The moment I saw Winter at Dashron in there, I thought, okay, he's cosplaying the monkey champ and doing monkey things there. So, he goes down for first blood, burns the flash as well. But again, nothing too crazy, nothing too major. But the one thing to keep your eye on is that it was Safa that did get the first blood. So, if he wasn't already feeling confident on this Aurelia, he's definitely feeling confident now.
And it's huge for the narrative of this game, because as we've said and seen before, when Safa is ahead, he can literally 1v9 games. Pretty much on his own. He can do it all. But in the same vein, if teams have responded to that, they have been able to look to, bring things back. There have been various strategies, whether or not that be find strength elsewhere in the map.
Oh, the roam.
And this could be that strength as they now look to go for Akano. Nice little flash there, juking into the brush, and guaranteeing that they do get the scuttle.
His top laner just said, you know what, I'm having none of this. Safa just hit the base key, so they couldn't fight that. But, something that we didn't see bot side of the map was a nice trade coming out of Styled and ML. They didn't, force any summoner spells, but they made a floppy base, and ML got to cheat tempo and walk topside. But double crab going the side of Gravitas, and they might be in trouble here.
Yeah. Haven't completed it, but they've now forced out another flash in as many minutes. So, Scuttle, double for Gravitas here. All the control, all the vision, and all the ideas of what the next move should be.
I'll hold the thought again.
Yeah, Kiyose now in trouble, locked up in place, misconnects, negates all that sleep. Knocked up again, here's his flash as well. And now the wave's going to get crashed in. TP's available for Kiyose, but that now gives tempo to Legacy.
And this is just classic Zach gaming, right? You're playing the weaker of the two junglers, right? So you have to concede that you're going to lose crabs. Potentially Sybil shouldn't have contested on the side where he had no prio, no flash.
Oh no, Styled, instant cleanse and a flash as well. Double sums burnt. In comes the TP from Winter, looking to find some assistance. No Akano's overcommitted. The miss has already gone down. He can't get inside the circle because he's already dead. The first kill for Legacy and a response back.
Now, this is good that happened, because I actually wanted to talk to you about one of my pet peeves, where it's the gank from Sybil, and I'll hold the thought again.
It's a classic. Anytime we seem to cast together, Juves, action takes place. There's no time to break things down, but we've got a lull, so hit us with your speed run.
So that gank there, or the TP rather from Incursio to counteract the bot lane gank, is just a byproduct of Kiyose being greedy with his flash. So if he uses his flash there, instead of taking all the damage, using Summoner Heal, oh, what happened here? Okay, stun lands. Yep. Oh, wow. Oh! You know what? I personally believe Safa should have gone 1-for-1 there and just killed the Wukong. Maybe he wouldn't even have killed the died, because he would have got Triumph. But anyway, long story short, Kiyose, I wanted him to burn the flash so he didn't take the damage, because he took the damage, lost all of his HP, burnt the flash anyway, then he couldn't teleport and match that play. Right? Like, if he doesn't take the damage, he teleports, follows up, maybe different story. Little bit of discipline. Little bit of the 1%ers that end up getting you punished, right? Now, all of a sudden, Incursio has the free teleport and you're in a bit of trouble.
Well, it does. But current game state, if we run it forward, it is now Safa with the TP advantage.
Yeah.
He can go for a free recall. He's already got Akano protecting him topside, not too far away from 6 himself. And Safa will be hitting himself, right? The fact that he wasn't able to get that kill. 2 kills in lane would have been really far ahead of this Wukong. Would have certainly been able to influence the game and start off with the 1v9 performance.
I think it's tight. But I think he may have been able to kill him, flash out, and get Triumph proc. But who knows?
Yeah, definitely would be one of those 1%ers.
Yeah.
Not worth the risk, especially with Winter, knowing that these two are, you know, quintessential for the, you know, the theme of the game, the overall outcome.
And the Shy Ball's picking up a crab. There you go, first crab of the game. Misses the slam, but we won't talk about that.
Yeah, sometimes you can actually get juked by this, can't you?
Yeah.
A bit of a mechanics practice.
I mean, I play Karthus, so I think my hit rate on crab with Karthus is just in the negatives.
Sometimes juke's better than players.
Yeah, it definitely does. This is a nice roam here from Floppy, by the way. He's grouped up with Akano here. Sybil may not know yet.
Yeah, they got support advantage, don't they? Because the Melg's locked in base right now, so they could force the angle if they wanted to. 2v2 to start off with, but here comes Floppy looking for the all-in. There's the passive. Now, can they protect it? They don't have a TP to go onto the Zac. He's dead. And the kill's picked up by Akano.
I don't think Sybil had his slingshot available, because you have to assume he would have used it, but he definitely had the flash. So, again, being greedy with your summoner spells is just... Okay, I thought... I was like, wait, what? But yeah, just being greedy with your summoner spells and getting you punished is just a reoccurring theme with these two teams. And, you know, I think sometimes, on the way, Pink, so they still want to contest this Skimmy. Safa's really strong.
He certainly is. And Melg starts things off. There's the Lantern to bring in Incursio. Melg finding a fair bit of punishment so far. Flash goes out. Actually, the ultimate from Arcana, but he falls on down all the same. Then they get the kill on towards Sapphire. Now the floodgates are opened. They are running these members down. It's a triple. The hook is just shy, but Sybil's on the hunt, on the prowl. Looking for Kyoso. He's waiting for that portal, but he can't even use it because he's just going to fall on down. And that's 4 kills picked up in an instance.
That's 4 and maybe a Rift Herald that goes on across, and it's just a really good rotation from Legacy. Obviously, this comes at the cost of losing bot plates and bot minion waves, but you're not going to be complaining when you get a 4-0. So, again, really good team fight for Legacy, and they're just playing the map extremely well, right? I think this is where we see their kind of development as a team. You know, ML being the key catalyst, I guess, behind that. You know, he's the one contesting that Rift Herald. He's the one saying, you know, assist pings, lands the hook onto Akano, and it's just very good target selection. As we see the replay here, like Akano gets half health from the Rift Herald. He's just getting zoned by ML. So he's starting this team fight, one man down. Sapphire finds a flank, but it's literally 1v5.
Which is Gravitas' answer. They're coming back topside right now. No flashes exist here for Legacy, but just far too protected underneath their own turret. Early days, can't dive that one. An opportunity missed.
Opportunity missed, and even bigger than that, like Winter is not behind anymore. You know, he's down in the CS department for sure, but he's penciled in a kill and 3 assists to his name. So he's got the Bramble Vest, he's got the Sheen. He's in a very good spot now on this Wukong, particularly with how level 1 played out. And if you're looking for Gravitas, where do they have this lead? Where can they really make things happen? It's in this Thomas Shen lane now, right? Like he's got the 20 CS lead. He's got some plates to his name as well, but even so, Legacy have just come back to bot lane and they're just alphaing.
So they are. Bot lane has been quite quiet for the most part, but it has been these supports looking to try and be the difference maker. Incursio getting a little bit ahead of himself right now. Good flash away from the stun charged up there by Viego. And that could have been a bounty, easily going back in the favor of Gravitas.
That's a very good flash, and the two players, I guess I wanted to give honorable mentions to was Styled and Amalg. I think that when they play the Aphelios and the Thresh, this is probably the best we see them lane. And you probably look at the CS department and you say, well, you know, they're down. But you got to remember they rotated 5-man to a Rift Herald and lost like 2-3 waves on that rotation. So I don't necessarily even mean the CS, but just the pressure they've had in lane when they've been there. And that's pretty evident with the 2 turret plates missing. Again, though, I'd love to see, you know, when you're at a point of power, when you're at a, you know, Incursio got the most gold in the game. But again, when you're in a point of power, I want to see Legacy actually start playing for the Dragons. If I'm being critical of them, this is probably where I see them, you know, you see them kind of slack off a little bit. Maybe not even used to having the lead in bot lane, right? Maybe they're just kind of used to...
What's interesting in bot lane, because if we talk about the Thomas Shen once again, he's played the most Varuses in the league, right? 5 games so far.
Yeah.
But what's really interesting this game is he's always played on-hit lethal tempo version. Today, Halo Blade's going for lethality, and there's been times where we've been saying, how do you play on-hit into a Heimerdinger? How do you play this into a Ziggs? Today, he's saying, look, I am going to go for the poke, and we've got so much follow-up to complement it.
There was one time where he played... on hit when he had Kyose playing in Enchanter. I think it was maybe Lulu or Karma, where I thought, okay, like if you try and make the argument, maybe you can get me across the line. But I think that almost at all points, the lethality build's just so good. Like lethality has that conception that there's tanks and you can't build it into tanks. But you also have to remember your role as lethality Varus isn't to just win a front-to-back team fight. It's not to just win a front-to-back team fight where everyone's starting on 100% HP. Your role is to poke people out and then inevitably pick up the objective that you're fighting for, right? Or pick it, whether that's the turret, whether that's the Baron, Dragon, whatever it is. So if you look at the composition, it's a beefy Legacy composition, but landing the arrows onto Aphelios, onto Gwen, onto Hold the Thought.
Hold the Thought indeed. A 2v2 breaks out topside right now as Herald has been summoned. Now's the TV to try and make it a numbers advantage in favor of Legacy. As the Cyclone goes up, spin to win. Try and remove Safa. Akano's already gone. Safa low. Passive ticking, but no lifesteal in sight. Not big enough anyway.
Too much CC. I mean, you don't even win that if it's just a 2v2, I think. The Zac is coming in clutch here. And Sybil's old school Zac player, by the way. You know, we talk about him being the Elise guy. He's historically always been the Zac guy as well. So showing his proficiency on this champion, and this 2v2 from Sybil and Winterer is becoming, you know, the 2v2 to be feared, you know, not even just in this game, but across the league, in my opinion.
So he is, because Lookout's turn around from the level 1 in this game. Hang on a minute, styled, Moonlight Vigil, Gravitum lined up, route onto 2 members, in comes Winterer. The rest of the boys are here to protect. The shield goes out if necessary, it's not. Winterer finds the kill, a flash away from Floppy, but Sybil chasing him down with a chilling smite, locking him in place with the happy hands.
Ah, come on, ML.
An unbelievable series of events.
Yeah, I mean, that's a scumbag maneuver, right, as the Thresh? Because you're at a point where the kills don't really mean too much on you now. Gets the auto attack there. I mean, Legacy are just making plays on both sides. You start to wonder, and maybe I'll even hold the thought again.
Yeah, Kios has got the Shreliers, going to be in the lane in just a second. Winding up the paddle star, looking for the one shot, can't find it. Emil goes golden, buying a little bit of time. Star looking for it, sidesteps the paddle star, gets hit by the box anyway. Falls on down, and that's exactly what Gravitas needed, but the bleeding, it's still a little way to catch up on.
Yeah, that was going to be my question. Where's Legacy's weak side? Because they're winning both sides. They're winning top side skirmishes, they're winning bot side skirmishes, and Gravitas are just kind of passengers in their own game. But that was a good rotation there from Akano and Kyose, and something that they're going to need to do more of this game, because he has the Divine Slanderer, Kyose has the Ludens. They need to start moving as a 2v2 and putting pressure on Incursio, or putting pressure somewhere, because at the moment it's just all reactionary. And even though they pick up the 2 kills there, it doesn't gain them anything, right? It doesn't get them any traction back in the game. It's not a turret, it's not an objective, it's not a Rift Herald. It's just yeah, we've just traded kills back, guys.
That's a consolation prize, right? It's a morale boost, if anything else, because, you know, when Curse's come into this lane matchup, he's 3-0-3, right? He's insanely huge, and he can really influence the map. Not only 1v1, he's cancelling out a whole lot of the damage that the Zombie can do with the mist alone. But as you say, top and bot side for Legacy is, you know, passively ahead. And whilst you could talk about Gravitas having 20-30 CS leads in the top bot half side, then you say that's okay, but the gold as a whole, shared wealth for Legacy favors.
Yeah, 100%. And you just look at the composition and you talk about scaling. You'd have to say, if you're talking a pure front-to-back team fight and you look in the scaling departments, you know, obviously the Aphelios, 200 years, Gwen, maybe even 400 years of game design in that champion. And then you just pair that with a beefy front line. It's really hard to see the way in which Gravitas will win this game, you know, if it extends past, what, 35 minutes, 3 items, you know, 4 items. So, not that the pressure is on yet. Gravitas are still in an okay position because the gold lead hasn't ballooned out by any means. But you'd have to say, just in terms of how the game feels, and if you believe in momentum, it's Legacy favoured.
There's momentum once again, slingshot in, Saffron in trouble, hits the Vanguard's edge, we're going to try and lock in place as much as he can. No, there's the ultimate at the last second, comes on through, finds the reset, pops the passive. Zac in trouble, can a TP be used? No, they're both in CD. Winter looking to disengage away, but have done enough. The threat is big enough that nobody falls on down.
And
careful though.
Well, it's an even trade, right? You think about that trade and you're like, hey, Gravitas didn't lose it, Legacy didn't lose it, but Legacy are just quicker to the punch. They're just waiting topside, and they have 4 members there to protect Sybil's blobs. I'm surprised they didn't rotate into a Rift Herald. You know, I think this is a little bit of a missed opportunity, because you know Gravitas have just taken bot turret, you know they're on that dragon, and now this Rift Herald is kind of just in limbo. And it's honestly going to give Gravitas enough time to contest, but you hope Safa does not get caught here.
Look what they're doing. They're sitting topside because they really want to force the objective. Kill Safa, remove him from the game. Make this Aurelia irrelevant. 1v3, he's got the Blade Surge.
Wow.
He gets the kill onto Sybil. 1v3 disrespect, but he picks up a trade.
And that's huge because you've won both sides of the map now, right? Well, you've traded even on one where you're meant to be weak side, and you've come out ahead on the other. So now Gravitas are one away from Seoul. And again, we talked about their composition not really wanting to go into deep waters, not wanting to really take, you know, the 35-minute, 40-minute fights if it goes to that phase. But if you have Infernal Soul, you can throw scaling almost out of the equation, particularly with a Lethality Varus, right? Every time that queues up, it's going to be doing so much damage. So all of a sudden, just from Legacy playing one side of the map, Gravitas have almost a little bit of a win condition. So we see here, Curcio is almost in for the 1v2. And he probably would have got it, to be honest.
It really is just frustration right there, right? 1v3 on either side of the map, and Gravitas come ahead. It's still that 1k buffer that has been, you know, left in limbo for the last 10-15 minutes, but Legacy after the reset now will go to that second herald of the game.
Looks like it's going to be a full contest. Zoe gets with an auto, or was that, did he have smite? I don't know.
I'll tell you what though, nice series of plays really in the last few from Gravitas, picking up a dragon.
Yeah, but you would have to say it's good bubble. You'd have to say it's almost maybe a little bit of a error from Legacy in the sense that maybe they're overcommitting and over-rotating, right? They're probably giving a little bit too much, like, you know, the game wasn't in a state where they couldn't have picked up the Dragon and the Rift Herald, whereas they're more passing towards turrets, and that's fine, but they're also staying for kills too. You know, like Sybil dying topside, Safa getting the 1v3 trade kill, really just opens up for the rest of the map, opens up the Dragon. They don't even get the Rift Herald, they lose the Rift Herald, they lose mid-turret. So it has like a domino effect, right? This one decision has had a domino effect that now loses you mid-turret. And how important this mid-turret is, for context, is Soul Point is up for Gravitas in the next Dragon, right? It puts them on Soul Point if they get that. Now they have no mid-turret to use as priority to then get vision, especially when you consider that they're walking in face-checking a Zoe, a Varus, and you know, a Brawl. So this game got interesting.
And it stems back to your point in the draft phase where you said vision would be the name of the game for Legacy, because one, for that point you just mentioned, but also two, I don't think they can win head on. They need to find those flanking angles to catch them off guard, right? To prevent the poke from afar that is going to come from an Infernal map.
Yeah, while Zach's a big boy, he's still going to feel the poke from Zoe and the Varus, right? And he doesn't have the regen, like no Warmogs or anything like that to be able to heal that one up. So again, if your tanks are starting fights on half HP, you know, they need to play a little bit more safe. Yeah. And it doesn't grant the same space to styled that it otherwise would have. So again, Gravitas have done a very good job in just focusing objectives, right? You know, once they get over-rotated on, maybe a little bit of lack of discipline, still getting caught, still trading kills, but they're able to trade up.
The elusive mind control, as it's been coined, of targeting Safa, trying to remove him out of the game. Maybe a bit of a hindrance.
Yeah.
May have been a hindrance, right? Because we could talk about the fact that Winterin now is in a much healthier state, and whilst the CS lead has been remaining at about a 30 CS gap all game, doesn't really mean too much in the context of it, given that he's got a few kills, he's got himself a bounty as well. So top mid for Legacy, if they come together, can definitely take out anybody uncontested. But Gravitas, given time, they've got a lot of poke right now, and that's not necessarily with them having to be on the objective first. Their retake is fantastic as well.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if you take stock of gold, right, like it sounds dooming, it's not doom and gloom by any means. Legacy are still at a very big point of power. But I mean, you can just see how Gravitas really just get themselves back into this game. Because, you know, all of a sudden you lose this Dragon, you start getting in very Monka-esque territory, right? And, you know, they know, look, Gravitas already know what they need to do. They've actually brought Safa down to get this vision early. Because once they've secured the vision, that's all they're going to try and keep. And again, having no mid-turret means you don't have anything to fall back to, no safety. So if the sleep lands, you're not falling back to a turret. You're just getting, you know, in theory, 100-0. But this is the right play from Legacy. Look at Incurcio. Look where he is on the bottom side of the map. This is exactly how they need to play the fights if they're going to have success.
Yeah, but look at the vision placement right now. Thank you to the observers for toggling it for a second, because all the vision's placed by Gravitas around the Dragon. All the vision for Legacy is topside towards the Baron. The flanking angle is there. Sybil now going to go for the scribes to try and look and place these people. The slingshot's being wound up. The angle is being found. A knock up under 2, but there's the stun from Aurelia. Looking to try and chase them through and find these kills. They've taken out Floppy. He's gone. But now Safa, in a bit of a 1v5 situation, pops the passive of Sybil. A shutdown found by Akano. They're flashing forward aggressively, and Gravitas are snowballing to victory. Styled found a triple kill, but unprotected. He can't do much more than that. Legacy picked apart, and there's the ace.
And that's just the game of vision, right? That's exactly what we talked about. This is how the fights would take place if Legacy were the ones going in and engaging. Legacy had no control of this dragon area, no vision whatsoever, and it was honestly just a slingshot over the top, which got disengaged. Look, didn't land on anyone, got stunned out of it, got slept. Zac has not landed an ability in this whole team fight, and he did there, and it was a disengage, and he was taken down by Safa. Styled, ML, and Curcio do their very best, but if you really consider what was landed in that team fight, Legacy really played that fight with one man down. I mean, yes, there was a body there, but other than a body, it really offered nothing. Gravitas did a very good job in identifying the win condition of their team composition, and they were able to execute.
It certainly were.
Infernal Soul now, that's Soul Point, and they have a gold lead now.
And now you begin to sweat because you're realizing, okay, we no longer really have that initial strength that was meant to translate from laning phase. We were the bullies. Do we now flip the biggest coin of all coins and start the Baron dance to run it back with a fight now on vision?
Yeah, this feels desperate, if I'm being honest. Like, this is just nothing more than a coin flip.
No Sum Sleever bot lane right now, no passive for Sybil, he's just dead.
Yep. Bromdor has so much value here.
Akano flashing forward, hits the next ultimate charge from the reset. Fantastic hook from ML. Is it enough? Starter zoned out of the fight. He's all close call to combat. He can't do much more. His contribution is nullified. But now when Curcio jumps in, gets a double. Looking for another, but he gets shut down again. Safa and Thomas Shen, too much damage to deal with.
Too much, but if I'm being completely honest, you see how Legacy's composition can win team fights. But again, they're starting with no, like, they're ultimately starting that fight with one man less. Like, Sybil's dead from the Baron.
Yeah.
And he jumps in, really offers nothing. And, I mean, look at the damage that Styled and Incursia are able to do. But again, Thomas Shen, yeah, I'd have to say, he's learnt his lesson, right? The lethality Varus, even against the double front line, he's just doing so much work in these team fights. 4,200 damage, really turning around these Baron fights for his team.
And you coined out a bit of a desperation play, and it's exactly what it was. There's Sybil initially dropping down. Look how low Styled is before the fight even starts.
And he heals up from the shield bow, right? He nearly falls down on the back end here. Very nice flay. I think he actually got flayed out
really
of the
good
damage
hook
there. Yeah. And it's just a pure chaos. It is just a chaotic fight, and the back line from Gravitas is untouched. And now this is where it gets dicey. This is where it gets very hard because, you know, what do you do to stop Thomas Shen from just throwing these arrows down? And I mean, the dragon's going to be spawning sometime soon. That's going to be that Infernal Soul. And at this point in the game, you know, Thomas Shen, with the items that he has, it's going to do so much damage to Incurcio.
Well, it's headaches, as you say, because they're looking to try and force fights without the proper vision. Now you've got to deal with stopwatches to take into consideration as well. The fact is, if they're forcing the hard fights, not wanting to wait out the poke that's inevitably going to come at them, it's just buying so much time for Floppy to find uptime with his passive. Akano and Safa just wailing away on a single target. They're getting the resets, and the fight kind of just snowballs from there. So, wondering now what Legacy's response back is, because we're tied up, 15 kills apiece. But it's Gravitas now starting to build a steady lead.
They are, and if you're a Legacy fan, the one thing that you need to keep your eyes on is that what Baron buffs make teams do is it makes them siege, right? It makes them siege up like they're sieging now. And if there's one champion that is anti-siege, it is the Zac. So maybe Legacy can find that team fight that they haven't been able to find. But so far, Gravitas are doing an extremely good job at playing I'd call it a 4-1, but it's actually a 3-2. Because you've got Akano hovering Safa, and you've got the 3 members just using the Baron buff to push turrets down in the mid lane. And I don't think Gravitas will really feel pressed to take an inhibitor or take an inhibitor turret because they know they have that dragon to fall back on.
Double locket as well here. Kyosei as well as Floppy. So plenty of mitigation. Even if it is that diminishing returns when overlapped. It's enough to zone away Legacy here, who had to concede themselves another turret. Akano found on the pick, stopwatch instantly burnt, but he's locked in place the fresh ult. Sybil doesn't have the passive once again, hits the ultimate to try and disengage away. Needlework putting in overtime so far as Incuso jumps on through. Winter will do whatever he can to try and knock up these members, but Style hits a massive penta. Well, I say a penta, it's a triple kill. It's a multi-kill is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
It's a big killing streak that he needed to try and stop the bleeding.
And I love when we see games where we actually see the two compositions play out. That is, that little...
Oh, whoa.
Yep. And that little corridor there is your classic front-to-back corridor, because Styled cannot be touched by anybody at all. Like, this is just free hit territory, very hard to get poked out from this side. Incursio's on the back line, there's no peel. You know, it's just your classic front-to-back. I mean, you look where Incursio and Styled are, and there's not much that the carriers of Thomas and Kyose can do. I'm going to hold the thought because this is just going to blow up on this dragon.
Well, that's the sole point, right? There is no time to waste, and they have to burn for this one. I think they've done enough. The damage is high. Ooh. The smite is that much better because there was an enhanced arrow ready to come at them, but multiple members of Gravitas were locked in base from the reset after that previous fight, so thankfully for Legacy, they bought themselves another 5 minutes.
That wasn't the best smite either. I think that got down to like 20 something, did it? I don't know, I'd have to get a replay, but I swear that smite was very suspect. Sus smite.
Interesting to note though, how well Styled is playing in this game despite the amount of threats coming at him. I was actually having a bit of a stock check of some of the matchups against Gravitas in the past. Their first game, he finished the game 11 and 12, really overperformed on the Varus. And in the other game they played, he played the Ziggs, sieging like a monster, but he did nearly 50% of Legacy's overall damage that game.
I feel like he may have been just going for the Infinity Edge here. Oh, he's dead, no flash. This is a really good dive.
2 CCs buffered, the stopwatch counts it in the portal, out he comes, dead and shut down, and Kyose finds that kill. All importantly, Winter with the knock-up now looking to try and disengage away. Floppy can jump in and apply the passive, but the turnaround! Another fantastic stopwatch, 2 times, 2 same spots, 2 kills denied. And the revenge found here from Gravitas as Thomas Shen hits the arrow, looking for a second. And that is the double kill in response.
Those stopwatches are absolutely nuts.
They're huge.
They're the difference between your team getting aced or losing 3 members, losing 2 turrets, losing your gold lead, or 3 turrets rather, and now you're pushing down the base. And I mean, it's 1 member down. Kyose has no TP, but Death Timer on Winter is quite long.
I mean, that might just be the best 650 gold they've ever spent in the game.
Yeah, 100%. That's so much value.
As a result, they can continue the siege, continue the momentum in their favor. A 5k lead soon to talk about, but mid inhib is now gone.
So whilst it is it's a 3k lead, we'll hold the thought on the replay here. This is just really good presence of mind. They knew that Gravitas was top side, and this dive here, I really liked it, right? But at this point, you back off, you grab that minion wave, and you either push or you move into river and secure some vision. Because you can't really siege into the Varus, particularly when he has the ultimate. And it's just a very good chain of corruptions from Thomas Shen. And it really makes them disperse. Like, they have to split up, because if they all get rooted there, they all die. So again, Legacy, what did they do? They took an inch? What's the saying? You take an inch, but you can't take a mile. Something like that.
Yeah,
I don't know.
something along those lines. Look, mate, you know, those lines
they
aren't our forte.
They try to take it too much, basically.
I tell you what, though, it doesn't have to necessarily be a copy-paste of the one-liners, because you've got enough original ones yourself,
Yeah,
mate.
I mean, I make my own lines up at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
But, you know, whilst it is a 3k gold lead to Gravitas, if you take stock of, like, the compositions and strength of compositions, it is well and truly losable for both sides, or winnable, whichever way you want to phrase it. But this Aphelios is almost at the point of no return. You know, you consider that Infinity Edge to come through, or a GA, depends what he gets gold for, whatever he opts in for. And then, you know, you look at the Gwen now on the 3.5 items, and who cares about the Zac, right? He's just a body that has a bunch of CC. So if they're able to just get the front to back and kill Safa off Styled, you'd have to say that the team fight's in Legacy's favor, but this isn't how you want to be starting the fight.
Yeah, he winds up the slingshot looking for it. Already dropped down to 50% because of with the true damage, the percentile shred, doing overtime. Gonna try and clear out some of the vision, but the Baron has been started.
Yep.
The zoning is there. They've got a little bit of vision, especially on Pixel Brush. I know that Floppy's trying to set up a bit of a trap.
I like this push out mid-turret, zone them from the turret, but you need to be careful of chain of corruptions. Don't want to get caught under the tower. Here we go.
No flash from Zoe.
Sybil jumps in, double flash to try and disengage away. The passive is there. He goes drowsy. He's popped the passive. Now Floppy goes gold, and the response from Legacy to try and jump in. Winter knocks up 4. It's a bouncy castle, but they're not having fun just yet. So many members of Gravitas so low. It's a pentakill if I've ever seen it. But they can't find it. They've removed the jungler. Maybe Legacy now. Don't have to be too worried about the Baron.
This is tense. This is very tense because Dragon spawning, both junglers have gone down. Sybil is there that little bit earlier, but we're seeing Style take over the game now, right? We're seeing the Aphelios get those 4 items, turn into the 200-year carrier that we all know and hate. And it's kind of just, again, Skimmy, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but Gravitas aren't playing to their strengths. They're not playing to their compositions. They're trying to defend. Oh, he might be dead.
Oh my gosh.
But Dragon's up. What do you do now? You can't reset.
They force it. Yeah. They're forcing with a TP. We've got a 5v4 now. Emel's only got 100 HP to his name.
Yep.
What's he going to be, a lantern bot across the wall?
Yeah. Or they give. Yeah, they're giving. I mean, if you give this... Oh, if you give this... That Zoe sleep into...
It's just a one-shot.
Yeah, it's a one-shot. And then, I mean, we'll just have to take stock of Thomas Shen and itemization he has now. He's going to be half-healthing people, so this game just got very hard for Legacy, to be honest, and that's just off the back of getting picked. And I mean, I say getting picked, it's no one's dead, no one died, but I mean that you may as well have been dead.
I mean, it's just if they set up like this, right, between the Sura's Grudge and the Horizon Focus, you know, anybody that gets caught within one of those abilities is going to feel the pain, is going to feel the burden, especially now with that Infernal Soul that's being picked up, that you're going to get zoned away, that if you look to try and jump in, you best believe that is a winning fight.
But, I mean, we've seen team comps really win through the Infernal Drake before, Infernal Soul rather, right? And especially now we look at Style. We have to keep looking at him. He has the Infinity Edge now. That's not what he had before. And you saw how close the team fight was to being a pentakill. So, here we go.
Floppy caught out of position. He has no flash, but the Chain of Corruption just locks them all in place. It's a reset angle, potentially. Incursio. It's the one that finds the kill, so both supports have been removed. Now it's a 4v4 with a lot of damage on the plate.
You'd have to say, too, the Braum being dead means more for the side of Legacy.
Sure.
The Braum offers so much peel and has been making Sybil's life hell. So, you know, whatever, we trade ML for Floppy. We're happy with that trade. Now there's nothing to peel Thomas Shen and Kyose. They have pseudo-appeal, right? Because it's going to be Safa and Akano trying to dive backline, and whether or not that takes Sybil's attention away, Rinter's attention away, we'll see. But it's almost just ARAM, Skinny. It's just ARAM. There's no elegance whatsoever in this game.
Well, look at the minimap. I'm just watching the minimap, and I'm seeing Winter and Safa kind of haphazardly decide, do I go catch the wave? I got TP. Do I decide this? We have TP advantage. What do I do? And Safa said, I'm going to go for it. Winter has been sitting in top river for, well, the last 30 seconds.
But it's like Gravitas for what? I mean, 25 minutes played to their composition strengths, where they forced them to come to neutral objectives, and then they used their poke, they used their flanks, they used everything that they could. But now they've just decided to group ARAMs mid and just play team fights. Like, engage on us, we'll try disengage, and we'll see how that one plays out. Love to see Gravitas just go back to what's been working for them. Walk in river here, secure vision, make sure Kyose plays goalkeeper, don't let anyone in, and see how that one works out for you. But at the moment, these team fights really are just all on Legacy's terms, and it's off the back of Sybil and ML going in, whilst it's only been 1-for-1s.
Oh no, Kyoso's not here, but he does have TP to come back in. They have a numbers advantage for just a slight second. Sybil has no passive, he can fall on down. Lantern gets himself out. Chain of Corruption spreading like wildfire, but a bit of a disengage away. The Drowsy connects onto Style, but an instant cleanse away. The Moonlight Vigil's already been popped. Akano trying to 1v1 him. He needs a bit of lifesteal, he needs a bit of protection. He's got peeled, he's got a stopwatch, he's turned things around. The dive is disengaged, it is diffused, but as you say, Gwen is the hero, taking out multiple members and zoning away Safa. They're down for 40 seconds and counting, Juice. What's the next step?
Is that game? Do they just push mid on this wave and end? Can Safa make the hero play? Is he able to clear this wave in time? Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. It's going to be tight. 20 seconds, 19 seconds on Floppy, so Floppy will be up. Maybe Safa can wait for him and they can make that miracle last stand. But I mean, we were all focusing on Styled in that last team fight, but we didn't see Incursio, 5.7k damage. He completely shut them down. I'll let you take over, Skimmy. Oh,
there's the hook. Safa's just gone. It's a nice little bit of HP regen coming back at him, but it's just not enough. The Gore Drinker cannot protect him this time.
They can't
Stagger death time is Floppy against the world. They can't end. They've taken one turret and a flash arrow.
They're gonna get run down. Ekano has ultimate.
That was the best target he got found. Thomas Shenson have had enough of you, Styles.
I've had an absolute enough. I've had it up to here with you and your team composition.
Wow. Back to 4v4. Back to ARAMs. Forget side lanes. Baron, the biggest dish to talk about.
Well, this is gone, right? You'd assume this is gone. Sapphire has teleport in 15 seconds. Styles dead. Styles has picked up the GA now, but it looks like a contest. Incursio is feeling himself after last team fight.
Incursio has to try and shadow him. He can't. He's got into the mist. He's going for the 1v3. Hits the zone use, protects himself a little bit longer. Sybil brings two together. He finds the kill, but Incursio's dead. Now to respawn. And the backup from Gravitas comes in, and that just may be gain now. They can pick up the Baron. It's now their time to talk about 50-second respawns. It is worth noting, though, that Winter is available. Minions are flooding the base of Gravitas.
Baron recalls too fast.
But
I mean, hear me out. I don't actually think this is game because everyone's going to have the chance to respawn. The Baron is going to be nearly impossible to deal with for sure if Gravitas do execute the way that their composition's meant to function. But what I mean is that Zach is anti-siege. So if they group up as a 3 or 4 man, they're going to pull the trigger and it's just going to be another front-to-back team fight. And with the way that the game's gone, Legacy look like they're going to come out on top, particularly with a full build Aphelios. But I mean, the problem that you have now is like, how do you sit in the side lane versus Sapphire? Level 18 to level 16, going to have Baron minions, have the Infernal Soul. So I mean, it's an uphill battle for Legacy, particularly with this Nash going across. I don't know, Skimmy.
I mean, he's got the Flame Horizon, right? He has been willing to go to those side lanes, whereas Winter hasn't necessarily been as keen. And Melk, you got to be careful.
He needs to stop. He needs to realize that he's been one-shot a couple times this game. And the Infernal Soul's up. Elder.
The Elder may just decide this game. That's hop, skip, and a jump.
Hello?
Sybil, what are you doing? Lantern, he needs to click the Lantern. He's better than Curso. Into the mist he goes for the needlework. 1v2, doing so much damage onto Akano and Floppy. He manages to survive somehow, some way, Juice. I don't quite believe it. They have to start the Elder.
He's going to heal up. There's no jungler. They can't get this. Oh, wait, Kyosa has Smite.
Oh! It was close.
But that was Wukong who got it, Skimmy. It wasn't the jungler. Mate, that has been flipped like the burger I'm going to order tonight from DoorDash. Let me tell you that much. I don't know where I'm ordering from yet. There's a few burger joints around, but that was an absolute flip.
And look, you said to me, you know, in this game that still any team can win. Any team can quite honestly lose. I've said maybe too hastily now. That looks like the game-ending play. That could be the team that wins. That's been said twice now, but now it's Baron v Elder.
You know, normally when someone says the term "run down mid," you think that like reportable for sure, right? That's not acceptable term in League of Legends. But Legacy might just literally do that. They have to run down mid. They have to run down mid, utilize this Elder Dragon. Winter is going to prep another wave, and he has teleport, so he can meet the team here. But I mean, you really need to make this push work on this Elder Dragon because, I mean, I don't know, Skimmy. Like this game is just it's not even a point of analysis anymore. It's yeah, we'll die, we'll respawn, we'll run mid, and we'll fight, and that's all that's happening. I mean, both teams have really just thrown the mathematic equation out of the window. There's no real way to execute anymore. Let's just knock heads, and we'll see who comes out on top.
Well, I mean, Winter is trying to, you know, hit those side lanes now. He's prepped top side, now going down bot. He's got himself a TP. The rest of the Legacy waiting out the Baron buff, which has now just gone. Yep. 60 seconds left on their Elder. You have to imagine that they're going to get themselves ready for that all-in fight. That has been their playstyle all game. They can trade up with that power buff. What? And Sybil.
Okay.
Oh, he's made out the chain corruption. That is huge.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
That's all or nothing. That's a massive arrow from Thomas Shen. They're trimming the wave, waiting for the inhib. I think the mid inhib's about to respawn. It's going to fall on down very quickly as well. 30 seconds left.
They have no waves. They didn't prep their waves. They ran down mid, but they didn't get the engage. They didn't prep any waves.
I'm not going to find a fight with this.
There's a ward. They can't.
What?
Hello?
Emel's emote says it all. That's how I feel watching that one. Safa's burnt the ulti very early on. You can feel the tension. This game is on a knife's edge, but Sybil's had enough. Jumps in, evaporates Floppy. Now looking for a second kill onto Safa, who seems to be the focus. He jumps out. He's forced to flash away. There's the stopwatch, thumbs up, because this could be Legacy doing it on their doorstep. Their third time meeting them. They've always lost against Gravitas, but at 42 minutes, they've killed them, they've wiped them, they have aced them, and they will finally beat Gravitas.
I don't even know what to say, but Winter has chucked his shades on because his future's too bright, that's for sure. Have a...
He's hit the Justin Timberlake, .mp3, Cry Me a River.
Oh, that was... the perfect ending, right? ML flashing on the spot, into an emote, into a dive, into ending the game. If that isn't a Kratos game, and if my makeup doesn't suggest the ending to that game, then I don't know what does.
Look, I'll be quite honest with you, Mac. I have no idea what I was watching half that time. I was making calls that probably made no sense. Watching Sybil do slingshots that, quite honestly, weren't slingshots. I think even Timo slingshot. The little dart would be better.
Yeah, just you know, something like that. You know, the poison dart. No one able to hit a damn thing. No one able to finish the damn game. Every time they tried to, you know, they just felt blinded. Didn't know which way to damn go. However, solid cosplay competition in the server, keeping it very entertaining and outside the server here as well. So very exciting stuff for the first game of the night, and Legacy finally get that dub they've been hunting for. So, with the DoorDash Send It replay, let's have a quick look back at what went down. This was that Penta you were talking about, right, Skimmy?
Look, I got so excited because I see the lights flash up in my eyes. I'm like, that's a pentakill, but I'm like, wait, no, it's just a massive multi-kill. Starled was putting in a bit of a show there. He was doing whatever he could. He was getting focused, but by the end of that game, it just basically became Incurso able to pretty much take down anybody he liked. He was having fun.
Yeah, it was just a solid damn time, and I thought, you know, from the 30-minute mark, there was so many points where the game could have ended, and then it ended like another 10 minutes later. So just so much action, and again, living up to what I guess we expected to be an entertaining one. Look, Kyosei as well, just doing so good in the mid lane, and everything working out up until they just got the Elder, and it wasn't enough to get the dub. Oh, it wasn't enough to get the dub, rather. That was Legacy that got it. Now, crazy game. So hard to keep track of because it was just at any given point, anyone could have won that damn game. So looking back, who do you think would have been the MVP?
Well, I know.
Oh, you know.
Oh,
Has it already been decided? I don't even know yet. Have we discussed it?
Well, are you talking about the player that delivered?
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
Well, then let's not talk about it, hey? Let's talk about numbers instead. You like numbers, Juice?
Yeah, look, I have an accountant by the name of Corporate Skimmy. Yeah. So, you know, I do go to him. But, I mean, the numbers are, like, obviously you're going to see some big numbers on the poke composition, right? Like, across the board, 39k, 34k on Thomas Shen and Kyosei respectively. But for me, the bigger of the two, obviously being Incurso and Styled, like those numbers are pretty ridiculous, particularly because, you know, the composition from Gravitas isn't that beefy. Like, sure, they have some bruises and Braun puts up a door and all that, but I mean, it just shows you how hard they had to work to really bring that one back from the brink.
Yeah. There was so many moments in that game, Mac, where I was losing my mind, unsure actually what I was casting, how to cast it really, because there would be moments where they would jump in Gravitas, like they just looked like the greatest team in the world. Legacy would then somehow make a fight work, where Sybil, the mad lad himself, would find engage that. I'd be like, what on earth are you doing? I think no more than Emelg flashing at the end. Overall, he's like, I've had enough. This game is ending. We've got like 10 seconds left in this Elder. We're going now. I mean, it was a whole lot of excitement, and it lives up to the expectations that this matchup has always been explosive between these two teams.
Well, someone else that lives up to expectations, especially with her damn cosplaying, is Nat. Let's bring her back into the conversation. Nat, did you enjoy the game?
I did, yeah, it was really great. I just have to chuckle because, like, during the game, it doesn't register in my head that we look like this, and then we come back to cameras and I'm like, that's right.
That's right. We look like beautiful League of Legends champions.
So true.
Doing a very good job. Now, someone else that did a good job is someone down on the side lane there?
Yeah, I would say Melk did a pretty good job, and so he's going to join me for the post-game interview. Thank you so much for joining me. How does it feel to finally get a win up against Gravitas?
Feels long overdue, honestly. That game was probably a lot more scappier than we would have hoped, as is the Legacy Gravitas matchup, unfortunately, or fortunately for the viewers. But
Definitely
yeah, no,
fortunately.
it was fun.
That's good. How much were you actually sweating during the mid game? Because I personally, for quite some time, thought Gravitas had that.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know about the rest of the boys, but I was getting pretty worried because it seemed to be following the regular trend of Legacy gets early game lead, Legacy throws early game lead, Gravitas starts winning. But yeah, I'm really happy we managed to stop that formula in this tracks this time.
Yeah. How do you think you guys did it? What was the key to kind of bringing that lead back to your side?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I don't know. I think we're just. I think the way we play is just a little bit better than it was the previous times. So we're making like less mistakes than we might have made in previous games. Yeah, granted there still were a lot of mistakes, but less of them. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, look, apart from that mid game, you guys did look pretty solid. It looked great for you guys. Although I do have one play that was kind of a little weird, I guess, from my side. But the flash at the end from you, I've got to ask, why?
It was a misclick. We were so stressed, honestly. And as soon as I pressed that button, I was like, I just laughed, and someone was like, "It's okay, it doesn't matter anyway." And then we just
Well,
won
look,
the fight.
it didn't
Maybe
matter.
that was the key to victory.
Yeah, you had to flash before the fight. That was. Now you found the new formula. But look, thank you so much for joining me, and Melvin. Congratulations again.
Thanks.
Big congrats there for the big man there in the interview. So ML doing a very good job there in the bot lane, but someone that did an even better job, of course, was Incursio in the mid lane. He was the DoorDash player that delivered for game number 1 of the evening, 81% kill participation, and then even doing a lot of damage in team fights where you guys seem to miss it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was all focused on Styled for majority of that. I saw Incursio's, Styled's items. I thought he's going to take over. And then I see the whole backline dead for Gravitas, and I see a 5k DP damage per second graph pop up. Not per second, but I see a 5k damage total done.
Yeah.
And I'm just shocked. And I say I have to get the replay to see that one. And to be honest, I'm so shocked and still thinking about that game, I don't even have my words anymore.
Yeah, look, I think it literally was League of Legends displaying stress, right? Kind of what Emelg was saying, because you could see it from not only both teams, but from us, but from everything that, yeah, we were certainly focused on the bot lane, but yeah, you know, Incursio had such a strong dominant laning phase that he was able to transition that into side lanes, that he was able to bring it into team fights, and I think once you're at a certain point where there was so much chaos, a Riftmaker Gwen will just beat anyone.
I think it's going to be a damn good time as we move along with the day, and especially with the tune we have today from Warner. It is Bus Stop, which is the Mashed and Kutcher remix from Kinder. And boy, when we do go to break, I think it's going to be a damn exciting one. But we do have a second match coming up after the break. It is going to be Order taking on Mammoth for game number 2. Let's see how this one goes and enjoy the tunes.
They can't get this. Oh, wait, Kyosa has smites.
Oh! Very early on, you can feel the tension. This game is on a knife's edge, but Sybil's had enough. Jumps in, evaporates Floppy. Now looking for a second kill onto Sapper, who seems to be the focus. He jumps out. He's forced to flash away. There's the stopwatch thumbs up, because this could be Legacy doing it on their doorstep. Their 3rd time meeting them. They've always lost against Gravitas, but at 42. When you get to the edge.
How come when I pull up to the bus stop, wheels keep turning and going away? How come every day is the same when I'm trying to hang and day turns to night away? I'm like, no way. I'm like, now it goes, say go, 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 it goes, say go. Turning and going away. How come when I pull up to the bus stop, wheels keep turning and going away?
And we're back to bring you more of the sweet, sweet honey that is the DoorDash LCO for game number 2. But before we jump into that one, let's have a quick look at what you guys at home have been working on. From the fans, yes, you've been doing it again. This time, it's Meredith Pavone. So, Mama Pabu. Let's see what she's doing. Oh, she's watching. And Nami is amused. Is she giving me a kiss? I'm completely cut out of this picture. What's going on here?
She's showing her favourites.
Well, I'm interested because every time we've casted with Rusty, Nami's there for a second, then falls asleep. So I'm wondering if today, because we've got Juves and all this chaos amongst us all, right? Maybe Nami's like, hang on a minute. What are these humans up to?
Maybe my cosplay is so good, she was actually trying to swat the bee away from the screen. So
true.
That also could have been happening. I'm going to pretend that is exactly what was going on. Now, let's move forward. Let's talk about matchup number 2. Of course, it's Mammoth and Order. But let's talk Order first. So far, so damn good. They are climbing up the ladder quick, damn fast, and that bot lane has been so strong for them so far, Jubes.
You just, it's about time that you put the respect on the name, right? I mean, this Puma and Beats duo, this dynamic, has been
Are you in another
absolutely...
room by any chance?
Sorry?
Are you in another room?
No, why?
You just sound like you're far away.
Oh, maybe I'll move my microphone up. Is that better?
Ah, there it is.
I'm a bit of a noob, I'll be honest with you. But anyway, Puma and Beats, absolute studs in the bot lane. They've been getting it done, and you know, funnily enough, this team in particular, when I was talking to pro players in the off-season, Split 2, they actually said this Order team will be the one that surprises most people because of how hard they worked in the off-season. They didn't take breaks, they didn't play other games, they were just consistently grinding, and I'm really happy for Beats and Puma and the whole team because the proof is in the pudding. They've been rewarded for their hard work, and it just goes to show if you put in the work, you'll be rewarded.
Certainly, certainly. Now, we do enjoy what we see from that bot lane, but here's a different sort of view. Both of them having a conversation about how well they know one another.
That was easy.
So obvious. Right? Oh wait, we have Max. I forgot about Max. Yeah, probably Max. I said Max, who did you say?
I said me.
And Max?
Yep.
Yeah. They talk like the most, so in turn, they just say a lot of stupid as well.
Sorry. That was easy.
Yeah. I swear if we don't the same answer. Changi. You are Changi? What? What? Okay, Changi doesn't say a word after he dies once. I still talk.
Pima sighs really loud if I miss out on one play.
That's true.
So, yeah.
Changi does tilt though. Maybe.
I agree.
Maybe not as bad.
It's definitely not true. Changi likes anything that moves. Whatever he writes is not true.
You sure?
Yep. Definitely not true.
Well then, who else is it?
What do they mean? Who else is it? There was only one answer. We didn't even get the answer, so I guess we'll just have to get clickbaited and tune in for part 2 after the game. So make sure you don't go too far, because there is a very spicy answer in that one. I had a sneak peek or a sneak listen, and it's interesting. So hang around, hang around. Now, we do have to talk about the other team in the matchup, of course, Mammoth, who are hunting for that dub, that second dub, rather. Oh, we didn't get the updated graphic. Way's still got hair. What's going on here? It's a completely different man.
Yeah, look, I spent a long time in the old Photoshop putting in the hard yards, looking to try and implement the memes onto your screen so you can see that the egghead himself, you know, good for the protein, good for the gains, and to get the gains to get themselves to victory, right? They've taken down Gravitas. They've matched their record of split #1. Now the question becomes, can we see them go any further? Can they play spoiler? Because whilst they still can make playoffs, it's going to be a very tall ask. You have to say that their destiny is now out of their control, right? Out of their hands. They're going to have to really rely on other teams having some wild and wacky results to influence the standings. But this is a team that once again, we have seen potential. Consistency is the key word for me. Know that Goodo's come into this position. Once again, been popping off. He's gapped some really good players. Frost from time to time has shown that he can do better with the best. We've yet to see Way really find the same kind of success he had in the OCS of last. And then, you know, Nectar can sometimes look insane, other times gets completely lane gapped.
Certainly. Now, we do have to bring Nat back into the conversation. Nat, do you like my wings? Are they in the right position? Could I fly off my ear? Is that a thing?
Well, look, I have heard a little bit about how bumblebees aren't really naturally supposed to fly, so I reckon you could.
Okay.
They're bumblebee wings, you definitely could.
Well, hopefully. I'll give it a crack while the game's on, while I'm supposed to be watching it. You know, I think if I go like this and then sort of...
You can watch it while you're like hovering.
Do that, then maybe at some point I'll take off, huh? Who do you... Get me out of this. Who do you have for the pregame, huh?
I enjoy my Beats and Goodo, and I'm very eager to jump into an interview with them. Thank you both so much for joining me. Beats, I want to start with you, right? Order has the most amount of player that delivers down in bot lane, right? Compared to every other bot lane, you guys have the most at 6. And you also have the most as a support player out of everyone, all the other support players. So I want to ask, how and why do you think you guys are always getting player that delivered?
I actually don't know, because I think I did Twitter before, because every time I come back, my coaches always say I'm bad. So I don't really know why I'm getting MVP.
You have no idea at all as to what magic is happening down there in bot lane?
No idea.
You just must have the communication. Goodo, I want to ask you, you know, Mammoth got their first win. How did that one feel for you?
That was really happy, but there's just one win, but there's like so many games to go, so I hope another win coming for us.
Yeah, that's right. You guys do still have 7 games left. It is going to be the last round of the second split. So what are your goals and aims for this last round?
Like, to be honest, like at this point, our playoff is like really hard, but no matter what, we gonna work really harder. But the thing is, like the other team on leaderboard, they are like so similar on the leaderboard. So whoever gets caught by our team will be hard on playoff. So just check that out.
That's right. Maybe teams should be watching out for you just so, you know, they don't miss their chance at playoffs. But Beats, same sort of question for you. Coming into the last round, what are the goals and aims for you personally on Order?
I think everyone just wants to win the split and go to Worlds. So that's basically it.
Look, nice and simple, but thank you both so much for joining me and good luck in today's game.
Thank you.
Very good to hear from both the boys there, and we'll see how that one goes for them as we do head towards the match. But you know what that means? It is time to look at the predictions. So, Jubes, which way have you gone with this one?
I have gone the way of Order, just pure from a mathematics point of view. You know, Order have won more games, a lot more games than Mammoth. Mammoth have only picked up 1 win. And I think Order just
That's it.
might snag this one.
Okay, all right. What about you, Skimmy? Did you crunch the numbers there in the office?
Yeah, look, I've crunched the numbers, and I've just looked across from top to bottom, said lane gap, Jungle Kingdom, lane gap, they win.
Oh. Oh, okay. Well, that was very egotistical. Expected, though. Nat, what about you? Let's jump on to page number 2. Have you gone with Order as well?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone has, yeah. You kind of just can't really beat around the bush as much as you want to root for Mammoth when it comes to predictions, unless you're kind of willing to take an L. You got to go with Order.
Yeah.
Just see what we've seen out of the split, right? If you compare the two, Order just has something going for them. They've done what like Direwolves did in the first split. How it started off, you know, okay, not the best, but they've just ramped it up. They're doing really well right now.
Okay, well, I have some homework for everyone at home as well. So if you guys, if anyone, Content Kings out there, you know, maybe VIPs on offer, while the game's live, don't pay too much attention to your computer other than the game. But if you could, just Photoshop what we're supposed to be, you know, the Shaco, the BMO, the Mundo, Corporate Mundo, and a Mumu next to us all so we can just see how on character we are. That'd be awesome. But, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Champ Select, so we're just going to jump straight on in.
Game 2 tonight, Mac. It's Order taking on Mammoth. Mammoth looking for another win, and as you heard from Goodo, looking to try and play spoiler. You know, it is going to be a very tall ask for them to try and make it into playoffs, but it can certainly affect the run and the final finish, as Order will be looking to keep themselves in this top 2 position.
If I was Mammoth, I would take solace in the fact that I can make other people feel as bad as I do.
For sure.
Like if they, because mathematically they can still make playoffs, so that's obviously their first goal. But then secondly, you just want to, you know, you want to make people feel the pain.
This was Order's first game of the season, game 1, and we actually saw Maximize play karma duties in that game. Wasn't too happy about that one whatsoever, right? He said, look, if my team's going to put him in this position, how am I ever going to get the play that delivered? So curious to see what he gets to be put on here today. As it has been a bit of a bot lane difference. I was crunching the numbers between game 1 and week 1 and week 4 and seeing how the damage distribution worked out. And every single time, Pum was putting out about 20% more DPS.
Oh, real? I love well, not love, but it's almost like predictable now what Order's going to draft. I feel like they're the team that just play the same thing week on week until they lose. When they lose, they'll change it up. Like and then you know, they did the same with like the Galio. They did same with a few other things, and now they've got target bans their way. So they've banned the Ziggs. I'd say like Ziggs is a pretty big target ban towards Order, even though it's like a generic ban. But they've just showed. That's locked.
I tell you, it is locked. So that's been locked in. If you wanted yourself a spicy jungle matchup, then you're going to get it, because Kevy, the last 2 games, has played this. His KDA is through the roof. Games 12-1 and 4. The other game 4-0-6. I think his KDA, if I can find it, his KDA is 26 as a Graves right now.
The problem that I'll just explain the Talia Graves matchup. So it's when Talia was like really strong and in the meta like a couple of seasons ago. She did have a pretty good time into Graves, because Graves couldn't really close the distance, right? You put the pebbles down, you put the rocks down, and you just start throwing those Qs, spamming those Qs. And for Graves to close distance, needs to tank a lot of damage, and then you know, you ultimately end up one-shotting because his dash across your terrain also does damage to him, right? But Talia's in a spot where her clear's not the best. It's okay, but it's not the best. And Graves is one of those champions that, like, you don't really want to ever let out tempo you, because if Graves can put jungle on cooldown, as well as pick up a few cheeky kills here and there, this Eclipse build that Graves has been going with Dark Harvest is just going to obliterate Gudo. So again, I'm excited to see if he can make this work, but generally speaking, you see Talia paired with some hard CC, like the Renekton, you know, something with a bit of point and click, but they don't have that. They've actually insta-locked the Gwen, which says now that's solo lane Gwen. They've taken the Sion, which says that's Gwen mid lane. So Mammoth's draft, it kind of leaves you with a little bit of questions at the moment.
Curious about the Sion. It's been a hot minute since we last saw it as to how that's going to perform here tonight. As we do go into the second half of the rotation bans, so we see that double bans towards the supporting position from Order, remove the Nautilus as well as the Blitz Crank, whereas Mammoth are now putting a bit of attention towards Max, it would seem. Set Camille confirms it. We've seen that he can play the Jax if necessary, and you'd expect to see him play something that allows him to pop off into the Sion.
Yeah, but I don't mind it too, because you're also just taking, I guess, the skill out of the equation. When you put Nectar on Sion, like, you know what you're going to get, you know what he's going to be able to do, and it'll almost become a little bit of a frustrating time for Maximize, because now you're forcing him into drafting something that doesn't traditionally win, like the Camille. You know, and if you do take the Jax, you're obviously going to have to wait for a few items before you really do overtake that side lane. So, I mean, I don't mind the Sion pick here if you're a Mammoth fan, just because of the way that they function and the way that they play the game. Now, keep in mind, if they lock center in, it could be Sion bot lane, right? And Sion be the one farming.
That's a good point. Fasting Sion could be on the cards here. We'll get to see if they do decide to lock in that center, as they are currently hovering it. Mammoth's bot lane has had this big focus towards Cogmore, but starting to shift away from it now.
It could also be center Talia. Like, Talia does get paired bot lane as well, so...
Sure.
I mean, there's just so many options. All the champs...
It's a lot of CC between either option that you've just highlighted.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh.
Ooh.
The triple curveball.
I was about to say, there's a lot of magic damage if they pick that. I don't mind the Z pick here from Wei. Like, I like that in the sense that, you know, it's very snowbally, particularly into the Orianna. And now what that says to me is that the Talia is probably going to go jungle, because you have that dynamic shift in terms of, you know, the damage spread rather into the Orianna. And I just saw the Jace hover, which is something that we touched on. We want to see more Jace, and we have it.
There it is, confirmed and locked in. So now you've got two very different compositions. One that I think there's a bit of poke on its side to try and keep these key targets at bay, and then the follow-up afterwards. You talk about the Orianna shockwave delivery system, where the top half of their draft can certainly help that.
Now, the interesting thing here is that Sion specifically, whilst it's not going to be top lane, but yeah, I mean, I'm not going to go into the point because Sion looks like it's going to be bot lane. I was going to go into the Sion Jace matchup, but what's the point?
Yeah, there's no point, because it's going to be Gwen, and that seems to be, once again, just the flavor of the month. With Viego removed, you have to get this champion, and it's one that Nectar's played a fair few times. So you talk about the skill matchup, this will be one where it can be very volatile for them to play around. Incredibly excited now to see actually how the Talia Graves can affect those lane states, be it top or in mid, where Wei has gone for the assassin route and saying that, you know, once I hit 6, I want to all in, I want to snowball, I want to try and, you know, even the playing field, if you will.
Yeah, but my problem with the Talia pick is that, well, A, Talia is not the best right now, but it is what it is. You can make stuff work. But there's no hard CC. Like, there's no point and click CC. And traditionally speaking, even when Talia was like S tier as a jungler, you paired it with hard CC. Like, Senna isn't hard CC. Sion's not hard CC. Zed has no CC. And then top lane Gwen doesn't have any CC. So it's going to be a bit of a tough game for Gudo to navigate his way around finding a lead. But, I mean, if there's a guy that showed us he can do it, it is Gudo. But, you know, he's a tough task because he's up against Kevy Graves. And I think you read me a ridiculous stat earlier about Kevy's Graves and the KDA on it. Isn't it like in the 23s or something like that?
Yeah, I believe it was a 26 KDA, if memory serves me well. He's only died once in 2 games. He's really been popping off since he's come back and shown us this champion. He gave us the kind of the meme interview, right? Said +2 AD, by the way. So, you know, you've heard it there. And I'm very curious to see how it plays here.
Yeah, and so I mean, both compositions have some very obvious ways that they want to play the game, which I won't go into because I know you have someone waiting for you.
We certainly do. Coach Omo on standby on the side of Order as we welcome him back in for another cheeky interview. Omo, what a great run of results recently. You know, you started a week tied in third. You've then taken down the two teams that are tied there with you. So would you say that now this is Order playing at their peak potential?
I don't think we're quite there yet, but I think we're getting a little bit closer than we were before.
What would you put that down to? Would you say it's the super weeks, be it patch changes, or just time to, you know, facilitate the synergy necessary?
Honestly, patch changes have helped us for sure, but I don't think it's just that. I mean, the meta is definitely on our side. We've played Graves every game this week, and Kevy, like you guys mentioned, have been smurfing every game. Other than that, I think the team is just coming together and starting to play better as a unit. Our macro is improving slightly, and our game plan going into the games have been shaping up a bit better.
Yeah, I mean, there've been some very clean performances that we've seen this week, right? The potential now for your first perfect 3-0 week. Any concerns going into a team like Mammoth that, you know, can be very volatile, that can draft wild things like this to cause upsets on the ladder?
Yeah, I mean, we never really know what they're going to pick, but what we wanted to play today basically shaped up exactly how we expected it to during our preparation. So I think we are pretty happy with the comp that we have, and regardless of what kind of cheesy picks they pull out, like the Zed and whatever, I think our team is stable enough to bring home the win.
Fantastic. All right, mate. Well, pleasure as always. Wish you boys the best of luck, and we'll get on with the game.
Thanks, guys.
So, not much happening, except it's not going to be a full clear from Gudo here. It's just going to be a potential level 3 into looking for something, whereas Kevy is going to opt in for that full clear on the Graves. Now,
nice dash.
Yeah, nice dash there. Stops a lot of the damage coming on through, but we might even find, just because laners have been so conditioned to full clear meta.
Oh!
Yep. Because laners have been so conditioned to full clear meta, we might actually see Maximize just fall victim to this gank. He has no flash and he has no ward. You know, he's actually as good as dead, if I'm being completely honest. If he just applies red buff with the auto attacks, there's absolutely nothing he can do. It's been pinged out now, but too late.
Yeah, here comes Gudo. He's already burnt that flash. Gudo on the flank, looking for the minefield, looking for the knockback more so than anything so far. As Maximize jumps in, sidesteps all that, but he can't sidestep defeat. And there's first blood for Mammoth.
Now, again, very good gank there coming from Gudo, and they've come into this game with a very obvious strategy, and it's going to be one of those gank-heavy ones. Give Gudo a lot of the resources because, again, whilst Talia isn't your traditional, you know, S tier, A tier, maybe even B tier jungler, if she gets going and she gets gold, it doesn't matter. Like, she will one-shot. She has one-shot potential, and the range from the side of Order, you know, besides from the Orianna, isn't the biggest. Like, Graves isn't a big range carry. Jace isn't a long range carry either. Yeah, the shock blast, but you know, for him to be in hammer form and auto attack, it's not long range. So there is going to be a way for Gudo to find a lot of value in this champion pick. It was just a question of whether A, he had enough CC in his lanes, and B, whether or not he could get ahead. And so far, you know, he's behind in farm, but he's got a kill to his name.
He's got a kill to his name. He's hit the reset. Now he's got an item advantage over Kevy that has been, you know, farming up a storm and now has the agenda or the ball in his court, you would say, as to what his next move is. Will he look for a play? Will he look to try and balance out these lanes, or will he just go for a full reset himself? Because now Gudo with the Dark Seal, very keen to continue rock surfing around and finding that next kill angle.
And he's actually done a very good job here avoiding the scuttle and the ward. Now the lane's in a very bad spot for Maximize. He may even fall down here again. And this is the volatility of the Jace pick.
Sidesteps the Unraveled Earth. Nice little play from him there. Oh no, he's just fallen on down. He killed himself. CC or not, it just does not seem to matter. Chungy runs inside the mist and runs straight out of it again.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a lot to break down there. Maximize maybe was dead, but this is the interaction with Talia E and Dash Champions, right? Jace to the sky. Is it to the sky? The one where he hammers down? Like he jumps up and hammers down? Anyway,
that's right. Yep, his Q.
Yep, his Q. That's considered a dash, much like Elise Q. And so when you do that on Talia's Pebbles, it actually, you take damage. So I don't know if Maximize wasn't sure of that interaction or he just thought he'd get a bit of distance that way, but looks like it actually ended up killing him. Could have maybe walked away there, but again, that's being hypercritical. The one thing I wanted to touch on was we don't see much Jace in O's, and this is actually the reason why. I feel like a lot of top laners in general don't really play around A, their jungler, B, they feel like it's in a Jace lane, it's always got to be constant pressure, and he actually might die again. He might die again.
Looking for the face check, the seismic shot doesn't connect this time.
Wow.
WE does not matter. Maximize bailed out by his own accord. Hits the thumbs up because he knows he's getting camped.
Wow.
But sketchy times in the top lane.
Now, the other thing I wanted to touch on was that Chang'e on the Orianna has no exhaust. He's opted in for the teleport. So at level 6, Wei has very big kill threat. He lands 1 or 2 of those shurikens in lane, which he didn't. But if he does, then there's no defensive summoner spell besides that flash. However, if Wei just dies here...
Oh, that's a fantastic shockwave. Cancelling at the death mark. Used to try and juke with the shadow clones. Not enough 3-man collapse in order to find their first play of the game.
He flashed as well, by the way. I'm not sure if he flashed on the spot there or like what the crack was, but he's dead.
He got animation cancelled, didn't he? He just certainly got put in the bin.
But you can't get flayed out of your flash, unless it was like a short-range flash. I don't know. Didn't really see it, to be honest with you.
Either way, the end result is that's the first kill contribution of the game there for Kevy, who's continued at this pace of just turbo farming the jungle, right? Up by 13. Said that you can go topside, but I'll become an individual threat of my own.
Yeah,
and if we do meet together, then you'll fall on down. Let's run it back with this clip. So let's see how it started.
Oh, okay, yeah. So he started the Z ultimate behind Thresh, and so the only way that he could flash was in flay range. So he wasn't able to get the distance with the flash. But you'd have to think that Guro is going to spend a lot more time this top side of the map. When he gets this blue buff, he might ding level 6 and look for a top gank. Now, Kevy has picked up all this farm, so whilst we take stock of gold, he's maybe slightly ahead, maybe, especially with the kill that he's picked up as well. But in terms of EXP, Guro's completely fine. Like, he's been able to take farm off of Nectar, or not take farm, but share EXP. And so, whilst Nectar maybe isn't level 7, like Maximize is, it's kind of like an even EXP split, right? So it's keeping Guro relevant and even in levels with Kevy.
It's going to be important to then see what it actually means, because now it is all even, and that is the first play towards a neutral objective. It's going to be the Dragon. Ocean 1 taken off the board here. Jungler's opposite side of the map so far.
This is where it's going to get tough, though, because Maximize has flash now, and there's no CC again. Probably the 10th time I've said that. But nevertheless, I'd love to see Guro fall back to that Rift Herald and potentially force a skirmish over Rift Herald, but more importantly, just denying the red buff. Denying a few camps from Kevy, because you know he did the Ocean Dragon, and as a jungler, Ocean Dragon hits like a truck, right? Like, it slows you down, it hits you, especially if you've soloed it. You know, it would have been a very good, I guess, deny of farm, but you know, he's giving Kevy all of his camps, and he does pick up the Herald anyway, so it's still a win for Mammoth.
Herald picked up. Was worth noting that there was a double control wood place, one of which Kevy has now just cleared up as he goes to take his chickens. So the red buff seems to be all but secured, so no counter jungling here today.
Question is, where does he drop this Herald? Where does he value the gold? Because,
might be a bit of an all-in the boss side right now as the hook goes out. First of all, the Flay. The Moonlight Vigil. And a whole bunch of damage to follow up afterwards. And it is a Scion, but he still gets shredded. Down at 20% now. And Guro is being forced to come down here to try and bail them out.
It's a 2-level lead, and he has the perfect guns for that situation. So it's really good laning again coming out of Puma and Beats, right? Traditionally speaking, you don't really see center lanes, you know, win in farm. Kevy looking for a counter gank here maybe, or maybe the Nectar will dash forward and fall to his own aggression. So we'll have to wait and see what happens here. But traditionally, you don't see center lanes win in the CS department, but you know, you also don't really like to see them behind this far this early. You know, it is a 35 CS lead, and it's a free lane that you're giving over to the Aphelios. And whilst, you know, the main point of I guess, contest, or the main reason that you play center with anything, with any pairing, is so she can get her souls stacked up really quickly. But you have to keep in mind, like, Shinky still needs items, still needs gold. He's not playing a traditional support champion. He still needs to be able to sit in the front line for the team to do the damage.
So he does. He's got himself the Warden's Mail so far. Bit of armor, bit of mitigation to try and live out this laning phase. As we did see on the mini-map, a nice little rotation, Beats recalling and going top side, but Nectar very aware of the situation. It seemed almost a bit too quiet up there as Kevy spent a fair bit of time in the bush.
Ah, the pink.
This time going to get spotted. So the attention that these junglers are showing topside is now starting to be recognized. Max has the protection in his own Tribe Rush.
That's probably Herald going down though, right? That's why he's pushing it, and that might be Frost dead. Yeah.
That's a nice little play. Oh, the blast cone's so good. Oh, well, I spoke too soon.
Yeah, he burnt Flash, yeah. But this potentially is first turret that falls, right? If they wait for next wave, or even this wave, Max probably not feeling comfortable walking up to this turret. Wave coming as well. Thresh has Mobius and Predator. He's going to gank mid lane and then look to come top, but might be too little too late.
There's the Predator looking forward. The hook connects as well. They're all in. The shockwave, the Dawning Shadow, the mitigation may just be enough.
He can...
Now he's going to try and turn things around. Flashes away, hits the death mark. I don't think there was enough damage to make that really stick.
Yeah.
And in comes Kevy to save the day.
Just very good map movement from Beats. It feels like, you know, whilst Kevy's been there, it's really been Beats as the catalyst. I mean, Kevy's just put the jungle on cooldown, been farming and really following his support around. So it's just really good jungle support synergy. And they've just been there to help one another, clean up each other's, not mess, but I guess clean up each other's successes, right?
Yeah, for sure. And it seems like this game has really been about, you know, rotations and cross-map understandings, right? As to how a lot of these kills have been found.
I mean,
and how does gold leads been achieved?
And if you want to take stock of game state, right, at 12 minutes in, Aphelios has a gold bounty. Has picked up the Immortal Shield though, but maybe I'm seeing things, or I could have sworn Puma had a bounty.
Well, he realizes I'm not a wanted man anymore. He's left the game. We've got to pause. We'll have to wait from producers as to what the issue is. But in the meantime, this is a quick stock check of where we find ourselves 12 minutes into this game. Order lead by 1,200 gold.
1,200 gold, and you know, they're probably ahead in the jungle. They're ahead in the bot lane. They're ahead in mid. They're ahead everywhere. Let's be honest. You know, maybe not maybe, but definitely the one place that they're not ahead is where Nectar is. So Kevy, richest man in the game. Goodo, Nectar, you know, I guess holding up the fort for Mammoth. And you never, like I said, you never really expect a center lane to just be, you know, ahead on gold, right? Center lanes generally struggle in getting farm because they're generally playing either a melee range champion or it's not as strong early into the potent, like 2v2 Aphelios Thresh.
Yeah.
So they do find themselves kind of lacking a little bit. But you'd have to say, you know, being 40 CS down and some, is just nowhere near where you want to be, right? Like I'm talking like if you're down 10 CS, 15 CS touching distance, but we're going to get some replays early on. Maximize had to burn Flash just in the 1v1, so again, it was really good laning from Nectar. I mean, he's the one that really set this up because if Max had Flash there, he probably just lives. And again, here's what I'm talking about. I'm wondering if he can walk out there instead of, if he didn't take that extra damage from the rock, but then here, this for me is like the biggest misplay of Mammoth so far. If they kill Max there, that's a plate that goes over. Potentially when the Rift Herald goes down later than that, it's the turret. And for me, this play here kind of gives us a summary of how the mid lane has been going arguably all year for Mammoth, right? It's, you pick this champion, you expect it to have a real solid laning phase into the Orianna, or at least find the window to find the solo kills, at least, you know, and maybe even find the roam, because again, Graves early levels isn't the strongest duelist. It's not going to beat a level 6 Z with Ignite, but I mean, he's just been, after that gank, relentlessly under tower, getting poked, getting harassed, and yeah, it's looking like a game of where's Wei going to find his opportunity? Where's Wei going to find his window? Because at the moment, there's no windows, it's just a prison cell.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you're locked in mid lane, right? There's nothing scarier for me, especially when you're versing an assassin that you're like, where is he? You know, he's pushed out the wave, he's now roaming top mid, top bot, and he's just looking to influence the map, act as another jungler. He can pretty much one-shot you and catch you if you're looking to try and control the vision game. But that's not been the story, right? He's been caught a few times. The flash hasn't been enough to get him out of harm's way, and you start to worry because you know what a Zed can do. But a Zed from behind, you'd rather anybody else right now. So,
and you hit the nail on the head. A Zed ahead, you know what he can do, but a Zed from behind, I mean, it's not really a champion as we head back into live. But again, if you take stock of the gold here, Skimmy, which there's going to be more gold going over towards Nectar now, you're happy, right? You're content. Sure. The top side of Mammoth is in a very good spot. But my problem is, and he's dead.
But that's why this is the MVP bot lane of Os.
Okay.
Oh,
So
well.
that's where
I spoke too soon.
Well,
Cast a curse.
That's where you try to be a little bit too cute, right? Like, Order's trying to be a bit too cute. Beats can just tank turret, really solidify that kill and finish it off. But, you know, they kind of, again, being too cute with it, I think, in my opinion. There's nothing like good hard Yaka League of Legends, right? Where you just solidify the kills, take a bit of turret damage, you know, there's no need to do the old walkaways, the old fadeaways. Just pick up the kill and pick up the turret. But they
want to look cool doing it, didn't they?
Yeah, and you kind of want to say almost like, yeah, and I was right, by the way. Puma did have a bounty just from farm. He's like 140 CS up. Well, not up, but 140 CS. More than 10 CS per minute. Some turret plates to his name. No kills, but bounty.
They're just crushing the laning phase, and whilst you could say that this is what a Fasting Sinner's lane's looking to try and achieve, the fact is Beats has gone for this Predator tech. He's finding the rotations, and he's saying, well, we can farm ahead in bot lanes, so we're winning there. I can now influence the other lanes too. Kevy's ahead.
He's huge.
What are you going to do now topside? Because that seems to be the big focus and target for the Mammoth. Bully maximize to make this chase irrelevant too.
Gudo has flash, so he should be okay to live here. And I mean, if he does make this one out, which he will, the flash for the teleport, whilst, you know, it's arguably not the best trade when you consider it just in a holistic sense. But if you consider the breathing room it gives Wei to push the lane out, and hopefully Wei doesn't die here though.
Got to be careful. Once again, going for the death mark, has no flash, just going to fall on down the collateral damage. Enough with the Eclipse. Kevy now 4-0.
Yeah, I mean, it's rough. I mean, like, it's rough. It's rough out here for Wei. He's playing the Assassin, 0-3-0, being predated on, being flayed. He just wanted to get his wave under turret, and I was going to say it gives Wei a little bit of breathing room, but, I mean, I said breathing room. I didn't say, you know, it's all well and good. It's all fairies where you're happy and you're not behind. So he's really feeling the pain in this game, and it almost looks like Order have just decided this is the way that they're going to play when they verse Mammoth, right? Put Beats on a roaming support and just have him, you know, I guess, camp mid?
Yeah, and I mean, on a slight tangent, whilst you have a moment to breathe here, do you think Graves against Order is enough to warrant a ban, or just you'd be more keen just to see a better matchup to try and tolerate it?
Well, I think if I'm being brutally honest, like, Kevy played a Hecarim a couple times very early on in his time with Order, and they've improved a lot as a team since then. But I mean, those Hecarim games weren't his best, right? I mean, as a team, as an individual, whatever you want to label it as. So yeah, maybe it is just worth a ban, because again, if this player's just having a field day on one particular champion, you know, let's just call his bluff, let's ban it, see what he can do. You know, potentially he just smurfs on another champion anyway, not to say that he wouldn't. But, you know, it's one of those anomalies where, it's one of those things rather, where you just know that this is the same result. It's happened 3 times now, like he's 4-0, he's been set up for success, and we really need to figure something else out. Again, maybe Leah was the answer that they had for it, because I did talk about how the matchup plays out, but I mean, you know, Wei's just really accelerated Kevy and I mean, you say Wei, but Beats is a big component and a big factor. You know, 4 assists and 4 kills onto his Graves. It really does just say, yeah,
it says it all.
Yeah, it says it all.
And I mean, yeah, we've seen teams in the past having put a lot of pressure on towards Kevy, forcing at the likes of a Vi coming out. We've seen his Kane as well, right? He has a very different champion pool to most, and maybe start to wonder, well, if we put all this attention to him, then the rest of Order get Exodia, right? Because they're definitely strong in their own right. And it becomes the case of, you know, pick your poison. Which lane do you want to deal with the best?
And you would rather be versing the Kane, right? I mean, you'd rather verse a Kane. You'd rather verse a Vi, because they're that even when he was playing it, he wasn't doing what he was doing when he was on the Graves. So you'd have to say, like, just from I guess a statistical analysis and the KDAs and the numbers and the damage and everything, you consider the whole cocktail, then I mean, it just makes sense that I have Kevy on this Graves.
Question for me, though, which has sparked a bit of controversy, is what boots he goes for. I've seen him go for the Berserker Greaves.
Yeah,
a lot of people
doesn't
saying,
like it, does he?
yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I've seen other people say, why not the Tabbies? Why not the Mercs?
Well, because as Lethality Graves, when you opt in for the Dark Harvest, you don't, or your itemization is just like, it's like one hit wonder. Like, you want to do all your bursts, and you ultimately just one-shot someone with the Dark Harvest proc, right? We've seen it time and time again. But your purpose isn't to just sit in the fight and churn out auto attacks. Like, if your plan is to just churn out auto attacks, you can opt in for like Gale Force or Immortal Shield Bow, and then go Zeal, and then go IE, and go like full crit Graves. Obviously, I don't think that's good, but I mean, I guess that's where the train of thought comes from, right? That's when you would need the Berserker Greaves. Whereas having that durability, whether that's the Merc Treads, whether that's the Tabbies, whatever you... Frost dead again. Oh, the heal.
Oh,
it might be in trouble here. Graves no flash.
Here comes Shinky.
Oh, he missed
the
knockback.
ultimate. He's not going to find anything, is he? He's going to have to walk through all these traps. Forced to flash away. Moonlight Vigil came in. Nectar on the flank. Wait driving in. They find a shutdown on towards Kevy. Now Nectar finds himself a double kill. There goes the Weaver's wall, but just locking him on the wrong side of town.
Tell you what, it's a good performance here from Nectar and Guro, isn't it? They're really holding the top side together, and they're keeping Mammoth in this game, right? It's only 1k deficit. They must have stroked Nectar's lucky chicken. Context, Nectar actually has a pet chicken.
Yeah, he's brought that on the interview a few times. You know, Osh just does it all, right?
Yeah.
We entertain.
They do say, don't they say they all pat it or tell Nectar to pat it for them? Like, it's their lucky chicken, that's what they said.
This is the reason why we need LAN. How good would that have been to see on a stage?
Yeah, 100%. But no, the thing I wanted to break down there was, you know, the Graves has a bounty, and for sure he thinks he has the one-shot potential, but he's burning flash to kill someone who's relatively irrelevant in this game. This could have been much worse if Guro lands his knockback. Like, he misses it, and so you think, okay, Order can turn this one around, but the collapse from the, I guess, double assassins, if you want to call them that, is a little bit too much, and this is kind of where you see Lethality Graves struggle a little bit. You know, the armor coming through from Scion, right? The Tabis, the Warden's Mail, you know, the Barmy Cinder, even the Aegis. It's tank. Like, that's tanky stats. And Lethality traditionally doesn't kill tanks very well, right? We all know that. So, again, it probably get to a point where he's able to just do so much damage anyway. But at this moment in the game, when you're only sitting on that one lethality item and half an armor pen, you know, you're not going to be able to do the damage that you'd like to the Scion. And I feel like that's the trap they're running into a little bit. Now, I will go on a little bit of a rant here, Skimmy, if you don't mind.
Go for it, mate.
The thing that concerns me, if I have one, is who's going to answer Gwen? Because Maximize isn't really in a position when Gwen has two items to be able to stop her in a side lane, especially with the way that Guro has been in Nectar's back pocket. Like, when Nectar washes his tracksuit pants in the morning, I'd be surprised if Guro doesn't come out in the washing machine because he's forgot him in his back pocket.
I like that one.
And so, I mean, Beats is just dead now.
He's just gone. Yeah, caught on the rotation. Gone hunting with those Moby boots. Not found what he's after. And another kill for Nectar, who's been playing flawlessly, right? From start to finish. The trades allowed Guro to come up there, pop his head in and get kills and assist of his own. Those two in tandem, as I said before, really are the glue keeping them together in this game because they have 100% kill participation between the two of them.
But I mean, if you're Order, you have to consider how have you won most games this year? And you would say it's off the back of Puma, right? And then if you take stock of Puma in this way against maybe Court. Yeah.
Shockwave, yeah.
And we're seeing the damage, right? Like, there's just so much damage that comes out from Kevy onto squishy targets. And that's not what we have in question. Ooh.
These two certainly can make it. Maximize has had enough right now, forcing out the stopwatch. Dawning Shadow goes out, buys some mitigation. There is the flash that you highlight. Death sentence surely not to follow.
Yeah, and now they're going to start this Baron buff. Aphelios does this so quickly, as well as the Jace and the Grip. I mean, everyone does this so quickly, but it looks like they're just giving.
Well, enough is enough. I think that really was the hyper-aggression coming out there to say that we want to find a pick. If not, you're forced to back away because you don't have a health advantage anymore. The Baron's just gone.
That's crazy to me that didn't contest. I know Gudo was really low, but I mean, at 20 minutes, with the composition that Order have, they don't have someone who can tank Baron too comfortably, right? So if you just contest and do a little bit of a dance, again, there's no hard engage from Order. I'd have to say that's a little bit of maybe a, I want to call it a misstep from Mammoth, right? Maybe a little bit of a, I guess, fear. You know, maybe they think they needed to give that one when they really didn't, or they underestimated the amount of damage coming through from Order. Nevertheless, the thing that I wanted to touch on was that, you know, whilst this game was getting a little bit dicey prior to the Baron being picked up, you just feel comfortable and safe, don't you? Because, you know, Puma's on the Affiliates, and he's almost like that insurance policy. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah. He's, I'm sure, delighted not to have this big burden on his head, right, of I've got to do everything to get us across the finishing line so far. As they've got strong members, even though Maximize is 0-2, he's able to put out enough work. Very close now to upgrading that Monomute. And, well, they find themselves with a 1k lead. That's sure to balloon just a little bit more now that they have the Baron buff, because they'll be looking for the Siege. But the question goes back to what you mentioned before. Who deals with this very fed Gwen?
Yeah, and I mean, no one's coming, right? No one is coming to deal with this. Maximize has no flash. If he goes in here, which he doesn't even go in, he's just the one that...
Yeah, he can't. Yeah, he jumps across to the skies, and down below, he's dead again. 0-3, top lane travesty. One Baron buff removed. And another turret lost.
I mean, this might be a negative Baron power play. Well, it definitely is a negative Baron power play at the moment because Mammoth picked up 2 turrets and they're caught.
Can they even the odds? Fantastic flash away. There's the Dev sentence to follow. Puma will snipe it from across the wall. That's 1 kill that they needed. A Dragon up in 2. It might not be one about finding siege and structures and more so map control.
It's, and he's dead too. He's just on a blue trinket. You hate to see it because Mammoth make a really good... I'm just going to keep talking over this Skimmy because he's as good as dead, right? There's nothing that's going to happen here that makes it interesting. So you'd have to say Mammoth make a good play top side, right? They even break turret and they make 2 bad plays bot side. It's almost like they've just said to Gudo and Nectar, you know what, we'll give you guys, we'll put on a bit of training rates because you shouldn't get caught there if you're Frost and Shinky. They're playing to cover a 0-5Z, right? At this point in the game, you need to identify who the carries are. That's Gudo and Nectar in this particular game. And just play off the back of them.
And it seems to be the case now.
The ward,
they've been spotted by Vision.
Yeah, he didn't see it.
It's the hook. Maximize has to be careful.
Again, Frost in the mid lane, going to get caught.
He's in the shadows. It doesn't matter. Yep, summon a heal. Too little too late, and then, you know, the 4-1 split, or I suppose you could say more so, a 1-3-1, is proving to be successful here because Mammoth are putting everything top, and if they don't find Max, then they're a little bit stuck.
It's a good pick up there from Kevy. He's actually utilizing his gold very well, right? But all he's doing is he's just farming the camps that are up, right? Like, is like if your team's one side, if your team's making a play on one side of the map, then be careful of the other side. And that's precisely where Kevy comes from. It is textbook League of Legends, but I mean, that's what Order's doing really well. They're really just focusing on the fundamentals. You know, Maximize, yes, he's 0-3-0, and he'll be his own biggest critic after this game. But they're using Maximize to get more, right? As soon as Maximize falls down, they're not trying to protect him. They're just doing more damage on the other side of the map. And that's the sign of a really good team. When you're really able to blow open the floodgates from one member of your team getting punished. Obviously, ideal scenario, Max doesn't get punished at all, and away he's punished again.
Caught on the rotation, lagging behind Gudo. Are they going to look to try and turn this one around?
Blue Trinket, yep.
Blue Trinket spots them out. And then Frost now.
Yeah.
And it's just a series of mishaps where teams are coming together. And then there's a delayed TP. Shinky comes in with the ultimate. Nectar jumps him forward. Nectar's very strong. Procs the exhaust straight away onto Kevy. The battle of the 2 carries do whatever they can. Way goes with the death mark, but he falls to his own death regardless. Nectar jumps in. Shockwave takes him out. Puma on the flank. 1v1 against Gudo. And Chungy flashing forward to lock him in place. A Shinky emote dances and falls on down for a Chungy double. There's the ace.
Yeah, relative strength of Gudo and Nectar didn't really matter there because, I mean, Kevy's just so far ahead. He really did just one shot. And I mean, he survived for so long too. He had no flash. Nectar was in there using the scissors and it ultimately didn't matter. Like, Kevy just didn't fall down. So it's going to be a tough ask. And I mean, look at that. Yeah, look at that. So here it's just a one-shot, right? And you think, okay, I mean, this is just unfortunate because Nectar's TP'd in. But I mean, look at the damage Kevy doesn't take. Like, it's not even through an exhaust. He just doesn't take the damage. And then you think, okay, maybe we can turn this one around. It's a good knock-up there by Goodo, but Puma did what, 7k, 8k damage in that team fight?
Beats lives, receives the heal from Puma as well.
8k, we'll round up.
It's flawless.
And one damage from Senna.
How do you even do one damage?
Well, he got one shot by Kevy. And that's
Is he playing Samira? He just flicks him a coin, 1 gold, one damage. I'm not too sure. Shinky in trouble again.
He's dead.
The rotations are swift and strong.
I mean, I'd love to know the souls that Senna has, because he's really not even
78.
78? Yeah. Oh, I can see it now, yeah.
So starting to, but you know, you'd probably want another, what, 20 to really start feeling that late game power?
Yeah, you definitely need, I mean, you need some souls and some items at this point, because you're contesting a Philios, that's 3 items, and a Baron buff, and Wei might be dead again. Yeah.
Command attack, that's certainly what he did. He protect, he attack, he does it all really, doesn't he, Chungi?
Yep.
He's not just a utility player, he's having a fine carry performance.
Chungi protect, Chungi attack, and more importantly, he sends Zed back.
Oh, very good.
You like
it's
that
poetic. Yep, clip that one.
They get a turret here, so Nectar's again, he's doing his best in the side lane to really turn this one around for Mammoth, but, you know, oh, Beats might go down here.
That was the trade for the Baron, so ought to have picked that one up on respawn. Kevy dashing across, looking for some of that armor. Ultimate is very close, but it does find it. The deceiving long-range nature of the two marksmen is enough to take down Goodo, who thought he was safe.
At least he died. What? How many? I'd love to know how big that range was. Is that like 2k range? Because he genuinely died off screen. The Philios passive was
the sniper. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? You think you're safe, and you know, after all these nerfs, all these changes, the whole season going by, he just still does it all.
Yeah, and that's a soul that's gone across to order now. Wei looking for a pick in the side here. If Jace... never mind. I was going to say, if Jace face checks, maybe there's an angle, but the Eclipse is just really strong in the 1v1, and he is a level down.
Max jumping forward, looking to try and take him out. Wei dancing with the enemy as a clone. He's now 0-8. A minion on the map so far. Fantastic Lantern taking him out. Could have been compromised. Nice little route landed by the center, but Puma will not fall on down. He's 50% for the moment. Has the stopwatch, but has no summoners. Wants to try and lifesteal if he can, but with the Baron buff still ticking and soon to fall on down. They're going to look to really find some sieging success this time around.
Yeah, it's really, really hard to play the game with Mammoth's composition now, right? Because all they want to do is set up the picks, utilize this Talia knockback into the pebbles, into some rocks, and potentially look for the one-shot. But at this point in the game, you just have so much range. What do? You have Jace, EQ poke, you've got Orianna just to zone you with the ball if you don't mind. And I mean, you've got the hooks that are landing, and your tank is really not your tank anymore.
Nectar's been rage pushing a few times, even without TP available, saying we've got to try and get ourselves out some way, because now you've got 3 waves crashing against you.
I mean, I feel like, and again, I know you don't mean this, but I feel like saying rage pushing means like he hasn't played a good game. But I think Nectar's been fantastic.
Oh, he's played phenomenally.
Yeah.
But there have been times where he's watching his team get caught in rotations and saying, well, what do I do? Do I just push a turret? I have to do something. I can't just passively lose.
Yeah, I know. And I mean, it's just, you really do feel for him, I guess, in the instance, like, oh, engage.
Well, it's do or die here, as Mammoth have lost every single inhib. They've taken out Fizz. Can they find more? Nectar, rage pushing, rage gaming. Jumps on through. Zed may have found his title towards Kevy, and they have found it. Wei has the kill. He's done it here today.
Yeah, Philios though.
But Maximize jumping across the wall with the shock blast, looking to pat all these low members down. He finds himself a double kill. Sends Shinky to the afterlife. He's a clone punching on, trimming the wave, but not much more. Super minions, double supers are going to start flooding the map.
I think
and the Winions might just end the game.
They may live to fight another day. Nectar's ultimate is coming up shortly. If they can hold, again, don't know if they can. Very tough ask. But if he gets ulti up, oh no, they're not even going for the last stand.
The Nexus is exposed.
Here we go.
Mammoth are going to jump on in. It's Nectar that's found one. They remove Puma. The Nex is getting lower. Down at 20%. Maximize doing it all on his own. Going gold. And Chungy comes in. One final auto. And Order finished super weak. 3-0.
3-0. You got to be happy with that. And it was definitely it was a good game from Order. But again, you got to be happy when you win a game, and there's stuff to learn from it too, right? It wasn't just a stomp. You know, they got punished by Mammoth. Mammoth can hold their heads up high. You know, they didn't go down without a fight. It was a really good performance from Order though, right? The bot side of Puma and Beats yet again. Whilst it necessarily wasn't the Puma show in the early game, it was definitely the Beats show, which, you know, it ultimately got Kevy the lead. He did, and then Kevy took over the game.
It was a big ask for them with the strength of schedule they had, but they've taken them down, Mac. They've beaten the best. They've got the perfect week, and now they can sit quite comfortably in second place.
They certainly can. And again, I get my prediction right because Twitch chat's head was screwed on today. So very excited about that one, as well as Order getting another dub. So yes, you mentioned it. Yes, there were a few points where things didn't quite go right. But then again, Beats was just so damn good at setting up so many of the kills, even from the get-go, burning that flash on Way, making his life hell in mid without a flash for the safety of it. So from there, it was very hard for him in that mid lane. But again, the bot lane is just shining through, doing their job and living up to the standards that we, I guess, know them for now.
I'm really enjoying this Predator tech from the Fresh, right? It's really allowing the support players to shine. I think we've had a few times where we're saying, you know, it's very hard to try and get the play that delivered to a support player because you're looking at these massive KDAs from the carry stars, but you're really starting to notice the support difference in games, be it their timings, their rotations, their pick targets, their ability to understand win conditions. I think this was a really good game, right, Juice, for understanding win conditions and when to sacrifice.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, it really goes to show you that this Order team, they don't have one person that they rely on, because sometimes they actually do rely on Max. And on this game, it sounds funny to say he was on the Jace, but he really wasn't a factor in this game. Like, they don't need him to play well to win, and that's the sign of a good team, right? You don't need all your members firing on all cylinders. You know, if one person has a rough day, that's all right. Like, we got Puma, we got Chungy, we got Kevy, and then, you know, they're gonna have bad games sometimes, and that's where Maximize needs to step up and really, you know, make his name known. So I think this Order team's really finding their comfort and really finding, I guess, their rhythm, and it's a dangerous time of the season to be finding it if you're an opposition team watching in.
I'm so excited that we get to actually see some Graves in the jungle, because I've been waiting for that since last split. I was like, oh, we're going to see it, and the only time I got to see it, it didn't really work, and that was at Worlds when Pabu decided to play it. So, you know, hopefully he gets his chance to bring it here to the LCO and do some good work with it. But for now, Kevy just seems to be the king of the Graves and king of the jungle, it seems, doing a whole lot of work, +2 AD diff, of course. And look, it was almost a 10k gold lead, but just the Dragon Soul, everything going their way, and it was more than enough to walk their way to victory. But again, Order doing it without really having any sort of tankiness on the team. Everyone just, you know, looking for more a damage-based comp. Anyway, Nat, let's bring you into the conversation. How you doing? Did you like that one?
I did. Yeah, I mean, I'm always going to say yes. I love watching League games, so there's never a game I'm going to come in and be like, nah, you know, I don't really like it. There could be more action. Could be more fighting.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, you lose your prediction, though, and you're like, nah, I hated it. I didn't get my prediction. And that's what really matters at the end of the day. However,
yes,
you have someone to have a chat to, don't you?
I do. I'm going to be joined by Puma. Congratulations on yet another win for Order. You guys go 3-0 this week, so how does it feel?
It feels good. I don't think we've gone through like this whole year, so although Mammoth are like the last team, I still think this week we improved a lot from previous weeks.
Yeah, what would you say was the key improvement that you might have shown tonight?
I'm not really sure. I think this week we've kind of had some like a lucky meta change, and Kevy's like Turbo and Grace, which I don't really understand why he keeps getting the pick, but I think this patch is like really good for us, I think.
Yeah, I did ask Kevy earlier in the week about the Graves pick, but I guess from your point of view, why do you think it is so key, and why do you guys keep picking it when it is available?
So basically, the team, we read the patch together sometimes, and this Graves buff and like seeing his full clear, we thought it was just really good.
So we first picked it every time in scrims, and I think we won pretty much every game, so we just keep picking it.
I love it. I mean, if they're not going to ban it, then you may as well just keep picking what works for you guys. But look, congratulations again on the win and a 3-0 week, and thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
There you have it. Good to hear as well from him. I think we're going to be hearing from him in a moment as well. Something quite questionable. However, that is coming up shortly. A good way to send it to the break as well. But before we get there, we always have the DoorDash player that delivered, and today it was your boy Beats from the bot lane doing a whole lot of work and pretty much perma-roaming mid, right, Jubes?
Yeah, he hit that Predator button, put the NOS on, and just flew down mid lane. And he really he actually made Wei, if you asked Wei how he felt playing that game, that might be his most unenjoyable game yet. And that is mainly due to Beats. Even the hook over the wall into the blast cone auto that got Kevy another kill in the Dragon Pit, which is really nice. And I think Beats just set the tone for his team in that early game and really got them over the line.
And I think Rusty's going to be having a field day in chat. God. 70 wards placed. That is ridiculous. The game wasn't even that long, was it, Skimmy?
It wasn't, and it just shows the sheer dominance, right? They had the control, the understanding, the ability to find those picks and, you know, project their sheer class in this game.
Yeah, I guess with Predator as well. Was he running Zombie Ward?
Didn't see.
You didn't see?
I doubt it. I don't think so.
That could have been a reason.
Oh, wait, no, Predator. Sorry, you're right. He probably has Zombie Ward because he has Predator.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, Guardian? Nah, but he takes, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Nice little bit of synergy there. Now, we are going to go to a break, and there's a sick track, which is Bus Stop from Kinder, the Mashton Kutcher remix. But before that, if you want to find out who pees on their hands, please watch this one from Order.
What?
Just watch.
He comes in with the ultimate. Nectar jumps him forward. Nectar's very strong. Procs the exhaust straight away onto Kevy. The battle of the two carries through whenever they can. Wei goes with a death mark, but he falls to his own death regardless. Nectar jumps in. Shockwave takes him out. Puma on the flank. 1v1 against Goodo. And Chungy flashing forward to lock him in place. A Shinky and both dances. That was the trade for the Baron, so Order picked that one up on respawn. Kevy dashing across, looking for some of that armor. Ultimate is very close, but it does find it. The deceiving
Whatever he writes is not true.
You sure?
Yep. Definitely not true.
Well then, who else is it?
No one.
Just getting out of bed? Yeah,
Not
that's
true.
good.
It's definitely not true.
We do have a problem where he is waking up 10 minutes after the scrim was meant to start, so probably means.
True.
Chungy. Not because he's funny, because he's stupid. He says like some random stuff like pick me Kale or pick me Soraka or something like that. So yeah.
Sometimes I question his life choices.
Yeah. Oh, should we tell him?
No.
I'm telling him.
No.
Can we say it? Alright. Chungy's pretty funny. He normally just says random stuff out the blue. Last week he did ask a question. Whenever you're in the shower, do you ever just pee on your hands? So now, I've always been thinking about peeing on my hands, but I've never done it. I promise you I've never done it. But because Chungy's so stupid,
he's gonna hate you.
Yeah, he's gonna hate me.
He's gonna hate you.
Chungy pees on his hands. I did it for the content.
Baby boy, you know what I got is for you. Crazy boy, play with me. bust up whiskey, turn, and you gone away. How come every day I'm the same when I'm trying to hang and day turns to night away? I'm like, no way. I'm like, now it goes, say go, 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 it goes, say go. Gotta hit the snooze when it creeps. I'm just trying to sleep and then it goes off again. I'm like again. I'm like now it goes, say go, it goes, say go, it goes, say go. How come when I pull into the bus stop, wheels get turning and it going away? How come when I pull into the bus stop, wheels get turning and it going away?
Anyway. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Time for game number 3. And Chungy, mate, we have a message for you. And that, look, you do you, man. You do you. It's completely fine. We're not going to judge you no matter what you do, no matter whose hands you do things to. Now, let's talk about the game, all right?
I'm not shaking his hand. I'll tell you that much right now.
Well, look, if you want to listen to Chungy's defense, he might have been defending himself in chat, but you could also go follow him on his social media. Follow Order, follow Mammoth, follow bloody LCO, follow, I don't know, Peter Do. Why not? Chocobo Crucius or Choco Crucius or at Crucius something. I don't know what he has to do with this show. Hopefully you guys do.
I think his at is VTube Andy.
VTube, true.
He can't defend himself. Stop.
Oh, maybe he can. I'm expecting Discord to start blowing up. But for now, let's talk the game. Game number 3, of course, is going to be Peace and Chiefs. And this one's extremely important for both teams because they want to get this W on the board. Namely Peace, because they're in a kind of rough spot right now, aren't they, Juice?
I wouldn't say kind of. I don't think we have to sugarcoat this one.
All right.
They're not in the predicament they thought they would be in, put it this way, with this particular roster. I would almost argue that this is their strongest roster that we've seen from them, right? Obviously, Appy, being a role swap to support, is going to take time to find his feet with Violet for sure. But I mean, Babip, the caliber of him, the caliber of Tally. Both these players have been at Worlds, as well as Halo was at Worlds last year, and they put on one of the greatest runs that we've ever seen from an OS team, obviously minus the Pentanet run. So we were just expecting almost for them to go 13-0, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, it almost just comes down to some fundamentals in which I think they're lacking in their games, and they really just need to refine themselves. Babip needs to find himself with Tally, Babip with Halo, and they need to just start trusting in each other again, because if they do, this team, dangerous.
Very, very dangerous indeed. Now, it is a battle of 2 teams. Of course, Chiefs have been doing a little bit rough lately as well, so it is kind of a form check to see where both these teams are. But Skimmy, who's going to take the cake, and why would it be Chiefs?
I think Chiefs, though, still are a little bit more creative in their drafting. A few more players that can take them across the finishing line. We've seen when Peace need to dive deep, they have to really rely on Violet. I think, you know, Chiefs on any given day, they definitely can play from any position and pop off. We've seen that Kisse definitely can gap people. We know that Swaif is explosive and certainly can do justice into someone like Babbitt. I think for them, they've got to, you know, put mind over matter because they've played them twice, 2 different rosters, lost both times. Now it's the 3rd time and a 3rd different roster variation. So maybe get the mental demons of this matchup out the way and yeah, do what Legacy did and get a win.
Yeah, let's see if it goes well for them. Hopefully it does. Last time both the teams went head-to-head. Peace, of course, took that W. So Chiefs need to take this one. I think, wait, is the head-to-head even at the moment between them?
1-1.
It is. 1-1. All right, so this one very important as well in case there is a tie towards the end of this round and going into playoffs they are, for some reason, neck and neck. However, Chiefs, since it's been this patch, haven't been performing up to our expectations. Things just not quite going right. But do you think it'll go right today against Peace Juice?
I think that this game is literally 50-50. The only advantage that, or if you want to call it an advantage, I guess the only thing, a point of difference, is that Chiefs have a particular way of drafting that's not like the rest of the teams, you know? And I feel like in a best of one, or just in... I never say I haven't seen that before.
Yeah, Violet I think pumping up, mate.
Yeah, I think in a best of one or in games where the season's prolonged and people start to figure out habits, I think Chiefs can sort of struggle when it comes to draft, particularly what they draft mid lane and jungle, and even what they put in Boma on. Chiefs are a hard one for me. A hard one. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll see once we do get into the game. Speaking of, before we get into the game, we have the pre-game interview. And Nat is here with us to bring you the pre-game interview action.
I am, yes, and I'm going to be joined by Mboma and Halo for that interview. Thank you both so much for joining me. I feel like you were saying something before I came in, and now you're both giggling about it, and I really want to know what it is if you want to share Halo.
No, we're just bantering, that's all. Just cheeky bants, that's it.
Alright, alright, I love it. Maybe towards the end of the interview you can say some more on air for everyone. But look, I won't lie, Mboma, Chiefs have not been able to take down Peace yet this split. How are you feeling confidence-wise to be able to take it tonight?
We're pretty confident, but I don't think we've had the best week this week. I think we just take it one game at a time. I don't think Peace have had a good week either, so I think they lost both their games and we lost both our games, so I don't know, I'm pretty confident. I think either team can win today.
What are you looking to sort of take advantage of to be able to get the win?
Personally, I think there's not much pressure on us, whereas there's a lot of pressure on them. Like, they have 3 Worlds attendees, you know, and players that have like years of experience, and we're just like 5 solo queue players, so probably just the lack of pressure on us, really. Like, I think we're overachieving and they're underachieving, so I don't know, I'm chilling, honestly.
Halo, it kind of is right, you know? People have a lot of expectations for you guys over at Peace, and it is looking rough for you guys, but do you think you can still beat Chiefs and have a solid 3-0 record against them?
Yeah, we've only dropped one map to Chiefs, like both splits, so it doesn't matter how every other game's going, I know we're going to beat Chiefs. That's how I feel. They've mental block against us, we're like their kryptonite.
I actually have that on my notes page. I'm like, damn, like Peace is Chiefs is kryptonite. But why do you think you guys are like that? What is it about this matchup?
I'm not sure. I think Chiefs rely heavily on their mid jungle to win. And I guess the strongest part of our team now is our mid jungle, or like our top side. So maybe stylistically, we just match up well. If Kize and Swaif don't get really ahead, I don't think they have a very high chance of winning the game generally. So that's probably why.
Well, I look forward to seeing what is going to play out. Thank you both so much for joining me, and good luck in the game.
See you.
I still want to know exactly what they were saying before the interview. It was just such a cheeky smile on Halo's face.
They're very good friends, so I assume it was just, yeah, they're very good friends outside of League, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That does make sense then. Sometimes I just want to have like a little earpiece to know what they're talking about as soon as they get in to the interview.
I'm
And-
sure.
and-
I'm sure we could sort that out. Maybe even just record them pre-game and figure out, what they may be saying if the players are down with that. It could be content. We could figure out whose hands do what. Now, let's talk about predictions. So, which way have you gone with this one? I feel like it could go either way today, and it looks like Jubes and Skimmy at least think it's going to be Chiefs, Jubes.
I went Chiefs, but like I said, it's 50-50. I literally just tipped it because I had to tip something. To be honest with you, legitimately, I think it's 50-50 because on one hand, I think Peace are better than Chiefs in terms of the way that they play the game and at least the players on the roster in terms of individual stance. However, I think that Peace mentally are suffering much more than the Chiefs are. And I think that the mental component of League of Legends is often underrated and underlooked, and therefore I think Chiefs just are probably going to take this win.
All right, what about you, Skimmy? Thoughts on it?
Yeah, I've gone for Chiefs because I think, as long as they get a strong mid jungle, they can, they can snowball that into a big lead and win across the map elsewhere. If you look at some of their match histories against Peace, it has been the mid and jungle that's been targeted and suffered as a result, and it seems to be that Chiefs fall down as a result from that. So I think if Chiefs can get the ball rolling, then they can definitely bring it to Peace, who are having a few struggles of their own, and not fall victim to 3 rosters and 3 defeats.
Okay, and Rusty's on your guys' team as well. Nat, you're on the Peace bandwagon. You and Jordan.
Yeah, I am. I can't speak for Jordan on this one, but me, it's sort of like a prediction for what I hope is going to happen. I would love to see Peace take it, but I want them to take it with Angry Gaming. We talked about it earlier in the week. That's what I want to see from them, and I want this to be an Angry Gaming win for them.
Let's see if that one happens. It's not too late for dinner. 8 p.m. ! DoorDash in chat. Get yourself a scrumptious meal, because I'll tell you what's on the menu. For me, at least, it is a little bit of Peace and a little bit of Chiefs. Throw it all together, put mac in the middle, and you got yourself a little honey sandwich. I don't know.
Maybe that's a little bit of mac and cheese.
Yeah.
It's mac and Chiefs.
Mac and Chiefs. Well, it's time for Champ Select. That's pretty funny too, right?
Hey, Skibby, we're in Champ Select. Thanks, Mac. I'll just intro the Champ Select.
Yeah.
But do you cast with your glasses on? I've been meaning to ask you.
Look, I tell you what, I'm going to break the fourth wall. As soon as we get into the game, you can't see me. The glasses come off. But when we're on, look, I'm ready. You can't see what the man looks like without these on.
You're a professional. You're a professional.
We have to be, mate.
If I have to quickly break this down before I even see any champion picks, I feel like Chiefs do so well in a best of one because they do have those niche jungle picks from Space. Kisei can play a lot, Liv play, and they honestly all have something up their sleeve that really works well in a best of one. Now, something I wanted to touch on was that the drafts from Peace, I think, have been less than favorable for the identity that they have as a team, and at least the caliber of players they have on their team. I would like to see something where Babip and Halo have a little more agency in 2v2, because to be honest with you, it's been non-existent, right? If you go back to the game against Legacy, Sibilant and Curcio took over the game 2v2. They right? And so I want to see something where Peace have all of the tools, right? Tally's on Gwen. Let's put Tally on Gwen now, first pick already. Give Babip and Halo all of the tools, and give Violet and Appy something to just bit of stability. So that's what I want to see from them in this draft.
I mean, it's already a shake-up, Juice, because Peace have not played Gwen in their last 8 matchups. So they're already deciding we're going to try and throw something a little bit more spicy. Tom Kench banned away. Liv debuted that one. Aurelia locked in. We've yet to actually have a victory with this Aurelia. This will be the 4th game now. And it'll be picked on the side of Chiefs. So
I'm scared because Aurelia is a little bit strong. Maybe a little bit too strong. And Kisei is very good at these champions. And I mean, this is already a good change of heart from Peace. They have the Xin Zhao, they have Babip on something where there's no excuse not to make something happen.
Yeah.
You don't have an excuse now because your Xin Zhao is your ticket to success. Your Xin Zhao is your ticket to team fighting, your ticket to ganks. You have a 2v2 now.
Well, it's a complete revamp, really, from the first 2 picks out of Peace, because we've yet to see these. The Kaiser makes sense. Classic here for Violet, one of his staple champions. Allows him to pretty much follow up anything, right? Any engage that these two find, then he can look to jump in with the ultimate and, secure the bag, if you will. The Chiefs, they've got themselves the Leona. We know that Draku's very comfortable in this one. Question now becomes, what do they pair alongside it? Because the Evelyn, we know, is a champion that Swaith is not afraid to lock in and cause big headaches to whoever has to deal with it.
And this is what I say when I think they have a lot of success in best of ones, right? You can't ban everything, and they've opted in for the Evelyn. And I mean, you know, Evelyn Aurelia as a 2v2, it makes a lot of sense post-6. Like, it's very good post-6. Pre-6, they may run into a little bit of problems because Aurelia wants to play in minion waves, right? Getting the full stacks on those passives, getting the empowered, like, you know, whatever you want to call it, empowered auto attacks.
Sure.
And Evelyn just wants to hit level 6, right? So they almost kind of contradict each other in the sense that Evelyn doesn't want to be matching Xin Zhao for the 2v2. Now, can Babip get something done while Swait is turbo farming? But I mean, you know, there's no illusion. We're not disillusioned to know that this is arguably Swait's best champion.
So he is, and it's one that's definitely, as I say, got people upset about it before, and potential pocket ban away from him, but we get ourselves now into the second half of the ban phase, and Peace have obviously already seen what this pairing can do. We saw the Evelyn Trindamere for Chiefs into Pentnet, and that was able to do so much, and pretty much turret dive and output numbers you just would not believe. The LeBlanc's been taken away, same for the Oriana, looking to really hamper Halo's ability to play those control majors, or just AP in general.
And I wonder what he is going to play, right? Because you talked about the control majors being taken away, but like, what do you pick into the earlier? What is your counter pick? Because, I mean, traditionally speaking, like, the control majors don't really work. The control majors get 100 to 0'd, and control majors haven't really been in the meta for a very long time. I think the last control major we've seen, despite it being Oriana, maybe Azir as well.
Yeah, if he wants to go for the range matchup, right, to stay from afar, and, you know, Emperor's Divide could be quite nice into a lot of the aggression that Chiefs are going to be throwing their way.
There was a meta where there was a little bit of an overlap between Aurelia and Azir. I remember into that, like, very, very early on when I was a pro player, like 2018, my mid laner really wanted to play Azir into Aurelia, but it's like a big difference. You know, metas change, champs change. They've all been nerfed. It's been 2 years, so, or where am I? 2 years, 3 years. So, I mean, you know, maybe that's Halo's comfort. Like, we'll have to wait and see what he opts in for. Maybe he just opts in for a ranged matchup, like maybe the Tristana, maybe he's gone to Silas as well. He's got. They've just learnt from Sybil and.
We've seen this before as well, haven't we? We saw this in playoffs when Halo just went the Zilean route, and they pretty much put all their eggs into the Violet basket of, like, you know, I'll revive you, you can pop off, you can do it all. And we've seen a bit of a resurgence of the Zilean in recent days.
We've seen a bit of Zilean for sure, but it's been in the support position if I'm not mistaken.
Well, it was one for Shock and then one for Gravitas, right?
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is that the Aurelia is still a flex, right? It can still be topside into the Gwen, much like Akali can be into the Gwen. It ultimately depends on what matchup that they want. Now, the Zilean pick, I don't mind paired with the Xin Zhao, because you consider it like a Lulu, like a Karma. Obviously, no shields, but the revive is one better than a shield, right? You get to revive and basically fight your way back into the team fight. So, again, the Zilean makes sense in isolation in terms of when you just consider the Xin Zhao and the Zilean. But where you may run into the problems is, like, how do you lane into the Aurelia? Because it is very volatile, right? And, like, you don't really get any priority because Aurelia is going to be blade surging in the wave, and you can't contest, right? You don't decide where the double bomb lands. Like, that's on Kisei to get hit by. That's not necessarily on you to hit, right? Because you have so much outplay potential with the mobility of Aurelia. So again, the 2v2 in itself, in isolation, is going to be dangerous. It's going to be very volatile.
It certainly is. And I do stand corrected. You actually were right the first time. It has only been played in the supporting position, right? It was Cupcake instead that actually played it for the Direwolves. So, yeah, what does it look like in the mid lane? You could argue Core, once again, this whole idea of, like, you know, Karma, Lulu supporting from the mid, buffing up the Xin Zhao. He goes where he pleases. He does what he wants. All good and fun. But we did see at the end that the Akali locked in. Now, this is the changed Akali, right? Where a lot of fans were saying, oh, you know, a bit of not as strong anymore, not a warranted pick, and we definitely have seen that drop off, not only in solo queue but in competitive. But keen to now see what Liv can do.
Oh, 100%. Have we seen him on the Akali before?
Let's have a quick check.
Because
I don't believe the split.
Yeah, because Akali is not the champion that you can, like, half pilot. And what I mean by that is you can't just decide, you know, you haven't played Akali for a while and you're going to play it now. Because it's a champion that requires, like, the utmost mechanics, but also you need to find the right angles, the right windows to really grant yourself access into team fights. And particularly, right, it's very hard to play Akali into Rakan. Like, Rakan with the quickness, with the ultimate, you know, Zilean with the CC. Like, there's just so much on the side of Peace that can really make, you know, Liv's time a hard one, particularly when it comes to the group, when it comes to the team fight. I'll let you do the coach's interview, bud.
Absolutely. I'll bring into discussion Kuden as we talk about this matchup. Chiefs taking on Peace. And Kuden, would you say it's fair to say that Peace are your kryptonite? You know, you've lost against them twice, 2 different rosters. This is their 3rd roster now. Do you think this is their best or worst 5-man?
It's Aladoric's kryptonite and Lisa. This roster's not anything. This roster
So
is
now can it should be a
trash.
free win.
But how does he know that?
How do I know what?
How do you know that? You haven't versed them yet, Mike.
Oh, we stomped them 50 times outside of, in scrims and in scrims. Well, against Aladoric, we always lose.
Fair enough. I just had to add that. That was my question there.
That was your question. Oh, I love it, mate. Fantastic contribution. Hey, Kuden, what do you think about this slight resurgence, you'd have to say, of the Zillion? Do you think it's enough to try and keep back Kisei this time around?
Who else plays Zillion? Zillion's... Yeah, Halo has 1,000 games on Zillion, so that's why he plays Zillion, right? Everyone just, they're one tricks.
And I suppose then, you know, if you're looking at this matchup, you know, I was mentioning before that it might be one of looking to, like, you know, clear out the demons from the closet of having lost a piece in the past. Would you say this is a matchup that is necessary to say that, you know, we should be guaranteed in second, that, you know, Peace should be where they are right now?
Yes, I don't know. It would be nice to win, but right now we're trying to figure some internal issues. We got rid of the coaching staff. The coach got a new coach now. He was trolling too much the last few weeks. But yeah, I think.
Yep.
But I think we'll come swinging back up.
Beautiful. Well, I look forward to seeing this new coaching stance and things. Hopefully, it starts up here today with a win. Best luck.
Thanks.
Well, I held my breath there, Jubes.
Yeah.
I tell you what, 27 HP, as close as it comes.
Now, I've been holding on to this for a while, so I didn't mind the level 1 invade there from Peace, but that is the perfect summary. That level 1 is the perfect summary of how they've been playing to date. It is almost like they weren't on comms there. Like they said, yeah, we're invading. He has flash.
Yeah, nice smite there from Swaith, buys him a bit of HP, but the TikTok bombs coming on through, not even necessary. An assist will be granted, and Babbitt just picks up the kill.
And this is the Xin Zhao into Evelyn matchup in a nutshell in the early game, right? You can't really do anything. You just have to avoid. Once you hit level 6, there's a lot more kill threat onto the Xin Zhao, but until then, you need to really respect and really be careful. But before, I was rudely interrupted by Babbitt's solo kill there, or he actually assisted Halo, but I just wanted to say, like, there was no communication, at least it didn't look like, that Kisei was collapsing on the red buff and it was going to be a 3v2. Like, Babib kept walking forward, Tally kept walking forward, and this is the type of play that we've been seeing from Peace in recent weeks and why we're, you know, they've been, I guess, on the loss streak, right? I mean, surely you get yelled at, like, Aurelia's collapsing, like, you have to back off. Because they can run out, they can walk out of that. I mean, that was, yeah, really questionable level 1, but a good summary of how they've been going.
And you mentioned it before, right, about, you know, how understated the mental effect of gaming can be, right? You can have all the mechanics, all the praise, all the potential, but, you know, if the mental's not in check, the small little communication tabs of like, hey, you know, he's come on through, you're in vision or whatever it may be, and those can be the 1%ers, and hurting them on a few too many occasions now that's been ballooning out to, you know, game states that are hard to come back from or just defeats as a whole.
Yeah, 100%, and I think that was just, again, something that we've been used to seeing, but I wanted to hold the thought. It's counter gank here.
A lot of attention shown bot side as Mboma receives the exhaust, forced to flash away. Now Chiefs are on the front foot. They had a numbers advantage, 4v3. They did commit a TP. So now Halo has TP advantage and Chiefs did not find anything.
Well, that's huge for mid lane too, because Kisei hasn't based yet. And, you know, Halo's out of mana. And he's able to get this wave. I believe he's able to get this wave in. It's not going to be frozen from Kisei. And, you know, he won't even have to burn the teleport to get back to lane unless Swaith. Yeah, okay, that's a bit scumbag-ish, but, you know, that's the right thing to do there from Swaith. So it was going to be a reset, where Halo didn't need to use TP. But either way, even if he burns teleport back to lane here, he's going to be in a much better spot than Kisei because he can double bomb.
Oh no. Oh, he's very lucky there, isn't he? The fact that Kisei had no mana, there could have been a stun lined up and prepped.
Yeah, he's lucky, but again, it's just unnecessary. Like, you don't need to be down a corrupting potion. You don't need to get chunk for that, right? There's no minion. You have no minions there. You can teleport the turret, double bomb that wave, you bomb the next wave, and actually you have a window to go secure some vision on jungle camps or go roam. But Summoner's Rift is your oyster at this point if you're Halo, purely because of Kisei's teleport and bot side of the map. So we'll see what he does with it. I mean, it may even just free up Babip, right? Babip knows he can walk into Riven now. They're linking up together, which is perfect. This is what we want to see for them. Support mid-jungle, linking up, secure bot side control, and leave Tally on an island, because Gwen on an island, we know what it can do.
Yeah, we've seen already a few moments tonight, really what the Gwen can achieve and then contribute as those team fights start to break on out. Peace. I'm going to go for that first Dragon of the game. It is going to be a Mountain Drake at just that. They've got bot lane control with Chiefs having sent theirs back to base. They're going to have themselves a nice little item advantage to come back and fight with. Halo is rotating down, as you highlight, so now there is a 3-man collapse. They won't have Violet because he's resetting himself too, but it doesn't seem to matter. Dragon has been acquired. A Scuttle also, and a lot of bot lane control.
I don't know. I was going to say, I don't know if they get this. Like, if wherever Aurelia wants to participate, wherever she wants to skirmish, I think right now the Chiefs win. Not because there's a crazy item threshold or item break point, but Halo as a champion, it's just not that strong yet. He's sitting on a tier, he's sitting on another mana item. Like, we don't really expect anything from Zilean at this point in the game. But the longer this game goes, the later it goes. You'd have to say the side of Peace, they have a very nice composition and the way it functions, right? Because, again, what does Swathe want to do? Swathe wants to execute someone, as simple as that. And if you're trading a Zilean ulti for the Evelynn ulti in most skirmishes or teamfights, I would consider that, you know, a relative win. Because Evelynn, without the ult, there's not really that same kill threat. Your 80 carry, Violet, and whatnot don't really have to have the same threat. And then Tally can also, you know, start to take over the fight as well.
Yeah, there's going to be a cheaper cooldown as well, right, for the Zilean. So in terms of a trade, you're going to be very happy as Halo. Especially the amount of CDR that you can build up to.
And Swathe is level 6 now, so this is where kind of Summoner's Rift becomes a very scary place if you're Peace. But this is almost where sometimes, you know, when you pick the Evelynn, again, in a competitive game, it's not as big of a deal because everyone's going to have enough discipline to do this, but might be a solo kill, actually. Babip has no flash.
Swathe has the ult advantage. Yeah. He's going to hit the charm, and there it is to follow things up with going for the E, looking for a dash away. Last caress to exhaust and destroy. Nice little pickup.
Yeah.
And now they can translate it into a Herald.
And this is the level. This is what happens when you're able to farm, able to get an advantage, and you're able to just, you know, really, again, Evelynn's a champion that gets you so much tempo. Oh, ignite.
Kisei could be in trouble. Flashed away from the knockup. Ricard in trouble himself. Now we've got a bomb on his head, ready to deliver it all the way through to the Chiefs.
I mean, you'd have to say that's just very good laning from Halo, right? Showing us his proficiency on this Zilean. Like, not that was going to be a solo kill by any means, but, you know, he was able to keep the lane in a state in which he's only down 3 CS and into an Aurelia lane that's meant to be extremely volatile. And burnt his flash. But, you know, for me, where the trouble starts to, you know, show its head, it's in the jungle matchup. At level 6, at Xin Zhao, you're a lot safer. You can use the ultimate just to disengage the Evelynn Charm, and then there's no longer that one-shot potential because the Evelynn Charm, if fully stacked, has a lot of magic penetration in it. So you just do so much damage, which is obviously what we saw there. The Babip is just stuck in no man's land. He has no disengage, no flash, no nothing. Swathe, the richest man in the game at the moment.
Certainly is, and it's once again fitting to the style that Chiefs love to play. Get this man ahead, give him a champion where he can pop off on, and look to run the map as a result. He's got himself a Herald, already got 2 stacks from the Dark Seal, so he knows that he's going to be a champion that's looking to try and snowball. The same could be said for Liv, that we just saw topside have a nice little trading pattern. Worth noting in this game, whilst we haven't seen it all the time, we have gone for this matchup in particular, the Ignite TP.
Ignite TP has been mimicked as well, right? It's Tally with the Ignite TP and Lift.
We definitely saw it for a huge patch of time. But in the last few games, we have seen a few people go back to the flash, valuing the mobility as opposed to the lane dominance. But we can obviously understand what both these AP assassins are after. A lane advantage, translate that into a group up, and then, just explode that into who can actually match me.
Little bit of a hover here from Babip. He's definitely, his spider senses are tingling for Swaith.
Seeing that vision now favors Peace, at least in that side of the river where Tally is on his way down. There's a very deep control world on the blue buff for Chiefs, so potential backline access if they wanted to try and wrap things around.
Well, that's actually what got Babip killed, because Swaith started that Rift Herald, and Babip walked over that ward. He saw he was level 5, and he ditched the Herald to go kill him. I mean, no flash. Really knows his matchup so well, and this is what I talk about. I mean, and if my memory serves me correctly, this is why Pentanet.gg, when they versus the Chiefs, they actually, I think they first 3 banned Evelynn. I could be wrong, but it was definitely an Evelynn ban. Not sure at which phase, but nevertheless, like if you're banning Evelynn against someone, I mean, there's a lot of respect to that player and his prowess on that champion.
Yeah, I forget which rotation as well, but it definitely was banned. You're right. It beat Pentanet before, and then they banned it away in their subsequent meeting.
And Liv is doing very well in this lane now, right? He was almost solo killed very early on, but is he going to go for that? Nah. Very early on, but now he's kind of just coming to his own, and he's picked up a decent CS lead in this matchup.
It's got a nice little healthy CS advantage as a result. There's the stun lined up beautifully there by Kise. Hits the Vanguard's edge, baits up the TP. The revival brings him back to life at 50%. One bomb goes out. They can't stack it with a double bomb as Kise jumps in, still not stunned. Gets in, gets out, receives the knock up there from Babbitt, but he falls on down all the same. It is a trade, but when Chiefs come together, they find more.
Oh, he
and it might not even
mistimed
be
it.
done just yet. They found even further. Last Crest is actually just out of range. Exhaust was there anyway, so the execution may not have been strong enough. And now Draku's being left to the walls, but Chiefs have 2 members on the flank that can still group up. Just whilst that fight's going on, summon a Herald mid lane to get maximum value out of this one. As Lived is flirting with danger, both the Invis duo doing whatever they can to jump in, jump out, find aggro, find success, and find 2 more.
Wow.
As Lived, with an Ignite, is now 5-0-1.
Yep, and I mean, we talked about how top lane was going so well for him. Tally TP is in on half health, and I mean, it's just matched. It's just followed. The Chiefs are just quicker to the punch. And I mean, they're laning actually very well. And this is partly the reason that they were able to, be so successful here. Like, Tally TP's first, but I mean, when he TP's in, they're a little bit shocked, right? They're like, oh, he's less than half health. And I mean, he's just cleaned up instantly by Liv. Babip goes in, tries to recover his losses. He does a little bit, falls down there on the back end, and what you think, you think this is it. Nothing else is going to happen, but Halo walks up. It just gets a one shot. Nice flash away, but mobility. And then, again, it's all Peace trying to recover losses. This is all loss recovery, right? And they're not successful. And what could have been just, 2 kills to the side of Chiefs turns into what? It's an ace. It is an ace. It's a delayed ace.
Well, you know what it is? It's a delayed pentakill as well for Lived.
Oh, true.
5 kills.
Yeah. You're right.
So now he is just unbelievably fed. You cannot stop him. The solar flare goes out. He will do it all on his own. Hops in your miss and takes you down. Looking for Babbitt. Kise locked on the left-hand side, actually the right-hand side, but Atlantean gets the boys back. Going to try and flip the script here on Chiefs.
He got a bomb.
In trouble.
He can deliver.
He's got the miss. The bomb is there. Dashing away. Perfect execution. Not even required. Spread the love. Share the golds. The fight's breaking out on 2 separate occasions, 2 separate sides, and Chiefs are, 15 minutes in, crushing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a solid early game from the Chiefs. They were stable in every single lane. Had maybe the first hiccup on the Rift on the Scuttle Crab, which most junglers do in 2021. But I mean, across the board, right? Like Lived, having such a good time top side of the map, teleporting in, cleaning up. Really solid laning phase bot side, and Draku just being able to, do what he does best, just roam towards mid lane.
Game on now, ready for Peace. Let's see how they can try and recover from this one. As I said, this is a comp that I should be fairly familiar with for the most part, at least some of the core components of it. You talk about the Rakan. We saw Aladoric played out a lot on Split #1. We know that Violet's fantastic as this Kaiser. We know that Halo, when given a chance, can play this one quite effectively.
You have to say too, though, like, whilst Chiefs do have a substantial lead, like this is a large lead at 15 minutes. the saving grace is that Piece's composition knows no bounds, has no limits, right?
Yep.
Like, the Zilean is going to scale into the game. The Kaisi is going to scale into the game, much like the Gwen. You know, Xin Zhao, it sounds funny to say, but scales quite well when he's facilitated by a support champion, by you know, like the Batman and Robin duo. So if you consider that the Zilean and the Xin Zhao, then sure, there's still ways for them back in the game. But then you look at the other side of the coin. Akali, you know, that doesn't fall off, and he's even gone the book. I've read the 25-page book, right? You know, 10-page book.
Bestseller.
Yeah, bestseller, top seller, New York Times. But this one, the 10-page one's just down by the local bookshop. Made in Australia, I believe. But yet to be distributed on the world stage. So we'll have to see how that one goes. Maybe there'll be a 25-pager in that one as well.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a high school short story at this stage, but that's not going to deter them because Halo preemptively propping the Chrono Shift, and for good reason too. He definitely was in harm's way. That ultimate, as it stands, not going to be too punishable. It's going to be a fairly short cooldown. I think around about, like, what, 90 seconds?
Yeah, it's one of the shorter cooldowns, especially at level 11.
So he's not going to be too upset that he has to burn that one, but it does mean it had to give up this massive wave, soon to crash in. Guess they're not going to bother to actually hit that turret, because why not? Let those minions get denied. Turn your attention out elsewhere on the map for the second respawning of this Herald.
Hey, look, I think at the moment, every objective on Summoner's Rift is going to be Chiefs for as long as they want it, right? You cannot skirmish topside against this Akali, no matter what you have. You know, just the R1 from Akali is probably enough to burn the Zilean ultimate, and we haven't even considered what Swathe brings to the fight, what Aurelia brings to the fight, so... Tally may even just be in a bit of trouble here.
Swathe is on him, the charm's going to go out, he's inside the mist, so you're not immune from damage this time around, going to fall on down. And if you didn't know already, spread the word, Lived is godlike.
Yep, Lived is 7-0. Arguably, you'd have to say, maybe the best game we've seen from him all year. And that's not to say that he's played bad, but I mean, how do you top this? 17 minutes in, godlike, 14 pages, Riftmaker, turret. Like, what else do you want the man to do?
He's had a lot of really standout performances. He's really been impressing us, right? His growth from Split 1 to 2 and putting himself in that discussion as a top 3 top laner. Yep. Pretty curious to see now what he can actually do with a lead like this, because we saw a bit of a situation where Tally was given a lot of resources like this, insanely fed in the individual, wasn't able to translate it. This is a new variation of the Akali, and it just looks like business as usual.
You know what's funny too, Skimmy? I feel like I might even just stop here, because this is just
staying out of range, isn't he? Making sure they can't spot him.
So the thing I want to talk about just quickly, because I feel like these players don't get recognized enough, and it actually maybe entices them not to trend this way. But Mboma as a player, he's not going to win no MVP award, right? Like, fair to say, in the sense that there's names on this team that we talk about week on week, and that's not to say Mboma's a bad player. I'm not saying that at all. But what I mean is like, he's been told time and time again his job on this team is to play safe, is to farm 10 CS per minute if he can, and then come to team fights and do what he needs to do his job for the team.
Yeah.
But there is something admirable in being a weak side AD carry, and I can't think of really a time that he's been punished for being weak side. Right?
Exactly my point. I think I actually mentioned it in a cast with Rusty maybe last week that Mboma has the highest KDA in the entire league. He plays the weak side phenomenally.
Yeah, exactly. And like, they don't get, I guess the player that delivered, right? You know, because obviously you look at Liv, and at the moment, if you're having a conversation, like, you're saying he's delivering. But Mboma 0-0-0, left on an island, and again, fundamentally how the Chiefs play, he goes relatively unpunished. And I tell you what, AD carries as a role are some of the greediest players in the world. And to be honest, if they're not being played around, they're not happy. but I mean, Mboma, for the team, for the morale, for the way that he enables the Kisei, the Swathe, the Dracu, the Lived, I mean, has to get a lot of credit for that.
And it spawns the whole discussion, right, about team dynamics as a whole, right? Who's the shot caller, who's the team player, the enabler, the engager, and so on and so forth, right? But it feels like, to me, it's not as easy as saying find 5 insanely mechanically gifted carry players, put them together and say you're going to go to Worlds, right? It's just not going to happen.
No.
So, yeah, Chiefs have clearly found that their recipe for success is this setup. This set I want to play around it. These are the drafts we're going to go for, the ideas of who's going to receive the attention and how that's going to be utilized to full effect. And it's obviously put them in the position they are in the standings so far.
Indeed, and you know, 5k gold lead for Chiefs at 20 minutes. That's obviously a substantial amount. I mean, especially at 20 minutes. But, you know, with this Peace team, like, you can never really count them out, no matter how well or poorly they're playing. You just look at Violet, you see him hit 2 items, and you think, you know, is there a chance? Can he just do what we know he's been able to do for so long? Is he going to be able to just turn that team fight around? I mean, you have to hold your breath when you look at this composition as well. Nameplates, composition, everything into account. I mean, your breath's being held. Hopefully not for too long.
Yeah, well, hopefully not for too long. Hopefully you do, you know, get that sorted out. But that becomes my next talking point, right? As much as we harp on about how well Chiefs are doing, looking at Peace, what are their sort of comeback conditions? Because are you hoping that they do a Baron dance, bait out some TPs and say, all right, we've now got, you know, the map pro to do what we want, or we can force these little skirmishes where you aren't able to bring the likes of an Akali or Swaif into the situation?
Well, you want to attack the side with teleport, and I think at this point in the game, it's not going to be lived. Like, you want to attack Kisei, because Kisei, yes, he's got the Blade of the Rune King, but he's not the tankiest guy on the team, right? But, you know, lived with the Zhonyas, with the Shroud, is going to stall too much time. But if you're able to get Babib up to the Aurelia, maybe even Violet, get the pick onto him, he's not a bounty, but you can pivot that into a turret, disengage the TP that comes through from Liv, maybe that's where you start to find yourself a little bit of gold back into the game. And that's what they're trying to do now, right? You're hoping Kisei takes the bait, hoping Kisei goes in, but if it's a 3v3, a 4v4, or a 5v5, you're not going to win it. And, I mean, Halo just might be...
Yeah, he's overreached on this situation.
Yeah.
The Chrono Shift is there, a forced TP out from Chiefs. A fight that's soon to break out. Halo's living for the meantime, but Kisei's going to run him down. There's a shutdown found by Babib, who takes out Swaif. Halo, flirting with danger, chucks out one final bomb before he inevitably falls on down, but now Tally can do a lot of work with this one. It's going to be Violet that actually picks up the kill. A numbers advantage found in favor here for Peace. That bought just enough time with the vision denial and the revival from Halo.
No jungler, Halo has TP, Lift has no ultimate. Aphelios is online. Aphelios has all of his summoner spells available. Surely they're going to contest.
And this is exactly my talking point, right? How did Peace get themselves back into this game? There's the Moonlight Vigil onto 4 members. That's a 4-man route to follow things up, but the Baron is low, down to 3k. As you say, there is no smite, and there will not be a contest here.
And exactly like I said to you, right? You know, this is where they need to find their pick. To be honest with you, I thought that was going to go south for them because Liv did follow quite quickly. But I mean, Violet was able to find the one-shot onto Swaith. Swaith had no ultimate. Well, he had ultimate, but wasn't able to use it. Died in CC. And again, attacking the side lanes with the teleport is where you're going to find the success. Because in Boma, again, he's mid lane. You know, they're not playing around their AD carry. He can't get to these fights. He can't cheat tempo. You know, so if you're proactive and making the plays with your AD carry, watch this. Rakan, ultimate onto Evelyn. Can't play the game. One shot. Liv disengages with the ultimate. Kisei on the back end picks up a kill. But I mean, what else do you have? You had to burn Flash to kill the Zillion. And Halo stalled just enough time to win that for his team. And all of a sudden, 3k gold lead. I mean, this turret's going to go down. And
well, they're going to need a few more wins like that to try and even out these odds. Draku jumps and lives to tail the tail. Flashes on out. Now Tally looking to run these members down. Liv goes golden for a meantime, baits out the stun and survives in this situation. The attention solely focused on him, but he counted it all.
Little bit irresponsible there.
Oh! Swaif?
I mean...
those were some hateful spikes.
Yeah, I mean... It's honestly probably worth for Swaif because the Kai'Sa's more valuable without the flash. The Evelyn has the stealth. And also you getting that kill there denies the Baron buff, right? You deny the Baron buff, you deny the push, you stall the game that little bit longer to deny the Baron. So again, it's a bit of a whatever. The only thing is that you lose the Dark Seal stacks.
Sure.
Now, I was going to say it's a little bit irresponsible there from Peace. You know, again, they just needed to wait for Appy's ultimate. Like, the Rakan ult in this particular composition is huge because he can get multi-man charm on the Evelyn, like we saw last fight, and she gets blown up. You know, onto the Aurelia, onto the Akali. You know, choose your poison, whoever you want it on. But I mean, that's such a key component that's not available, and you're just pushing down mid. And to take that one further in that instance, if you're fighting on their turret, you can't go forwards. You can only go backwards. And I mean, they split, they ran different ways. It wasn't a front to back, just messy from Peace.
Was maybe a little bit too much of a blood rush to the head, having just taken the Baron buff and figured, all right, time to siege. Let's claw ourselves back into this one, because you would say that, you know, a couple more team fight wins like that, the gold would have been even, but sure, as you say, Swaif is quite happy to trade out and burn out and make Violet more susceptible to those inevitable ganks.
I mean, all it really is, Skimmy, is like that Baron buff. If you use that to break the outer turrets, which shouldn't have been a tough task, that's at least 3,000 in the bank.
Yeah.
And I mean, we're talking even deficit. Hold up.
We certainly are, because now Draku charges on in, pops the
That's
locket,
the
falls
charm.
on down. That's the charm you're after, and that's
Yeah.
the charm success. But they want more Jubes. Babip jumping in as a one-man army, 1v4 with a Crescent Guard active. Fantastic revival from Halo. But Lived might just do it all. Jumping on in, needs to miss, and he finds it.
Oh.
Fantastic Zonias once again. And a disengage away into
Double Zonias.
a second one. Zonia stopwatch.
Yep.
So really min-maxing with his purchase choices there.
Yeah. And Tally might even be dead here. Let's have a look. No, he's okay. But I mean, these team fights are pretty close. Like, if you're a Chiefs fan, you're not comfortable. Yeah, again, the gold lead's ballooned out a little bit, but Evelyn, no ultimate. Does she have the one-shot potential here? We'll have to wait and see.
Nobody coming down bot side right now. Mboma is pushing out the mid wave. It almost feels like Tally's taunting him, doesn't it?
He doesn't want the 1v1, I don't think, you know, especially without the ultimate, because again, if you give away another kill, you're getting Tally back into the game, 0, 5, and 3. There's just no need. There's nothing that you get from killing Tally in this particular position. Again, it looks like a good fight, but Babip just needs to take the pick. Your Rakan's out of the fight. Use that pick to reset and catch side lanes. Instead, they've had to burn the Zillion ultimate onto Babip, and Halo dies for it because he has to step up.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not Halo's fault at all, right? He's just trying to play the
team
composition.
player.
Yeah.
Those are probably the worst deaths to have, right? Overextending to save a teammate when in fact then you get turned on and die as a result. And, you know, the communication, once again, is what it really stems back to as to how was that played. Because you saw Rakan jump in, take out Draku, charm the other two members present, and you're thinking, all right, there's a pick.
You do, and I mean, the pick onto Draku is like, that's all of their engage gone. So you get time in this game to farm, and I mean, it's just precious seconds that you really get to stay in this game. And I feel like very uncharacteristic of Peace, maybe not in recent weeks, but again, they're a team that they never really used to feel the need to overbite and to overreach. But I feel like, again, we talk about League of Legends being a game all about mentality. They feel the need to almost win the game with one play. When you're not going to win with one play. You take the pick, reset, vision. Take another pick, reset, vision. Take another pick, get a turret. What is it? It's death by 1,000 paper cuts. Not necessarily just brute forcing the Nexus.
Yeah, not the cleanest cut, but definitely the prolonged death and the mental warfare of making them feel a little bit hopeless in the situation. I have been keeping an eye on Mboma, who has been silently performing, picked up a couple of kills, has gone for a bit of an odd choice here in the Wit's End. Not something we see too commonly on an Aphelios, but...
Well, you don't see... You normally see that, like an aggressive, a Kraken Slayer or a Gale Force, and then you see the Wit's End. But that's two items, like double survivability.
Absolutely.
So I guess he's comfortable with knowing that his role in this game is to not die, but also it's not the most maximum damage build.
It doesn't feel optimal, right? I suppose is the word we're looking for, right? It doesn't feel like, the Aphelios that will snipe you from 1,000 miles away.
Because you have to think about it like this too, right? And again, as we dance for this... Oh, wow, that's a big pick before the dragon.
Chrono Shift goes out, nullifying the last caress. Liv will just one-shot. Wow, well, this Violet is gone. I'm stunned for words right there, but Liv's not done. He gets an exhaust on his head. And will force Peace to split apart. They're on the run, but Appy has members chasing after him. And I don't think that turret's going to be enough to survive. They sidestep the knock-up, and Kisei is clean as you like.
This, it's not game, because there's only 2 minions left. Oh, actually, you know what? There's another wave coming. They actually might look for the game here. Babip is trying to secure that dragon. Can Tally clear the wave, though?
He's got a hope so, but oh no, the ZF Blade has connected. The mist is soon to expire. Everybody's come inside it. They're having a party. It's a lockdown, but they're not social distancing. And Swaif denies the dragon acquisition as well. They've beaten the curse. They've done it here today, Jubes. Finally, Chiefs take down the piece.
Yeah, and Kuden wasn't playing around when he said that they've beaten them 50 times since that new roster. And I mean, it was quite a decisive game. You'd have to say this was off the back of obviously Lived, but it was a decent enough early game from Swaif. Kisei, probably a quiet performer in that one. We didn't really say his name too much.
We didn't. A lot of focus definitely went towards the Evelyn as well as the Akali, right? A lot of our excitement towards them making the flashy plays and just scaling out of Oblivion. You saw the ideas of what, you know, Peace had put together, but this third variation, it wasn't enough to keep them in winning ways, was it, Mac?
You could see that there were many pieces of the puzzle that could have fallen into place there for Peace, but again, it looks like there was just so many times where it felt like the players were just on different fields of thought. You know, one person was going in and then two other people weren't following up, thinking, ah, man, you're inting, and then we're just leaving for dead. I saw that a lot. I saw that a lot in this game, and that is something that needs to change for Peace if they want to make playoffs, because now this is a continued loss streak. Is that 4 losses in a row for Peace? That's ridiculous. I don't think coming into this season, I would have expected them to lose maybe 2 in a row, let alone 4 in a row. So that's completely ridiculous.
You know what's really funny about that one there, Mac, is, so yeah, this will actually be their 3rd defeat in a row, but before then, so if you look at their recent schedule, the only victory they've found has been Mammoth. Before then, their last victory was against Chiefs, so they've been losing to every single team, but it had always been a staple that they could beat the Chiefs. Yeah,
it seemed so up until today. So, you know, getting those 2 victories, at least give them that head-to-head if that's even going to be reality. But at the moment, like this game in particular, Chiefs looking like they certainly have found their form again. Maybe that's just because Swaith was able to get back on the Eve, which looked stunning again. Lived as well, able to get the Akali in the top lane. So a whole lot of damage, a whole lot of burst. Yes, they had the Leona as well in Draku, who was able just to run around and set some things up. But usually Kisei, one of the main talking points of the team, you didn't see a whole lot from him. It was just that sort of top side of the map that was doing a whole lot of the work for Chiefs, and it got them over the line here against Peace. Now, there's numbers here, Jubes. There's a lot of them.
It's identical damage.
Yeah, they literally just identical. They teamed up and they were just a dynamic duo. It's not normal to see, you know, double AP topside really just smurf like this, particularly because Merc Tread's become such a valuable item, as you can see that the prioritization from Peace. But I mean, they just got such a big lead and they never really stopped, right? I mean, it's funny how the pivot goes from like 20k, 12k, 9k, 3k, because that's basically how Chiefs play the game, right? You know, that's the emphasis of at least jungle proximity or at least resource proximity at the moment. So, I mean, it's a fantastic sight to see if you're a Chiefs fan. Yeah, and I mean, I still never, by the way, on a side note, like every time we come back to camera, I'm shocked. I look at myself
you and
I
me
think
both.
like, I actually get scared for a bit because I think, oh, I'm getting sacked. What did I do? Like, how did I end up here in this position? Anyway.
And then you remember, oh, they asked me to do this.
Yeah,
oh, it's
they did.
okay. I'll get to have fun for free. So isn't that damn good? Now, someone else that loves fun is Nat. Let's bring her back in. Did you enjoy that game?
I did, and I think what was interesting as well is Halo in the pre-game interview talked about that, like, the Lib Sway combo. I think it was Halo, maybe it was Boba. One of the two talked about, like, the Lib Sway combo. Yeah.
Halo said that him and Babbitt were like the best 2v2.
Were stronger. Yeah, right. And that, like, as long as they couldn't pop off, like, Peace would win. And I guess they were right because Lived and Sway popped off and they couldn't win. So. Also, my toilet paper, I mean, my Mumu cosplay's falling into my face.
That's all right. You can,
is that 2-ply, 3-ply, or what?
I don't know if I want to.
Fair enough.
Yeah, just because.
Well, that means it's 2-ply.
Maybe I go too fancy.
Otherwise,
yeah.
You'd just be like, hey, look.
I told work. I told work. I said 3-ply, I'm leaving.
Yeah. Yeah, totally the same.
Simple as that.
You're not paid for it, you know? But yeah, so we're going to jump into an interview with Lived. I don't want to leave them waiting any longer. Congratulations on the win. You get a win over Peace. How does it feel?
Yeah, I mean, it feels good. First win over Peace, but we did go only 1-2 in this week, so a little bit sad about that. But yeah, we're happy we at least got a win this week.
Yeah, silver lining for sure. I want to look at the draft. Did anything sort of come to a surprise for you guys? I know I saw the Gwen get let through and picked up. Is that something
Not
you guys
really. We assumed that they play Gwen, but they really only play at one role, so we kind of just know where it's going, so it's pretty easy to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, look, you guys did it, obviously, because you won. But there was a moment with one of the team fights where Peace actually got the upper hand coming out of it. Did that worry for you? Was that a worry for you guys, and did you think they might turn it around?
Yeah, it's always a worrisome when, you know, something goes bad, but I'm pretty confident in my own ability to carry the game. So as long as I don't give, like, my 1k shutdown and I've got my Magi stacks, I don't lose them, then I'm pretty confident that we won't lose.
Yeah, and we were just talking about before, in the pre-game, Halo said that himself and Babbitt were the sort of best mid-jungle duo, Yeah, himself, mid-jungle duo. Sorry, losing words. Would you say that you and Sweet are the best top jungle duo?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think there's no one that can probably match us in a 2v2.
I think you might be right with that one. And lastly, I just want to know, why do you think the week has not gone so great for you guys, but you were able to get a win over Peace tonight?
Well, obviously their mentals haven't been so great this week. They've obviously lost games as well. So like we're both in like a bit of slump at the moment. But I think we can get through it a lot better. I think they have a lot of experience, but we're a lot of new players. So I think if we just keep going, then we've got a lot more opportunities to do well.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to happen for you guys for the rest of the split. But congratulations and thank you for joining me.
Awesome, thank you.
There you have it. So straight from the horse's mouth. And that man on your screen as well, not only is he great at interviews, he's great at playing the game. And because of that, he is the DoorDash player that delivered again. Delivered? I think you made that joke last time, Jubes. Was it you or was it
No,
Skimmy?
it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
It was someone. Anyway, there's numbers here. Tell me about it.
Look,
Well,
11-0-4. You go on, Skimmy. Take the lead, mate. Take the
look,
reins.
all I was going to say, mate, is how many
On
chicken
horseback.
schnitzels are you going to be buying from Subway with this one, hey?
Yep.
Couple foot longs and some.
Like
you
those
might
arms.
even get a. Hey, you might even throw in a meatball sub. Why
Oh,
not?
mate, that's a little bit too fancy. Hey, you
Hey.
got to stick to consistency, and he's popping off as a king.
Do you think
And
he'd
guess
get a
what?
wrap?
Nah, I tell you what, he's getting some cookies though.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, need
Hey,
some
the cookies, they're kind of best. They definitely S tier.
Yeah,
the,
S tier
the
for sure.
triple chocks, definitely get those
Nah,
in there.
I like the macadamia nuts.
Yeah?
Me too, that's my go-to.
Yeah, I'm a fiend for those.
But as much as we talk about food cuisine, the guy definitely popped off, right? You know,
Yeah, he delivered. Yeah,
unofficial
delivered.
pentakill. We still yet to
Yeah.
have one, but it was a delayed pentakill on that, and you know, Akali gets nerfed, but he still makes it look broken.
Yeah, well, I personally like honey. You know, that's just my thing.
I also want to point out, Liv's
you're
only
sweet like
one
honey.
player that delivered behind Safa, so I feel like maybe top lane. Top laners have had the most amount of play that delivers. I don't know.
Yeah.
They've just all played so well this split.
We've had a lot of player that delivered from bot lane as well. Like, well, I guess that's a lane, but you know, the supports as well. We were talking at the start of the split. Oh, supports don't get enough love, but then there was a whole week where we pretty much only had supports. However, I'm going to need a bit of support from you guys. We're going to have big hug, lots of love here with the cosplay kings and queens of the DoorDash LCO. The other two didn't want to be part of it, so of course they didn't come on the broadcast today. So let it be known that we are the kings and queens in particular. Now, enjoy this track. It is Bus Stop by Kinder, Mashed and Kutcher remix, as we do go to a break before we jump into what could be the best game of the night. Hentonet and Direwolves coming up just after the break.
The revival brings them back to life at 50%. One bomb goes out. They can't stack it with a double bomb as Kisei jumps in, still not stunned. Gets in, gets out, receives the knock up there from Babbitt, but he falls on down all the same. It is a trade, but when Chiefs come together, they find more.
Oh,
and
he
it might not even
mistimed
be
it.
done just yet. They found even further. Last Crest is actually just out of range. Exhaust was there anyway, so the execution may not have been strong enough. And now Drake is being left to the walls, but Chiefs have two members on the flank that can still group up. Just whilst that fight's going on, Summoner Herald mid lane to get maximum value out of this one. As Lift is flirting with danger, both the Invis duo doing whatever they can to jump in, jump out, find aggro, find success, and find...
Would you wanna listen to your mind, all that fear? Just deep in some part of you that tells you the deal. And still you won't lock it in. We're in for the kill. Is this how we chill? How we gon' chill? Leaving out the back door, keep it on the down low. I'm so down with playing. our wheels keep turning and going away. How come every day I'm the same when I'm trying to hang and day turns to night away? I'm like, no way. I'm like, now it goes, say go, 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 it goes, say go. Turning and going away. How come when I pull it to the bus stop, wheels keep turning and going away?
If you thought you had enough DoorDash LCO action, well, I'm here to tell you that you're wrong, because there's one more big game coming up before we end the evening. Juice was telling me a nice little story about how he's been eating his lipstick. How's it taste?
Well, not chemically, but it's got a weird taste. And to be honest, I was going to order some DoorDash after the broadcast, but I think I've been all sworded by my mum's lipstick.
Oh, beautiful. Well, I hope that it tasted okay and that you're full on it. But I think you should order DoorDash anyway, you know, just support them as well as they support us. Now, we do have something special for you guys as well. So, you know, we're going to drift away from League of Legends slightly. And if you guys love yourself a little bit of Wild Rift, then you can participate in the Wild Rift ESL Mobile Open Oceania Championships. And look, you don't even have to have a team. You can sign up solo, you'll be put in the team, you can play with some randoms who will then become your lifelong friends. It's going to be a damn good time. There's one more open qualifier coming up this weekend, so make sure you're in that one, because if you're not in it, then you can't win it, and that's the whole thing. But Wild Rift itself, I played a little bit. It's pretty damn fun, so make sure you get around that if you are a Wild Rift gamer in chat, and I'm sure you can win yourself a nice little bit of cash. I think it's a $5,000 prize pool, so got to be in it to win it. Get in it, and then you can win it. Isn't that right, Juice?
Oh, mate, if anyone wants a team, hit me up. If anyone needs a power player, if anyone needs an MVP, if anyone needs $1 million player, first come with the funds, then come message me about it.
Oh, okay. So he's a man about money. Skimmy, you're a bit of a man to do with money too, right? Speaking of money, Pentanet, they are in pole position to win the money, win the championship here in the DoorDash LCO. So let's talk Pentanet first. Skimmy, take me through why these 5 are so damn good and why they like money so much.
Well, I like money because they've had a taste of it, right? They've gone over to MSI. They've realised that they are the kings of OS in that regard. They had all the impressions, got all the international fans. They came back, had a bit of a holiday, and they realised, all right, well, we've got to get our act together so we can go back over for Worlds. In recent times, they've been sticking to a pretty clean formula where Bio plays tanks, Pabu plays Engage, Chaz probably plays Lee Sin, and Decoy is just playing Leona, right? They've stuck to this formula of like, we're just going to play for confidence, play for comfort, get dubs. And that's all they've been getting.
And that is the key to success. So, let's see if they have what it takes to take down an informed Direwolves who have been playing out of their minds. I think they did cop 1L this week, but other than that, they've been looking pretty damn good. So, Jubes, tell me, what is the key to success? We already saw Chiefs top lane, and they said that they may be the best top lane in the league, but I'm looking here at Direwolves thinking, I don't know about that.
Well, I think Direwolves have a jungle mid that's extremely strong, right? Only and Shock have really found their synergy. But more importantly, I think they found their champions. You know, we've seen the Cupcake obviously bring that part out and have some absolute blinders on it. Now, what else? What's going to be the next pick for him? What's going to be the next blinder? Because that, like, it was target banned pretty early on in the draft. But again, yeah, this Direwolves team, jungle mid, looking like a bit of a snack.
Yeah, I wonder if Pentanet are going to come into this and think, well, you know, that Bard, yeah, he's pretty good on it, but we're better, let's let him have it. Or will they eat their words? I guess we will find out once they go up against one another. But last time they went head-to-head, Pentanet copped the L. So that means this game is very important for both teams. Getting that 2-1 over the opponent is going to be extremely important, just in case Direwolves do continue to climb all the way up the ladder, and there's a little bit of a tie going into playoffs, Skimmy.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like yesterday we saw these two teams do battle where both were looking to try and find their late season form, and, you know, we're thinking, sure, Direwolves can do it. You know, we know that they are capable of this, and I think once Only and Shock are on one, then they can really come into their own. They can really start to pop off and start to rival a lot of these strong duos that we have in the league. I think in this game, Pabu finished 0-8, and it'll be a game that he'll be wanting to forget.
Yes, let's hope that it goes a little bit well-ish this time. I don't know. Well, we have Nat, who actually has Pabu down on the sideline, so we can find out in a sec, right?
Yeah, I definitely was listening, and I can definitely ask whatever you just wanted to find out. Definitely wrote it down and everything.
Good.
Yeah, but I do have Pabu and Claire down here to talk to. Thank you both so much for joining me. Now, Pabu, you guys are one apiece. This is obviously pretty important for you guys to win here. But how confident are you that you are going to get it tonight?
I mean, I'm always pretty confident going into our games. Last time we played the Direwolves, I kind of griefed and ran it, but we still were like pretty decently in the game. Like, we had a lot of opportunities to win fights still, so, you know, if I don't have an absolute shocker, I think it's going to be a pretty good game.
What do you think was your main takeaway from last time and something that you're trying to implement this time? And don't say not running it down.
Well, that's almost what it was. It wasn't like I made any like major strategic errors in how I played out the game. It was just individual moments where I just played the game wrong and did things that I shouldn't have been doing. And we also kind of got captain draft. We didn't think they would play Zin LeBlanc, and then they did. And at that moment, it was kind of like, this game is going to be hard. And then I made it even harder. So it basically amounts to don't end, and we can win fights.
And maybe a little bit of drafting, but you know, we'll see. Claire, you guys are looking really great so far in this last bit of the split. Does it give you confidence that you can take another game off of PGG?
Yeah, I think last split PGG looked like that kind of untouchable team. We kind of did the same thing last split where early on we struggled a lot, and then as the season came to an end, we really like took the games into our hands and kind of crushed the rest of the ladder. But PGG was the one team we couldn't beat. As you can see, this split, PGG is looking a lot less unbeatable, like across the board. Most teams can have closer games with them, and that shows in our 1-1 record with them already. So I'm hoping to carry our momentum into this match. I think they're still a really good team, and it should be a pretty close match compared to like matches that we had versus them last split.
Yeah, and that's a really good point that you brought up. You know, both of you have had a little bit of a slower start to this split, but you're really ramping it up. So do you think Direwolves or PGG have the stronger late split performance?
I think like if you just compare our late split to our early split, it's probably us because we were literally like losing every single game. We were losing to bottom teams, we were losing to top teams. It didn't really matter who we were versing, but now it seems like we're winning games versus the rest of the ladder. Whereas PGG, like they're consistent, they win like here and there, but they'll also like lose here and there. Whereas we're like streaking really hard. So we're basically the winners queue, losers queue player, and PGG are just like the consistent 60-70% win rate player.
Would you agree with that, Papu?
Yeah, but I do think we're on like a bit of a hot streak as well. I think we were 4-4, and now we're 10-4 if I recall correctly. So we've definitely pulled it back a bit, and we're in like much better condition than we were at the start of the split. So yeah, I wouldn't say that we're too far down. Like we are in winners queue, but I was definitely in like winners queue.
All right, well, we'll see who's going to be the winner of this queue. Thank you both so much for joining me, and good luck tonight.
Peace.
Thanks, Nat.
There you have it. Good to hear straight from the gentleman. But at the same time, I think that's the first time in a while we've heard from Claire, because usually he's having a couple of technical issues. So always good to hear his thoughts on what's going on. Now, let's jump into the predictions and have a quick chat about who's going which way. Are we already split decisions on the first page? I love to see it. Jubes, you first, give me you second.
Well, I've predicted PJJ because, like they said, the winners queue is the real deal, is the real thing. But I think that Pentanet, we're kind of just struggling with early season with MSI, then confidence issues that came with the losses. And I think now that they've got the confidence back, they're really just hitting their stride. Pabu's playing well again. Everyone across the board's playing well. So I think if everyone's playing well on both sides, PGG are just a better team.
Okay, what about you, Skimmy?
I think it's better the win streaks. Pentanet currently on a 6-win streak. Direwolves had a 5-win streak. I think both teams have comfort champions that they've been running with for a fair bit of time. If they don't get banned, they're going to play it. Why wouldn't you? Gets them across the finishing line. I think for me, though, I would much rather the mid jungle of Direwolves. If they can get ahead, I think they can steamroll the game. We talked about it at the start of the show. If Shock gets something like a Rise, they can just translate that pressure up top side. I think Claire can sometimes get bullied and pressured as a result, but I think if they can bail him out with some picks that can facilitate that, then he'll be a real medicine team fight. So I flipped the coin. I've gone against the grain, and I've said Direwolves for the win.
Yeah, I'm actually interested to see which way Twitch chat go. I know that there's usually a large amount of Pentanet fans, so I'm probably going to end up going with Pentanet from Twitch chat, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's some Direwolves fans dropping some Twitch points on this one. So I guess we'll see once we get there. But again, going against the grain, typical Mundo? Jesus.
Depends on your accent, doesn't it? Mundo,
Yeah.
whatever you want.
Plant, dance, tomato.
True. Potato. Who says potato?
I don't think anyone, man. I've never heard it. And if you say that, then...
Yeah, well, look, the good thing about potatoes is you can turn them into French fries. You want some French fries? Exclamation DoorDash in chat. Get yourself some late night Macca's, late night anything. A little bit of Red Rooster, maybe. Who bloody knows? But that brings us one step closer to Champ Select. It's not quite ready yet. So do we think we're going to see any spicy Champ picks here? Nat, I'm going to throw this one over to you.
Honestly, probably not. I think both of these teams want to keep their win streak alive. I think they want to prove that they're up there contention-wise, right? For PGG, they want to prove they're top of the ladder. Direwolves want to prove that they're going to sit in that top 3 teams. Like, they want to claw their way back up there. So I really don't think we'll see anything too out of the box. They're probably going to stick with pocket picks and meta champs that we've already seen before in the LCO.
Well, let's focus on that bot lane, in particular the supports. We'll have a little look at the head-to-head here. And Jubes, so head-to-head, you got Decoy and Cupcake. Who wins out of these two?
I mean, they're two very different playstyles. They only have one common pick, which is the Thresh. But Thresh isn't your Leona, Nautilus, hard engage, right? It's a little bit of disengage, a little bit of pick, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Where they kind of stand out and be a different point of, I guess, contact is that Lulu, Bard for Cupcake, which is a completely different playstyle to the Nautilus Leona. So Cupcake really wants to, well, when he's playing the Bard, be everywhere. But when he's playing the Lulu, obviously he's going to be facilitating Gun Crab. Whereas Decoy has just said, nah, you know what? Going to pull the trigger, going to maybe roam topside. But I tell you what, the trigger is going to get pulled. The Aftershock is going to get procced. And this is where we see, I guess, PGG say that they really want to work on their early game. And that's what they've been doing with these early game aggressive supports.
Well, there you have it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to keep you too much longer. Actually, no longer at all, because Champ Select is ready. Here you go. Match of the night. Direwolves and Pentanet coming up now.
Skimmy.
Yes.
This is where I do the meme. I receive LCO Champion Select. You receive
fantastic commentary. Let's kick it off,
There you go.
Juice.
Love
Pensnet
that.
taking on
Love
Direwolves.
it.
You mentioned before that these two support players, what can they do? They're going to be very, very familiar with one another. They used to be in the Direwolves together of last year. And right out the gate, somehow, Bio gets the first big time.
Bio Panther, out of all players, has unbenched the Kench. What is it? Unbench the Kench, unload the Toad. I don't know what else.
Look.
Unhibit the Ribbit. That one maybe can't say.
It's good.
It's
very good though.
Dude, Tom Kench is Elo hack.
Dude, how many times did he flip those team fights where he's like all this attention went towards him? He hits the fixed skin. You're down at 20%. You're thinking, okay, he's as good as gone. Abyssal dives in, flips the coin, wins the fight, and you're just like, this champion is just broken.
That's bonkers. But anyway, maybe again, we've only seen it once or twice. Maybe it's not as strong as we think it is, right? Maybe there's counter picks to it. Maybe you pick a little bit of range, pick a little bit of scaling. We'll have to wait and see. Direwolves obviously prepared for this one to be snapped up early. You know, Braum Kench. Braum may be the answer to Tom Kench. Short range, needs to be in melee range, gets stunned by the Braum, can't really play, gets kited, right? Obviously, getting kited is going to be the biggest problem for Tom.
Yeah, and it just becomes a battle of who can get the stun off first, right? Be it the Tom or the Braum. Especially if you have a lot of people that can apply that frozen chill to somebody, then it really could swing the balance of the team fight in either side's favor. What I'm curious on is this Lee Sin. As we saw before, it's been played 5 times in the last 8 games here for Penn State. It's been played by Chaz exclusively. But for the side of Direwolves, we know that Claire, as well as Only, are very keen to flex between the two of them, who gets to choose.
Yeah, but have we seen Shock play it?
Not that I remember, no.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like a very Shock champion. So, I mean, maybe it is only going one of 2 ways. Maybe it is only Claire, maybe it is only... I mean, I'm pretty sure that Chaz, in recent weeks at least, is the only mid laner that has played the Lee Sin anyway, regardless. Like, Lee Sin has been nerfed quite a bit this patch, less of a priority many a times. So, maybe a lot of the mid laners just aren't really feeling it. Maybe Chaz, just feeling the mechanical prowess on that champion. He's a little bit too good on it. That's why he still plays it. But we'll have to wait and see. The interesting thing for me is that there's a Kai'Sa Leona into an Aphelios Braum. Now, this is a good lane for Direwolves, but what it says to me, PGG don't really mind. Like, it's, they're not going to be solo killed, they're not going to be 2v2'd and probably cast a cursed it, but they're going to be able to play the map, and that's what they want to do with these 2 picks, right? Paydeath can enter the team fight from, half the river away, and Decoy is going to be able to really influence mid lane or other lanes.
Yeah, for sure. And it's also worth noting that some of these bans have definitely been studied and done their sort of discipline that's allowed the Direwolves to be put in such a comfortable position. We talk about the LeBlanc. We know that Shock was very keen to lock that one in. Only was finding so much success in that Xin Zhao, pretty much being a Lee Sin as a bit of an insect outplayed. And the Cassiopeia, we've only seen it once. It was only from Shock and welcomed all the attention, but then turned it straight back around.
Yeah, and ooh.
We're going to get ourselves another mid-Graves.
Yeah, that's mid-Graves and Karthus. Now, Karthus is a pick that I think is a little bit underrated at the moment in terms of there's not much priority on it. Like, once Diana's off the table, Xin Zhao's off the table, I mean, there's not much that you really struggle against. But the other thing that I wanted to touch on, Skimmy, was that the Direwolves picked up Ornn, and I actually really like it. I'm not sure how it would fare into the Tahm Kench. Not going to say that I really do know that matchup. However, in terms of what Ornn offers to a team composition, already. The ornaments, for me, a very underrated factor, but in terms of the lane, it's solid, it's safe. You can slow down and fall down just a little bit and still be relevant in team fights. But what the Direwolves have put together is a very nice front to back, kite back, disengage team fight comp, right? The Braum, the Ornn, Syndra, if you like, the Lee Sin kick, and just gun crab.
Yeah, and it feels like from the side of Direwolves, we've gone back to, the start of the year with a lot of these champions. Control mages in the mid lane. Syndra, a pocket pick for Shock that he played so often. We've not got the rise here today. Claire's been given the tanking duties and that he can still become relevant if the laning phase is a little bit rough. How that's going to fare into the likes of a Tahm Kench we'll have to follow. We've yet to really see the true potential of the mid-Graves. We saw Kisse play it for the Chiefs. He said it's strong, but it needs to get ahead. It wasn't able to fully find that ability, but certainly could do so in this matchup.
Well, the thing that I find the most dangerous is the 2v2 that Pentanet have put together, right? Karthus, I mean, I'm a little Karthus biased, but I think if you really know how to pilot the champion and you really get, familiar with the path of Karthus, which is obviously just a full clear for the start, but you're surprisingly strong early. So you can fight the 2v2, and Graves is going to have a pretty good time into the Syndra. Syndra doesn't have enough early on And Graves with the dash is going to be so hard for Shock to really do anything. And also, you know, Shock's going to go out of matter, trying to match that push. So I'm excited to see these 2v2. It has the absolute potential to explode. Top lane's going to be in a little bit of a grasp trading island.
Yeah.
Bot lane's going to be pretty stale as well, you'd think. So I really want this 2v2 to just explode. But again, I really love this composition from PGG.
And that's why I put my effort in as to what I think could be the explosive nature as well, right? Mid-jungle could be where these two can really find themselves the footing in the game to start off with at least, and allow those hyper carry AD carries to then join in, participate, and be the team fight monsters that we know they can be. Golden Crab so many times has put in a stellar performance, but unable to pitch the play that delivered it as a result. So whether or not he can have the Aphelios 1v9 dream in this game, that's what we're going to find out as we jump into the match, the final game of the night, the final Super Week as well, as it is a Friday. And let's bring in Coach Charlie as we can ask for his thoughts on this particular matchup. Charlie, it's been a good run of results recently. You've not lost a single game since you actually last played against the Direwolves. What would you attribute a lot of that hot run towards?
I think a lot of it has honestly been down to our draft scheme. Like, we've gotten to the point in the season now where we're kind of like ironed out all the kinks in our gameplay. We are playing decently well in the early game as well as having our mid to late game strengths that we used to have, but we are now starting to really figure out the patches. Like, the patches are starting to feel more similar than previous seasons, and yeah, we've got our identity. We're back to playing like clear tanks, 5v5, engaged champions, mark on DPS champions, stuff like this, and yeah, that's what's really getting us wins.
And then speaking of the draft then, is because we've seen a lot of the same champions, as I was mentioning before, the likes of, you know, Lee Sin being spammed by Chaz and so on. Has it been a case of sticking to comfort and translating scrim games into stage games, or am I reading too much into it?
No, you're spot on with comfort for sure. Like, I do acknowledge that, like, take this game for example, they picked Aphelios in the first rotation. Like, taking Kaiser Leona into an Aphelios isn't necessarily like a meta answer. It's not a good like theoretical answer into like, Aphelios, but it's something that we're incredibly comfortable on. Now we can pick other stuff later on in the draft, like Karthus, to kind of add the range and help like round out the comp in the end. So yeah, we are just picking what we're good at. It just so happens that Black Panther is a very good Tahm-Kench. I would say he's the best Tahm-Kench by far. He was playing it before it was really even reworked in the top lane. So
okay.
Yeah, we have a lot of comfort on the champions that are good at the moment, which helps too.
And then, you know, week 6, you're back in first position. It's the first time you have been this split. So obviously that must feel good in itself, but were there any concerns about saying we need to find form by a particular moment? Were there any milestones being worked towards? Or was it a case of, look, as you say, you know, the patches come and go, we figure out what's strong, and if we can get ahead of it, then, you know, it's going to be natural that we'll come back to, you know, the throne?
Yeah, I mean, there was never any doubt that we would definitely make the climb in playoffs to the grand final. There was some moments in the split, I guess, where we thought, do we go back to playing what we're good at, or do we keep pushing ourselves kind of thing? But I'm glad that we kind of stuck it out in the direction that we did and kept attacking our weaknesses as well as us like playing to our strengths when we could, because it's made us have the games that you see on stage sometimes, like the Chiefs match where we play well early game as well. But that wouldn't have happened if we just played Ornn every game, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Charlie. Well, beautiful. I appreciate your time as always, and best of luck for the head-to-head.
No worries. Thanks so much.
Should be an exciting one here, Juice, because as I said before, this is PGG playing on a 6-win streak. Direwolves had a streak before, so these are the two teams that were really in hot form, and I'll be very keen to see what the prediction Twitch makes as to how close they think this game should be as well.
Yeah, interesting. The one thing I wanted to quickly touch on here, Skimmy, was that Pabu's path is a little bit slower than you can normally do on the Karthus. Obviously on red side though, you have to manage the mana problems that you potentially run into. I thought it was going to be a double crab angle for Only as well. However, Pabu is going to be able to get this bottom scuttle crab, and lane is pushing towards the Leona and the Kaiser. So even if Pabu wants to at level 4, it can put down the wall of pain, and it would be a gank angle as well. Options here for Pabu. Never mind. He's actually not even going to check for the crab. And this is sometimes, you know how like there's that age-old meme, how junglers int for crabs, and you know the game's just lost over a crab flip. Karthus is one of those junglers where like that, if you can get first crab, like fantastic, but a lot of the time matchup doesn't allow you to get that crab. But what people don't realize is that if you just focus on full clearing and on the camp respawn timers like Pabu is now, You are actually ahead levels regardless of the crab. Just because the tempo of which you put camps on cooldown is much greater of the tempo of your opponent. Now, he actually might be in a bit of trouble here though.
Yeah, what you mentioned could be a bit of a boring bot lane is now being looked into by both junglers. It is going to be Only that gets the run on to the scuttle to start off with,
Yeah.
but Pabu, much to your point, is still looking at it. Whether or not he wants to commit to it is another story entirely.
They're actually playing for the 2v2 here.
There's the rotation, a flash in from Deco to force the fight. Gunkrab responding by burning double sums, mind you, so that's a win as a whole here for Pentnet, who have now got a clear line of attack if they were to pop their head in again.
It's huge, but also Pabu's behind now because, again, that spiel I gave around putting camps on cooldowns and whatnot, that's kind of out of the equation. Like, Lee Sin is going to be ahead because he picked up double crab. Pabu still has raked up, wolves up, and Gromp. Like, in an ideal world, he's already cleared his wolves, and he's waiting for that Gromp respawn timer. But again, in competitive play, you have to cater towards your lanes, right? That lane state for bot lane was not good. Pabu needed to help them break that freeze, ended up turning it into a gank, so fair enough, but again, Lee Sin's going to hit level 6 first, so Pabu needs to manage that early game.
Also, we know what Akafas can do with left uncontested. They can certainly match the levels of the solo laners, can get the farm of such, and really start to hit home with those Requiems. But let's not get too excited. We're obviously very early on into this one. Look at that, 76 to 24, the amount of points. Yeah. I'd be interested to see, actually, what the highest amount of points that have been put into a game, but that looks like a whole bunch at 1.3.
That's a lot of points. I didn't even predict.
I've played the odds, Juves, I'll tell you that much. I've all in and die. We'll see. We're going to look for a big payday.
Oh, how many points do you get then if you win?
It's a good question. We'll do it live. We can alt tab. We can check out. We can find out.
Unfortunately, I don't have the computer to check for myself. But this mid lane matchup is going to get volatile soon, right? Shock's actually picked up a decent CS lead. I thought Graves would have a better time in this mid lane matchup. But yeah, he just seems to be getting outranged, pushed out, and farming on the tower with Graves is not an easy task. So 12 CS down here, Shock doing well so far. Top lane, bit of a nothing lane as well. By Panther and Claire, just trading farm and trading grasp stacks. So I thought this might be a little bit tougher for Claire too. But again, Direwolves are just doing very well in their respective lanes at the moment. Ornn, if left uninterrupted and able to get to those items that he really needs, you know, which will be that item 1, item 2, level 13, level 14, you know, you're as good as gold and you're really happy because a lot of the time, like why Ornn sort of falls out of meta is because there's stuff in lane that just, put it bluntly, just beats him. Yeah. And I mean, maybe this is one of those because...
Well, Bio knows this matchup incredibly well. He's played a lot of Ornn in his time.
Yeah, he's made a mistake.
The Devour, well, you're in a lot of trouble right now. The amplified damage with the passive, the Abyssal Dive, hard to break away from. He hasn't buffered it with CC. First blood for PGG.
And I mean, it's almost the caster curse because I was saying Claire was doing very well in this lane, but the one thing that you can get baited by with this new Tahm Kench is Tahm can walk you a very long way down the lane. The eat you have is a pretty substantial amount, right? Old Tahm, you slow down, your move speed gets hindered, and you got to spit him out basically on the spot. That's cheeky from Shock. But I mean, this Tahm Kench really puts you in a point in which you're not going to make it back to your turret. So I think Claire just got baited there a little bit.
Yeah, the Devour range is it's huge, isn't it? As you say, and yeah, the ability to lock that person in place for such a long time.
Not to bring a negative light onto this game in particular, but I believe that might be the second or third game in a row where Claire's been solo killed.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see actually what the statistic is on that. He's had a few struggles in recent games. He's been sticking to the Camille, where we know he's had some blinders, to say the least.
Yeah.
But a few times now he's fallen on down individually. I think the same actually happened against the Chiefs when Livs played the Tahm Kench too.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a point of concern, right? Because obviously, you know, when you're playing these matchups, whilst they are only kind of tank-on-tank matchups, the base damage alone and the tankiness and the sustainability that Tahm Kench is going to get when he comes to the group is going to be hard to deal with. So obviously want to put your best foot forward. It's not like the...
Xenoblade's committed. Flash is held onto for the meantime because it's not even available, Juves.
Yeah,
Cleanse has to be burnt. Now Killer Instinct comes out. Requiem is there. Exhaust or not,
Nice.
Predator doesn't need to really worry, and they might now look for 2 kills. Gonna be a little bit harder to find Cupcake, but that is the beauty of having a Requiem, a global ult, pressure always at your front door.
But that's why I love Karthus, and that's why I think he's so valuable in a competitive sense, right? You're not going to get as fed as you normally do in solo queue, but you're able to influence any trade on the map. I mean, really good communication too, right? Because they would have said they're going in 2v2. They probably don't win, but you know, they definitely need Pabu to keep his eyes on both sides of the map, and Bypref is just playing goalkeeper on Herald via 1v2. Have a look at this.
He's just zoning him, isn't he?
What a madman.
He really does have an acquired taste for members of Direwolf so far. Abyssal dive to jump on in. Smite secures the only... Oh, he tried to safeguard away. He has the flash kick and still doesn't survive Juves. That was beautiful. Fantastic mechanics. The cost is high. You've got the Herald, but now you're going to die. A double kill for the mid-Graves and Chaz. Well, he's very happy.
Well, we can say Chaz all we like, but that is... That's a bio gap there,
It's the biggest bio gap. The fact that he forced out so many panic moments, only thought he was safe, and yeah, the sequence of events, flawless.
I do think, like I said, I do just think Tom is like turbo broken. How can he just play 1v2 there, just flinging his tongue around, chunking people out while they're doing it Rift Herald, and then, you know, when he decides it's time, he's just going to gobble them up and spit them back out into his team. Like, goodness me. But then that's a good roam out of base too from Decoy, right? He matches the Rift Herald play, and he's ultimately the factor as to why they picked the shock kill up too. And now all of a sudden Graves has got the Eclipse. So now at this point in the game, Chaz is a madman. He's just dashing forward and trading in lane because the Eclipse shield is going to be too much for Shock to burn through. And I mean, he's going to have Electrocute proc into lethal, especially with the Karthus ultimate. This game is just gone from good to great for Pentanet.
Certainly has. And as a result, Biopanther is rewarded quite handsomely. Has actually opted for the Sunfire cape, so wanting a little bit of extra tenacity so he can continue to be that annoyance in the team fights.
What's the magic resist too, right? Because Time Kench, Ornn is going to be doing some magic damage to you. The shock as well, so it's double out magic damage solo lanes. So it just makes more sense to have that than the fist.
Yeah. There is an interesting interaction with the fist, obviously, where obviously scales up your size, and that means the tongue lash can be even harder then to juke as a result.
Yeah, true.
But in this occasion, good point.
And it also just runs people down in a long lane.
Yeah.
Like, if you apply that slow, I mean, I don't think anyone's escaping.
It's like the one-item power spike, the one you kind of joke around with the Yasuo, right? Where he gets like one cloak, you know, he's full build.
I played it into Renekton, and I died solo because I was just limit testing. But then I got that one item, and I ran him down in long lane, no turret. He couldn't get away.
Yeah, it's just turbo broken, as you would say.
I'm a Time fiend. I'm gonna after the show today, I'm gonna queue up and play Time only. Any role, mid lane, top, jungle, whatever.
Time for an exclusive Time Smurf.
Yeah. And I'm gonna name my account Toad Unloaded.
Toad Unloaded. That's a good name.
Yep.
I'm sure there's people out in chat that can suggest others, but for the meantime, it is PGG playing a flawless game, up by 4 kills to 0. And they've got themselves a nice little 2k lead to talk about as well. All in here from Shock in mid lane. Gonna get Chaz low, down to 450. But he's got protection from the rest of his team. Both junglers hovering around. Turret plates seem to be the biggest talking point though.
There's a little bit of life still in the Eclipse too, so if he wants to hang around, he can. Only is up farm though, again onto Pabu, but the EXP's with him. Teleport being burnt. Looks like this Dragon's a contest.
No vision. TP to back them up, and now Cupcake's being left on his own. I think he's already used the jump away. No, he hasn't. Speak too soon, so not going to be punished for that one.
He's got the Andrews already. Like, look at that damage coming through from Karthus.
Yeah, it's huge. I mean, it just allows you obviously to lock in place people, and especially in fights like this, right?
Here we go.
You can do as much as you like. Yeah, the acquired taste once again. The passive, look at the tongue lash to follow afterwards.
And he's W'd, look. Oh, juke
Fancy
out.
feet there by Only. Oh, Bio! Blindly.
Oh, if he just waited, the dragon went down and Summoner's Rift changed, he wouldn't have to do a burn flash.
Oh, no. You know Bio's having a lot of fun in this game.
Yeah, he's for fun there.
That's twice now. Only's been caught out and forced to sort of try and be clever and creative, but one champion is just ruining his day.
By the way, can I just say, if Praedyth played, well, again, he doesn't know where Braum is, maybe, or Lee Sin, but he could have Killer Instinct onto Gunkrab there, auto-attacked maybe once or twice more with the Halo Blades, and that's Karthus kills with the ultimate. Parby burnt Flash, by the way. I don't know if you saw that. I don't know what for. Was it like a fat finger? Did he get caught?
That's a good question. I'm sure if there's anything relevant, production will probably give us a replay to talk about. But if it's one of those fat finger moments, then I'm sure they won't want to won't want to blast him.
Only because it is Parby, I hope it's a fat finger. Because he can deal with a fat finger. And if anything, it's going to be on social media in the next half an hour anyway.
Yeah, we'll get thousands of likes and he'll laugh it off.
Yep.
Claire gets his first mythic item, so starting to contribute in his fashion of if he can lock you down, then he can definitely do the same.
Well,
not to the extent of a Tom Kench though, but certainly can offer a bit of CC necessary.
Claire's done a good job. You know, 9 CS, 10 CS deficit.
Yep.
So he's within touching distance.
Look at this now, rotation. Chaz coming down to bot lane. Shock has to respond to this one. Doesn't have a TP, but realizes that the waves aren't there, so a rotation is on the cards, only hovering in the river. Zenith Blade very close to connecting, and well, Gunkrab did have double summoners, but very lucky not to have burnt any.
Your cleanse into Leona is only as good as cleansing the ultimate. If you cop the Zenith Blade, then the cleanse is actually rendered pretty useless, and Decoy might be caught.
The kick, only looking for kill onto Decoy right now. Oh, there goes the Moonlight Vigil. Doesn't connect, he's missed both. Oh. Can Gunkrab pick up the kill? He can. Okay, so that's been kill secured. Requiem's going to trade out the jungler.
I thought, sorry, Skimmy, I thought Claire rather nearly cancelled the Karthus ultimate. That's why I gave you the big yell, but he didn't do it.
It's very close there. Call of the Forge God, right? Nearly enough. Abyssal Dive jumping in. Biopan for 1v4 right now. Fixed skin. Look how much damage it's soaking up and absorbing. The Devourer connects. Claire's gone again.
Look at him. Ooh.
Bandage champion.
He got cancelled. He was going in, Skimmy. He wasn't going out. He was going in, but his port got cancelled. I mean, that's as good as a team fight as you're going to find if you're Direwolves, because Shock landed such a big stun there on the back end onto multiple carries, but there was just no follow-up. So watch here. Honestly, respect the play here coming out of Only, but didn't need to go back in there, right? Mind telling him no, but then here, look at that. If he cancels that, Only lives. I got a bit excited, a bit carried away, but then watch this time, Kench. The Thomas Kench, the Toad being unloaded, inhibiting the ribbit, whatever it is. The thick skin. He hasn't even popped it yet. He's just taking autos. And here, Karthus nearly goes down. He tries to go in, but get cancelled.
Tell me Devour is not a broken ability. That's being used defensively right now. Always matched with a flash to try and run away, but by that stage, it's too little too late. And you know, every single time Bio is there, a kill is bound to happen.
Yeah, and then, you know, late game, when Praedyth Killer Instinct's in and gets eaten up by Biopanther, wait till you see the shield.
Yeah, and we saw that happen, I think, earlier in the week, right, when we were calling this new change, how big the shield was, that it kind of still looks like a support evolve, but just with so much more power behind it. I mean, what are we talking now? Insane in the laning phase. You can die and you can still do it justice. You're almost like a set in the regard that if you get ganked, you can outplay. You can group up in the team fights and obviously contribute so much, as you saw. And you're really hoping that Gunkrab becomes huge.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? Gunkrab has been the most consistent player for me, behind Shock, at least, on the Direwolves. I don't talk about recent form. I'm not talking about impact in recent weeks. I'm talking about for the whole year. I think Gunkrab's been a very stable point for that team, even when things weren't going well. So, you know, all things considered, on the Aphelios, he is going to have the ornament upgraded relatively early, right? Claire is level 11, hopefully hitting level 12 soon. Game is still in a state where it's nowhere near over. So if they can stall for those ornaments, I mean, that really does reduce any gold lead that you're feeling or suffering from.
Yeah, it's not going to be a Kraken Slayer on this occasion. Only Immortal Shield Bow will be there for the mitigation and protection as Cupcake in trouble.
Yeah,
hits the stopwatch. He's in no man's land. He's just gone. The Herald also summoned by PGG in the mid, so they went on 2 separate fronts. And now they can translate the pressure into the 3rd Dragon of the game.
So it is going to be 2nd Dragon, and it is Infernal Soul, so Decoy has ult. Shock is
really taunting him. He has the flash, but he was teasing him to say that I want you to hit that ultimate. Zenith Blade very close to connecting, but his positioning there was fantastic. The kick straight away from Only. He wants no business.
I mean, Time's got so much pressure. Like every time any time someone goes into tongue range or melee range of the Time Kench, it's an instant ult or like disengage. You have to use a little part of your mobility to get away because he's just going to run you down and kill you. And I mean, probably one of the unsung players of this team that we haven't really mentioned for the last, I guess, bit of damage. But yeah, one of the players we haven't really spoken about that I guess is at a breaking point is Pabu on the Karthus. Like he's 4-0-1, 9 stacks on the Dark Seal. Leandru Zonya's completed. I mean, the hardest part about this game now is like even when you kill him, you're going to feel the wrath of the Karthus.
Yeah, he's you know, certainly accelerated as you want to see a Karthus become. 4 kills, 400 gold bounty.
Yep.
It really is the dream situation for a Karthus where he's not really been forced to make or any of those kamikaze plays, right, where he's forced to go into the afterlife, continue his uptime, force a fight around it, and you know, test his skill shots with those lay wastes. But his Requiems have been on point for determining that these lane states could work in their favor. And now you're thinking, Baron's just spawned. How did PGG continue this 4K lead?
I mean, your Kaiser's trying to 1v1 the Ornn.
Good sidestep there, Claire.
But he's
good flash as well. He'd already burnt the Bellows Breath, so we couldn't see CMU in that one.
I mean,
and well, in the end, it's just himself and Predath that are forced to disengage away.
I guess the good thing here is that you survived the Karthus ulti, so if you're Direwolves, maybe you look for something now. Karthus has no ulti. It's probably the one window where you'll be able to do something. And I like what they're doing here. Shock's catching topside. They're just getting dove though.
Yeah, mid turret is very low to falling on down, but gonna look to try and find a kill. The door goes up. Cupcake is so low, he still survives. Moonlight Vigil is there, does not find its mark. You can see, I want to say a bit of surprise on Decoy's face there, thinking how on earth did we not find that kill, but Direwolves are just hanging on.
I thought he was actually going to die to the Leandru stick there, but stays alive.
Mid-bot for the Direwolves right now, it's in ruins, isn't it, really?
Yes.
The rotations between, it just belongs to them. It's going to make it so much easier now to pick up those dragons as a result, to play for the soul point. First team to 3 turrets.
No ult. I mean, Gunkrab had the shield bow there, yeah. You know, Praetor does have the item advantage, so feeling really confident 2 levels up, but I mean, it's grim. It's grim. Everywhere you look, 5k lead, level advantages across the board. It just feels oppressive right now. I mean, PGG have that type of composition where no matter where you are, it just feels like a numbers advantage. You want to gank Chaz? Well, you got to factor in Karthus ultimate, right? You want to gank Biopanther? I mean, I think that's just, you can't at this point.
No.
And then you're getting dove by Decoy and Praetor. So if you're Direwolves, I mean, you're trying to figure out this equation. What do we do? How do we get back into this game? And I mean, when the AD carry is farming mid-wave in your face at your tier 2 turret, like, it's demoralizing to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of sums up the game, right? The fact that you can be that confident, that you can play with this level of aggression. And for the second time now, Jules, we've actually seen the same build coming out of Nephilios with the just pure survivability, the sustain, and the hopes that you know you can live long enough to contribute more than just going for a greedy Kraken Slayer into whatever else and min-max, I should say. But I start to wonder, how do Direwolves call themselves back into this one? Because I think Pabu is far too accelerated to really care if he's dead or alive, what he can contribute to a team fight. Maybe they can catch Praetor. Gunkrab running forwards, forced to flash away, Requiem to follow, down to 50%. Look at the lifesteal, got the sniper, got the sustain with the red gun too. Scattered a weak to lock in place Bio as Cupcake gets consumed. He falls on down, Pabu goes gold, and the rest of the team jump in. Killer Instinct to find that kill. And PGG are unstoppable. Chaz only now just joining the fight, so it really is a domination without the full force of the PGG squads.
Shock did get a big bounty on the Thomas Kench, so there's a saving grace there, but I mean, like, that doesn't even necessarily look like a bad fight for Direwolves. You know what I mean? Like, Praetor's got no mana, half health, having to burn the heal, but the Karthus ultimate just literally had Shock at half HP before the fight even started. And I mean, just the Time Kench, too hard to burn through. So here, I mean, this doesn't look bad, but the knock-up, into the burst. Gunkrab still, you know, a quarter health, still participating in this fight. But look at the rest of them. They're half health from the Karthus ultimate. And I mean, they're diving a turret, and it just gets really messy really quickly. Now, the one thing I wanted to touch on after this replay as well was it's really, really heads-up play and smart from BioPanther. It's something that we're going to get used to seeing more and more. But he has the, and correct me, excuse my French, and correct me if I'm wrong. Is it Anametha chains?
Oh, Anathema's chains,
Anathema's chain. Now, a lot of the time people build this when there's multi-threat compositions, and I think it loses a lot of value. But in the composition of direwolves, you're really, if you're BioPanther, you're really only dying to Gunkrab. So this chain purchase is huge, right? Because now you take reduced damage from him. You're not going to die to Shock. You have magic resist. You're not going to die to Ornn, at least. You know what I mean? So you go down the list and you start to think, well, how does BioPanther die?
And it's a really heads-up call, because look how we saw that replay where Gunkrab, it starts with him being called.
Yeah.
As it ends, it's him getting called again with a fantastic Zenith Blade, then followed up by the Abyssal Dive. Those two in tandem, Decoy and Bio, putting in a hard yard shift and saying, we know who our target is, remove him and we win.
I tell you what, Decoy's had a good game. I mean, like we don't hype, you know, him up like we do traditionally all the other, I guess not all the other players, but I mean just the nature of the role, and might be just one of those painful deaths. Never mind. But I mean, yeah, he's had an absolute blinder, like 0-1-7, almost the most KP on the team, but Karthus is cheating. And Pabu, I'll be honest, a little bit of a coward. Does not have a Magi's.
Yeah, it always hurts us a little bit inside, doesn't it, when we don't see the Magi's, especially when you're this strong in the game. Regardless, Decoy once again looking for a fantastic engage. The Void Spike connects, the Killer Instinct in. Can they turn things around into Predator? They can't. Mid lane is cursed. Gunkrab unable to find that trade into the ADC department, and I mean, you're going to see the control on the map that PGG have. They can walk up wherever they like and force a fight without any concern in the world.
I mean, that's fantastic. Gunkrab lives and he's able to sustain and get himself back up, but there's just no damage in that build. Like you saw, Praetov's in melee range, and like he's getting, you know, the Gunkrab's hitting, and like he's sustaining, and he's tanking through what is the Karthus Assault. But I mean, it's not a build that's going to shred a BioPanther, a build that's going to get through Decoy, and a build that's going to really concern Praetor. I mean, you see that he's just flying in. Like, he has no concern for his life whatsoever, because he knows that there's no damage that's going to return.
Yeah.
And so it is keeping Gunkrab alive. And he does have the ornament now. Yeah, he has the ornament coming on through, the first one. But I mean, again, at the moment, his build's all about keeping him alive, not carrying the game.
Always curious about that, you know, itemization, right? As to playing to survive, playing to pop off, what it could all mean, and sort of how it affects the team fights and the nature of it. Because right now they are welcoming the aggression from Pentanet.
Yeah.
They're very content to welcome that aggression.
Here we go.
They want to pop off. They want to play like this right now. Praetor with the fancy feet, commits the flash, gets locked in place regardless, and that's the all-important shutdown. Again, found by Shock, the man on the money.
Thomas?
Found 2 kills. In comes Bio, exhaust immediately. Abyssal dive to disengage away. Beautiful cancel by Claire. The Wall of Pain to slow the aggression, to slow the shove. Shutdowns for both carries. And that's the play that Direwolves have been hunting for.
Yep.
All game.
Okay, and I'll break that down for you, Skimmy, but we're going to maybe have to hold that, because if Pabu decides to contest, we'll have to wait and see. No, they've given it up. I mean, that is a picture-perfect engage. That is, I mean, you can't get better than that, right? Praetor all game has been farming at their tier 2 turret. And I'm over-exaggerating, of course, but he's been that far up mid lane, and he's been playing with reckless abandon, which, to his credit, he's been really playing that line very well all game. But I mean, enough is enough. Claire pulls the trigger to have that presence of mind. Fantastic from him. But then Shock, like, what do we say about that engage, that follow-up, that Syndra stun when the flash is down? It is such a good pull of the trigger. And it honestly probably caught PGG by surprise. It was almost like they were on autopilot for that majority of that game.
Yeah, we've seen them say that before, right? We do a little bit of trolling, was what they mentioned last time around. They felt like the game was already won, and you couldn't blame them for thinking such a thing. But yeah, here we go.
Now you're in dangerous territory, though, because the ornament's through. The third item is through for Aphelios. And
Oh, look at us go again. Bio jumping on in, but Claire with a 3-man knockup. Bio hits the Devour, takes out Shock, removes him. Pabu goes golden, he won't mind. Only jumping in, looking for the snipe. Multiple members low. The Requiem is going to hit like a truck right now. It's only going to take out Claire. Gunkrab and Oni are still relatively topped up and healthy. They can look to try and turn things around if they like. Predator jumps in, finds the kill, removes Gunkrab. Evens the odd. The fragile nature of that team fight, but PGG played it meticulously.
That is just such a well-executed team fight because, you know, one thing we didn't take stock of was the gold was actually relatively even in that instance. And the PGG just out-executed them. Out-team fought them, out-mechanic them, however you want to label it. That's what happened, and only well played there from him. And that's the soul that goes across, so now it's an even bigger uphill task. But the one thing I wanted to touch on there was, I mean, Biopanther, he soloed Shock. I mean, if Shock doesn't get soloed out in this team fight, then it might actually be a win for them. But look at that, nothing. He doesn't use his ult, can't use anything. He's just dead. No mid laner in this fight. And look how close it was. I mean, this was really the one window, the one team fight that Direwolves had to bring the game back from the brink, in my opinion, because the Infernal Soul. And they did such a good job to really find it. But I mean, they just got completely outplayed in this skirmish, in this team fight.
And it feels like to me, after doing such a great job to find the shutdowns on both your star carries for the Direwolves, to lose that fight there has to hurt, because look at the aftermath, right? The fact is the gold lead once again goes back in favor of PGG. A healthy 5k, 3 Infernal Dragons back-to-back to then make a soul, to then say if these fights were close enough as they were, we'll add a few more thousand, and that's a bit more telling of this game state.
And Direwolves, again, had the Baron. That's a negative Baron power play. Like, they got the gold lead back to 2k, 1k within touching distance. Actually, you know what, Skimmy? At that point, Direwolves were probably ahead gold when you consider the ornaments, right? The ornaments are stats that you can't see. It's a gold difference that you can't see.
Yeah.
And, I mean, they were, for my money, they were ahead. But, again, that team fight, they were able to find PGG do that time and time again.
Question becomes, do they get a second chance? You know, will another opportunity like that present itself, or is this, you know, the straw that broke the camel's back?
Well, the problem that you have now is that Chaz's ultimate last team fight was a very key component as to why Shock got soloed out by Gunkrab. It actually almost half health him, but now it's a Graves ultimate that's going to proc Infernal. It's a Karthus ultimate that's going to proc that as well. So, I mean, that's a one-shot from range that you can't see. Not even joking. I'm not even over-exaggerating, by the way. It is literally a one-shot. Well, not literally, because it's 2 abilities, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, mate. 5 turrets to 2. The map really belongs to PGG. We've said it all game. Bio has TP, he's crashing bot wave, he's looking to try and be a nuisance and force Direwolves to come back because they're grouped up as 5, but unable to find what they're after. Nobody from PGG is found on the top half of this map, so they just want to open up an inhib, flood the base with minions, and then if they are to take another fight, the macro pressure just starts to build up in their favor and go against them.
You know what I wouldn't mind seeing this game on either, I don't know who should build it. I don't know if it's a Philios, I don't know if it's Lee Sin, but a Serpent's Fang. What do you reckon? Maybe Lee Sin? I don't know, because I feel like the Tarn just got so much durability, but it's not efficient for really any of those champions to build it.
Yeah, you're wondering how it really like slots into their item build, eh?
Like, Sidra's not building it. But I mean,
for sure.
That was actually a conversation I had with someone. I go, okay, Serpent's Fang, I don't mind it, I like the idea, but then where's the ability power one? You know what I mean? Do they deserve a shield shred or not?
I think it spawns the same discussion as people talking about how lethality works for AD, but there's not really the same
for
AP. But then you could argue that, well, if there was the same for AP, no one would ever play AD Assassins again, right?
Yeah, and I guess it diversifies compositions because it makes you actually think about it in draft, maybe.
Yeah.
Like, do you need that? Like, you know, are you drafting a champion that's an efficient item on? You know, maybe you need the Varus, but yeah, I don't know. Just food for thought, I guess.
Start to wonder if it was to, you know, go on Gunkrab, does he just become, you know, full utility? I mean, obviously got nerfed for range as well, take into consideration. A 10% reduction. Not going to be as effective as if it was in the hands of, say, only.
Gunkrab's got an armor penetration item now, so... I'd love to see him hitting Biopanther and seeing how much damage he does now.
Oh, decoy. That was nice.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Nice little flash there. 40 spotted out only on his own. Went for the pick. Biopanther waiting so patiently. He won't take any damage at all. It's very close. I mean, you look at the gold and say it is dead even, given the amount of ornaments now that Claire is 16. So the only difference really is that Infernal for the power, and you're starting to say, okay, how can you set up the map? Who goes for Baron? Are the lane states in a situation where Direwolves can even do this? I don't think they are.
If Direwolves, you know, if Direwolves pulled the trigger here, that's their Baron. Look, that's blue trinketed way too late, by the way, with the Philios. I mean, I really do feel like that if the trigger got pulled instantly there, that's a Direwolves Baron, but...
They felt too worried about the side lanes, and that's what they're responding to, right? They've gone topside with Shock. Nobody bot side to match just yet, but that wave's soon to crash.
I would honestly be happy for them to have traded that bot inhibitor turret, the bot inhibitor in general, for the Baron, because it's the closest inhibitor to the Elder Dragon, and that's going to be your next point of contest. And if you have the Baron buff, it's negligible, right? I mean, it's the closest one, it's supers. At this point in the game, they get instant cleared, and you have a Baron buff to help you with priority in either the mid lane, the Dragon fight in general, as well as that. But anyway, that's not where we are. Bit of a theory craft.
Well, it's nice when we get to talk a little bit more, as opposed to the game just being pure action. There's been 19 kills in 36 minutes. It has been a bit of a theme for these two teams. The first time they met was a 30-minute affair. The last time they met 2 weeks ago was 38 minutes.
They have to go through mid. I mean, I see Cupcake trying to cheat through the... I mean, that's dead. They're not even in the same universe as contesting that.
There's just no vision. There's no chance. It's gone.
They're
Infernal and Elder, they got to run.
Yep.
And at this stage, you would argue that PGG are far too refined to say that we don't just go to Baron as well, remove every source of power to try and even out these scales.
Nah. I mean, it's honestly worth Lee Sin dying for the steal, because I think if you die for the steal, you can clear the you have enough wave clear with the Aphelios and the Syndra to really deny the push. But I think if you lose Elder, you lose Baron, I mean, you can't even clear the minions, you know what and then you know what I want to see here, Skimmy? I'd love to see Pabu just drop an ultimate and just see what it does.
At this stage of the game, I mean, still no Magi's. There are those 10 stacks. He's had a flawless individual game, but he doesn't feel like he needs that much more damage. It looks like he's working towards the Rabadons now. I mean, if you hit the tab check, see the score sheet, see Pabu like that, you're really concerned with the amount of power that he has right now. That alone could probably do 50%.
Yeah. Now, what are Direwolves going to give? What are they happy to give, and what are they happy not to lose? So this top lane inhibitor looks like it's something that's going to be given, but they just want to try and stall enough time. But I mean, Decoy's just got the Leona ult. Like, he's got the... Ooh.
Bit of damage.
Look at Shock. He had to.
He had to. Yeah, it's getting very dangerous, right? Especially close to Elder Execute as well.
But, to Direwolves' credit, they've done a good job.
They've only lost one.
Yeah, they've lost one. They got their mid wave in a very good position. And I mean, you know, what, Elder Dragon, we can't really see a timer, can we, for that? No. Oh, we can. No, I'll lie. I forget it all the time.
Yeah, it's like a 1 minute... I know what you mean. You always look to the left-hand side, right?
I always do that, yeah.
There's like a 1 minute overlap between the two of when one will expire, so they've got a lot of power still. 30 seconds before they decide to go for a fight, if they wanted to, that is.
I'm holding my breath because this might be the last wave in which they really need to defend. Oh, if that stun lands.
Worth noting, Chaz is not there. He does have a TP, so he can group up.
That's just an ult to clear wave. Yeah.
Direwolves just going to trim the mid wave. They want to try and hold on for as much as they can. But this is Chaz being patient, prepping 2 waves now to crash in. Super's passively pushing top side. The pinch really beginning here.
Is a big wave bot side too. I mean, this is going to have so much value. They pulled the trigger.
Solar Flare locks him in place. Bio just jumps in. Shock's already dead. It's already over.
Oh, kick.
2 kills found just like that.
Aphelios.
Aphelios doing whatever he can from afar right now. The Chakrams are working overtime. He's got a bit of life steal, but the Abyssal Dive knocking up to the Requiem to follow. That's everyone gone. That is the ace. That is the game. 40 minutes in. PGG have had enough. They've controlled this game from start to finish. A small blip on the radar, but they won't mind. They are the team in pole position, first place in the LCO.
And that's a valiant attempt, but I mean, Direwolves really did bring themselves back into the game, but it was such a clean game from Pentanet, right? Up until the tragic moment where they'll be scratching their head, and Praedyth won't be too happy about that. But I mean, all things considered, you know, they would be content with the performance, just a few tweaks here and there.
A few tweaks here and there, but overall, the boys are definitely feeling comfortable in their position. Back to winning ways, back to the team that we knew of Split, One, and Mac. We need to unload the Toad, maybe load the Toad back into whatever crate it came, because that champion is just broken.
Yeah, ban the amphibian. Is that?
Yeah, I saw the copy and paste. It was like something to do with amphibian.
Was there really? I wasn't actually in Twitch chat. I thought I came up with that one. But looks like the telepathy to Twitch chat is there again, you know, and I'm just going to assume that you got my prediction right. So good job, Twitch chat. Thanks for that. Now we finally get another one going in the dub column. Speaking of, Pentanet keeping that lead with another W on the board. And Chiefs were not able to catch them today. So this is exactly where they want to be. Direwolves, unfortunately, couldn't get the W, but they did show what they're capable of. Unfortunately, again, that Karth Assault just becomes so damn powerful. Pentanet picking the scaling champs, and that alongside the Tahm Kench, of course, to enable them all game to make every single gank in every single situation where Biopanther's in the equation look damn easy. Yeah, that was just the game. Pretty much in a nutshell, right?
Yeah, the game, like, this was the game. Yeah.
Yep.
This for me was, Direwolves were really in prime position to actually take over. I mean, all they had to do was just set up for the Dragon. Like you know, obviously when you're playing League, you don't have a gold check in game. It's all about feel, and they probably were feeling a little bit choked out of the game.
Yeah.
But I mean, when they watch this VOD back and they take stock of everything, they'll probably think, like, why didn't we just set up for the Dragon?
But look, that's all bio. That is literally all bio. Yeah. Jumping into the fight immediately forces Shock to go to the top side brush. He's out the fight. So they had a Baron buff, they had a lead, and you mentioned it from the fight. Given how close it was, the Shock was there. A few orbs positioned correctly, and that could have been the back-to-back team fights that could have swung the balance of the game back in Direwolves' favor.
Yeah,
but
100%.
You know, by this point, having lost so much, and having to sacrifice all the buffs with Infernal, Elder, and Baron, it seemed too big of an ask.
Did you see Guncrab melt in that last fight, by the way? He had like 3/4 HP, maybe a little bit more. Then I don't know what else hit him, but there was the Karth Assault and something else, and he was just bloody gone. So nothing he could do. Maybe it was just the Karth Assault at that point. Just so many Darksteel stacks. So whatever it was a Dragon Soul as well, so that certainly didn't help Direwolves get any closer to the W, and the Infernal Soul as well. That's just so much extra damage. But another long game, so almost another 40-minute thriller. That's what I love between these two teams. We get those longer games of League of Legends, and it just looks like it could go either way, but unfortunately for Direwolves, Pentanet's scaling just was that little bit better today. So and their team play overall as well, so you cannot really fault them, and they do deserve to be at the top of the table. Someone else that deserves to be at the top of the table is Nat. So hopefully if you ever enter competitions, Nat, you'll... Where'd your cosplay go?
Okay, I knew you were going to make a comment. I had to duck outside, and it's raining in Brisbane. So you had two options. It was either I had to throw on something when I came back inside, or I go out and I come back with very wet toilet paper on.
At least put the bit from your shoulder, like, on your head.
No, I was going to say, that would have been an even better cosplay because of
Because
Mumu's
it's sad,
tears.
cry, yeah, you're right. I
Yeah.
should have done that. Let me just duck
true.
outside real quick.
See, that kind of looks a little
Sorry.
bit better. I don't know. How about you ask whoever you have if you look
Yeah.
any good with
Well,
this situation?
I am going to be joined by Chaz, so I'm hoping he'll go easy on me. Do you like the cosplay that I just had to kind of quickly throw back on?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Is it supposed to be a Mumu?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
no, I
yes,
love it. It looks great. Just like the
I'm
champion.
glad someone really liked it tonight. Yeah, it didn't sound sarcastic at all, so thank you for that one. But what isn't sarcastic is a congratulations on the win. You guys get the W over Direwolves. And I want to talk about the draft. You guys get Tahm Kench, and you also put Graves mid, even though we saw Chiefs do it up against you guys. So I want to know some thoughts behind those ones.
Well, the Tom Kench was something that we obviously were preparing to take. We ran through what we wanted to run, and we were expecting there was going to be a Gwen for Tom trade. So either we would take Gwen or we would take Tom. So obviously we were prepared to play both, and for some reason they didn't want to trade. They wanted to give us the OP pick and then not take an OP pick. So we were very happy with that. Because there was 3 different ways that those bans could go by the end of it, and they took the only option that was terrible. So that was really troll. So thank you Divals for that. That was great. The Graves mid is a really strong pick. It's a good flex. We just kind of threw it into the game. No real reason. We just felt like playing it. It's something we've been practicing a lot in the scrims, and it's been working really well. But so pretty much every scrim game I've been smurfing on it. It's really good. But the matchups that I've been winning felt really illegal. So I didn't feel like I should be winning the matchups that I was in scrims. So I figured I would try it on stage against Shock, who should be picking these mages that actually counter Graves really hard. So much you can do on the champ. And then as I suspected, the matchup was very terrible. I couldn't really do a whole lot. So I usually Graves wants to get a lot of priority, have strong early skirmishes with his lethality items, but instead I was following under my tower. It didn't go as poor as I thought it would. I was relatively even in CS and was able to scale in the mid game okay, but my champions didn't function very well that game. They outranged me pretty hard, and the Braum was also just he throws up his shield and then my whole combo is gone. So the Graves pick was very bad. We shouldn't have ran that, which is my fault, but we learned something from the game, so that's good. Probably won't be playing Graves in that scenario next time, so but at the very least we got a win and some learning knowledge.
I was going to say, it's a double win for you guys, so it really honestly can't get much better than that. But even though you feel maybe the Graves wasn't the best pick, you guys did come out with the win. So what was the key to that? Do you think it was in that draft, or just more to how you guys play as a team?
Just team play. I don't think we had any sort of advantage from draft. The only advantage was Tom Kench is a broken champion, so that's great. We got Tom Kench. I think we had I think the bot matchup is not good, and our mid matchup is terrible, and we have Karthus versus Lee Sin, which is not there's no advantage there. We have the scaling obviously, but they've got a lot of early pressure, and then we just have Tom Kench. So I for me, obviously I would think it's a draft loss because my mid 2v2 is just horrendous, and I feel there's not much avenues for me to play. I'm not sure exactly how my teammates would feel. It's not the game was ruined, but I would say that they probably had a better chance to win from their draft compared to ours. So we just played better as a team. I think we just have a better idea how we want to play the game out, mid game, late game. Our support is just smurfing compared to every other support. I don't know, that he's just way better. He's just cool. He sees someone and he just goes, he just sends it, he kills them. And that's really why we're winning most of these scenarios, is someone sets out position for half a second and then they're getting flash on, they're burning both summons or dying. Whereas we misstep and then they're oh, hey, what's up, stop waving at us. We don't get our mistakes punished, which is something that the other teams need to be doing a better job at doing. Whereas Decoy is just going always. He just doesn't care. If he sees you mess up and you're dying for it or you're burning something. So he's, I don't know if it's really obvious for other people, but for us, we're just thinking this guy is just perma carrying the games right now with a lot of the things he's doing. So yeah, honestly, it's a sub difference pretty much. Just sub difference. He's the reason why we're winning games.
It just all boils down to Decoy.
Yeah, 100%.
I absolutely love it. Well, look, you guys are looking pretty clean as a team all around. You get the W tonight. Thank you so much for joining me, and I look forward to hopefully seeing PTG go undefeated for the rest of the split, because I remember you saying that. You said that, and I don't want you to eat your words, so we'll look forward to it.
No, we will not lose another game. I promise you that.
I love it. All right, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Oh, I wonder if that's going to be one of those quotes that age well or age poorly.
I know, I'm so excited. He said it, I think, a week ago, and ever since then, I'm just waiting to see if they do lose another game.
That being said, they are playing so much better. One person in particular that played out of their damn mind tonight was, of course, Tom Kench. No, it was BioPanther. So he got the DoorDash player that delivered all over the map, just setting the boys up for success here on Pentanet. BioPanther flexing his way to victory. 83% kill participation. You couldn't ask for too much more than that, Juice.
I kind of feel bad that Decoy didn't get it after what Chaz just said. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I mean, we'll give a shout out to Decoy. That's not. I mean, you're not getting the player that delivered and the DoorDash voucher, but also whatever, man. Bad luck, and you played very well, Decoy.
Honorary mention.
Sorry?
Honorary mention.
Yeah, but no, Boy Panther had a fantastic game. Solo killed in the top lane to really set the tempo and the pace of the game. Participating in the skirmishes so well. And then the one crucial team fight where I think Chaz is right, you know, in terms of composition, they probably got outscaled, outranged, and lost in the end. But he found the pick onto Shock, the crucial one in that team fight.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of moments that you could highlight, right? You talk about the solo kill, the fact that he can just walk into the Herald pit, deny that, force out flashes, and then afterwards, it's just every single place he went, he was forcing out flash after flash. CC couldn't be buffered to try and get away from it. He was just everywhere. He was finding the crucial picks that allowed them to continue getting this dominant streak. You could talk about Decoy, once again, yeah, as you say, honorary mention. It feels like really since he had that interview with Nat, what was it, a week or two ago, mentioning that he wanted to play with a bit more confidence, he's found that. It's kind of like a mindset of, you know, go in and think later, as opposed to contemplate. They've just flashed, they've just done this, what do we do next? He seems to be playing to the degree that we saw him play at MSI, right, where he was literally clutching some of those games to get the boys to qualify.
Mate, you're looking a little purple there. Are you all right?
Yeah, it's a bit of a fever.
Too fast. No, you're talking too fast, so you're losing breath.
Look, well, I tell you,
you
got a lot of layers underneath this one to try and look as buffed and padded as we are. You know, it's just the life of a corporate salesman, life of Mundo.
I actually don't know what it is, but I'll tell you what, I woke up today and I felt like a bit of a clown.
Yeah, I don't know. You look like a bit
You hate those days
too. I don't even know, man. Something I do know is we have a play of the day. Do we remember any plays today? Because it seems to be a recurring theme that everyone forgets everything.
I think it's lived. I think it's
lived. I was going to say, Skimmy's going to say lived. I knew you were going to say lived.
It's so good, man. Like I watched back the clip now. Probably didn't do it justice, but it was a delayed penta. It was nutty.
I'm a little bit foggy in the brain.
No, I think the lived thing as well. Honestly, I don't think anyone had a game-changing solo play as well.
Okay. Well, you're both right. And on Nat's toilet paper falling off her head, it was, of course, lived with the unofficial delayed pentakill for the play of the day on Akali in top lane up against the Chiefs. So there you have it. Even though, you know, up against the Chiefs, sorry, up against Peace. What's going on? My brain's all backwards, my eyes are backwards. Nat or Juves, are you taking notes?
It's Juvies.
Am I?
Juvies. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking notes. Don't worry about me, buddy. They call me the note maker, the note taker, the note shaker.
Oh, the note shako?
Just the sound bites that come out of you, Juice, amazing. I don't know how you do it. I'm always impressed.
PhD in linguistics. It's going to be a long one, this one, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
So we've got Lift coming in here on the teleport, but I mean, the teleport hasn't come through yet. A little bit delayed. I mean, Tally comes on in first, and Tally thinks he's going to clean up the team fight. Hang on a minute, he's on half health. What has Liv done to him on the top side? Liv is no longer living. I mean, he's no longer living. He's gone to another realm, another possibility, maybe the Shadow one. He slices on out. That's a Double. Michael Double coming on through. Can he get the Michael Triple? No, he's hitting the pink ward instead. Maybe a little bit of light in action. Swait flashes on in. Who cares? It's not his play of the day. Liv goes back on in. Not yet. Oh, Halo goes down. I can see his Halo. It's in another dimension. Violet and Happy. Oh, you know what? Can't see him. Where's he gone? He's there. Oh my God, I've stuffed it up, but Liv goes on in. Gets the double kill. Oh, that's a shambles. What a terrible play of the day. Honestly, I'm sacked.
Look,
I'm fired.
You might have jumbled it up there, but Liv definitely did it. He absolutely... I just watched it a second time. It's so good. It is so good. You right, Juice?
You're right. Skimmy, how do you do that, man?
Look, I tell you what, it's actually a harder job than it looks. You try and do it a whole night. You try and do it all night and you die.
You know what it is? The problem is I got braces and I can't control my mouth. At least when I'm giving the analysis, I take my own pace and I'm like, whatever, all good. But with the braces, when you're trying to hype something out, it's just consistent spit. All angles, everywhere.
You know all about those angles, don't you? Now,
I'm an angle man.
That's it for the play of the day.
That was a terrible play of the day.
We do have a play of the day from production. So, they did manage to do what I asked, which no one at home did. You're all getting bloody lazy, which was rate our costumes, our cosplays, as well as get the pictures of what we're supposed to be. And here's the ratings, here's the pictures. So,
mine definitely looked better before.
Mine looked better before,
I just want to point out mine also looked better before, maybe. But
I think yours looks better now, actually.
Today was a scuffed cosplay day. So technically, Nat and I win. Because Skimmy's put in too much effort that it could be considered a real cosplay. Look, Groovy Juvie, you've gone the extra mile there. Unfortunately, you're just a little bit too unscuffed, so a little bit too pristine. Whereas I've got my dog's costume on my head and a shirt on, and Nat wrapped herself in toilet paper. So I'm going to give us a little bit of a congratulations. So
congrats, everyone.
I
Congratulations.
was going to make a joke about it. Even cried pre-show, you know, just to get the tears real.
Did you?
Very, very true.
You alright?
I'm fine.
Are you okay?
Oh.
Are you?
If you want to
I'm
let it
okay.
out, let it out. It's just
I
me,
am
you,
okay,
and
but-
me, you, and a couple other people. But
I'm really
I won't tell a soul.
Thank you for asking. That's what matters here. That means more to me than anything else.
100%. Feel free. Let it all out.
Well, I'm glad you're doing all right for the moment, Nat. Hopefully, Juice hasn't brought up any terrible emotions. But something we need to bring up is the standings. Let's have a quick look at where all the teams are currently sitting on the ladder after today. Oh, it's almost all separated, but there's still 2 little ties in there. So, Pentanet, 11-4 up the top of the table. Order and Chiefs still tied up in second, 10-5 each. Direwolves now 2 W's behind the Chiefs in order. Pentanet 7-8, so they're negative, something I never thought I'd say this split for them. Legacy 7-8 as well. They're going to be tied up with Peace, and at this point, yeah, there might be a bit of a tiebreaker going on if Legacy keep playing out of their minds. Gravitas, not quite out of contention yet, but at the bottom of the table. Mammoth with their L today means they are finally, officially out of contention and can no longer make the playoffs, no matter what happens from here. So that is extremely sad now.
Touch on that one with the Mammoth. So a lot of people are going to look and be like, oh, we have 6 games left. If they win every game from now and Peace and Legacy lose every game from now, they could still tie with one of them. We go to head-to-head, and they can't win a head-to-head, like as in terms-wise, between Peace and Legacy. So today, they had to win. That was the only way. They had to win, and Peace had to lose. Was the only way in which they could have stayed in. And unfortunately, even though Peace lost, they didn't win. And so, yeah, they can't get in at all now to playoffs.
They have a win against Peace, though, don't they? Or no, Peace turned that game around when they almost lost, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Also, you mentioned the tiebreaker on the Legacy Peace end.
Yep.
Isn't it no tiebreaker because Legacy won?
Yeah, have Legacy won twice now?
They won twice against them, I believe.
Yeah, okay.
There you go.
Well,
Did
there's
they?
an interesting one. Yeah,
Was
they
it
did,
twice?
because that was the Winions game, wasn't
Yeah.
it? Was it the Winions game? It's one of the games. I don't know. It was one where
Well,
Safford
well,
did
if it is twice, then
It's
it
the
wouldn't be
game,
a
I'm
tiebreaker.
pretty sure, where Peace went for the dragon. They summoned a Herald Mid, took 2 turrets and just ran it straight down and ended the game, right? It was like the classic Jews doing like, you take the dragon, we'll take the victory.
Yes. I remember now. I remember. Now, something else we need to look at so we can remember is next Tuesday. So we got to watch it before we can remember it, obviously. That's how mind things work.
What
but
games,
look,
man?
we are into day 2 of the 3rd round of games, which means it's day 1 of week 7, which means we got Peace and Pentanet going head-to-head again. Let's see if Peace are able to figure out what the hell's going on in their camp, because Pentanet are on fire right now. And that's going to be the first game. Second game, Gravitas and Direwolves could go either way if Gravitas play up to their standard from the earlier hours of the split. Chiefs and Mammoth could be a banger, might not be a banger. We'll see how Mammoth play. Order and Legacy could be good as well. Now, I'm going to ask you, Skimmy, which one is the game of the day?
I'm conflicted between the first game and the last game, because there's a part of me that wants to say that Peace it'll click, right? Time is on their side. Going back away from now to Super Weeks, that could actually be a blessing for them. Maybe more time for them to reflect, run over things and decide. You know, some of these teams you can see that they've definitely molded with the extra game per week, but some of these teams might not be thinking, we need a bit more time to come under control. We know that they can hit their strides. Maybe it's a classic Direwolf situation where they know there's only 2 weeks left of the season, that they can find strength from there, but I'm looking at that 5th and final spot, Mac. What are you talking? Peace, Gravitas, Legacy, all are going to try and tuck themselves in. It's going to be hectic.
Did you say molded or molded? Because I think there are a few teams molding at the moment with how everything's playing out.
Tomato, pick your poison, mate.
There you have it. Now, before we wrap things up, again, just in case you're not busy this weekend, you guys can compete in a little bit of the Wild Rift, which is the Wild Rift ESL Mobile Open Oceania Championships. That is coming up this weekend, the final open qualifier. You can be in the run to play with your mates. You can join solo if you want, but you can also win yourself in a share of the $5,000 US dollar prize pool. Sorry, I've scuffed this one, but look, Wild Rift is a damn fun game. So get your friends, jump on in if you're not doing anything this weekend, and try to qualify for the Oceania Championships, because it's going to be sick. It's going to be fun, and I hope I'll be able to see you guys there. I might even compete. Who knows? I do love a little bit of Wild Rift in my spare time. I'm a 6 Shyvana. So hopefully it all goes well. Now, that brings us to the end of the day, end of the Super Week. Anyone want to say anything? Any voice lines? Anything to, you know, sum up the day before we close?
I feel like Amumu has the best one here.
Go for it.
Hey, come back.
Well, I think that's a good note to end it on. So, hey, come back. We'll see you next week. It's been a damn good Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for watching, and we'll see you on Tuesday.
It's a nice little bit of HP regen coming back at him, but it's just not enough. The Gore Drink cannot protect him this time. They can't Stagger Death Time is floppy against the world. They can't end. They've taken one turret and a flash arrow.
There's no jungler. They can't get this. Oh, wait, Kyosa has smites.
Oh! He jumps out. He's forced to flash away. There's the stopwatch. Thumbs up, because this could be Legacy doing it on their doorstep. Shingy comes in with the ultimate. Nectar jumps him forward. Nectar's very strong. Procs the exhaust straight away onto Kevy. The battle of the two carries do whatever they can. Way goes with a death mark, but he falls to his own death regardless. Nectar jumps in. Shockwave takes him out. Puma on the flank. 1v1 against Goodo. And Chungy flashing forward to lock him in place. That was the trade for the Baron, so would have picked that one up on respawn. Kevy dashing across, looking for some of that armor. Ultimate is very close, but it does find it. The revival brings him back to life at 50%. One bomb goes out. They can't stack it with a double bomb as Kisei jumps in, still not stunned. Gets in, gets out, receives the knock up there from Baba, but he falls on down all the same. It is a trade, but when Chiefs come together, they find more.
Oh, he
and it might not even
mistimed
be
it.
done just yet. They found even further. Last Crest is actually just out of range. Exhaust was there anyway, so the execution. As Lift is flirting with danger, both the Invis duo doing whatever they can to jump in, jump out, find aggro, find success, and find two more.
Well, this is a big wave bot side too. I mean, this is going to have so much value. They pulled the trigger.
Solar Flare locks him in place. Bio just jumps in. Shock's already dead. It's already over.
Oh, kick.
2 kills found just like that.
Aphelios.
Aphelios doing whatever he can from afar right now. The Chakrams are working overtime. He's got a bit of life steal, but the Abyssal Dive knocking up to the Requiem to follow. That's everyone gone.
How come when I pull it to the bus stop, wheels keep turning and going away? How come every day I'm the same when I'm trying to hang and day turns to night away? I'm like, no way. I'm like, now it goes, say go, it goes, say go, it goes, say go, it goes, say go, it goes, say go. Turning and going away. How come when I pull it to the bus stop, wheels keep turning and going away? fights we stole.